transfer, kemudian nanti dianalisis. Bagaimana prosesnya untuk sampai menjadi batimetri?
Nah, data-data ini kita rekam, Pak. Jadi kita rekam dengan software akuisisi, Pak.
Ya.
Nah, software akuisisi ini yang merekam data multibimnya, data kedalamannya, data posisi dari GPS, Pak, di atas, dan juga data motionnya tadi, Pak. Nah, direkam di software akuisisi ini, lalu dikalkulasi, Pak. Jadi di koordinat sekian memiliki kedalaman sekian. Kan otomatis MBS itu kan sebenarnya tidak punya positioning, Pak.
Persis.
Tapi positioningnya diberikan oleh GPS, koordinatnya sekian sekian sekian, lalu kedalamannya sekian. Kita simpan di software akuisisi ini.
Ya.
Lalu mungkin ada rasternya, Pak, seperti tampilan model 3 dimensinya secara real time, Pak.
Oke. Sahabat Geo, sekarang kita sedikit banyak mulai paham bahwa kalau kita melihat peta batimetri itu ternyata prosesnya panjang, ya. Jadi mulai kita harus install alat, kemudian melakukan perekaman, nanti ada proses koreksi. Setelah akuisisi data selesai ada proses koreksi, baru kita kemudian analisis, baru jadi peta batimetri.
Iya, Pak, persis seperti itu, Pak. Ya. Untuk MBS ini kita dibagi dua, ada yang akuisisi, ada yang navigasi di atas.
Oke.
Jadi mungkin
navigasi untuk memastikan rute
dan sesuai arahnya, Pak.
Oh iya.
Jadi si nakoda kapal dibantu untuk kan kita mempunyai area of interest untuk survei. Jadi si survei navigasi ini mengarahkan si nakoda agar survei pada jalur yang sudah kita tentukan, Pak.
Oh iya.
Kalau yang di sini memastikan datanya berkualitas dan baik, Pak, dari lapangan.
Kita perlu melihat untuk
bisa,
yang navigasi?
Boleh, Pak. Mari,
lewat
Pak.
mana?
Lewat sini, Pak.
Lewat sini bisa. Ya. Bisa naik?
Bisa naik, Pak.
Oh ya, Bapak dulu.
Jadi di sini memang kemudinya, jadi kita membantu nahkoda, Pak, untuk mengarahkan. Jadi ini nanti lokasi survei kita, Pak. Ini kita akan menuju Pulau Semak Daun. Ya. Jadi ini banyak karang-karangnya. Jadi ini ada jalur surveinya ini, Pak. Kita buat jalur survei sebanyak mungkin, Pak. Kita membuat interval ini 20 meter. Cuma di lapangan ini bisa kondisional, Pak. Jadi kita bisa ambil per 20, 40 atau 80. Tergantung lebar sapuan yang kita dapat, Pak. Makanya si petugas navigasi di sini, Mas Rifki dengan Mas Rifki di sini, dia bertugas memastikan kapal lurus sesuai jalur yang sudah ditentukan agar data yang dihasilkan menjadi optimal, Pak.
Sehingga ada yang mengontrol, membantu nahkoda untuk mengarahkan sesuai dengan arah orientasi kita.
Iya, Pak.
Agar data yang diperoleh nanti presisi sesuai dengan yang kita inginkan. Terima kasih Mas Teguh atas penjelasannya. Sobat Geo, kita sekarang sudah mulai paham bahwa untuk installment atau perangkat yang harus diinstal di dalam kapal ini dalam rangka pengambilan data, akuisisi data menggunakan MBES, Multi Beam Echo Sounders. Tadi sudah dijelaskan ada alat yang harus diinstal untuk perekaman, kemudian ada topset, kemudian ada tempat untuk akuisisi data, ada 2 buah komputer digunakan untuk monitor, dan di sini kita ada satu lokasi untuk mengontrol orientasi atau navigasi, membantu nahkoda mengarahkan sesuai dengan jalur layar yang harus kita rekam. Demikian Sobat Geo, kita nanti akan bertemu lagi untuk berbincang dengan Pak Deputi IGD. Kalau data ini kita dapatkan, kemudian manfaatnya apa ke depan. Sampai jumpa nanti. Sobat Geo yang budiman, kita berjumpa lagi hari ini. Tadi kita sudah melaksanakan hari ini pengambilan data, akuisisi data dengan multi sensor echo sounder yang tadi sudah kita lakukan. Nah, sekarang saya bersama dengan Pak Deputi Informasi Geospasial Dasar, Pak Muhammad Syafi'i. Kita akan berbincang dengan beliau untuk kaitannya dengan polisi BIG 5 tahun mendatang. Hari ini kita mendapatkan data yang akan diolah menjadi data batimetri. Pak Deputi, nanti data batimetri itu digunakan untuk apa, Pak, turunannya, Pak?
Jadi ini bagian dari tugas BIG kan apa ya. Jadi tugas BIG itu menyediakan peta dasar. Ya, itu peta rupa bumi Indonesia yang nanti mencakup darat dan laut termasuk oleh pantai. Nah, data batimetri ini nanti akan kita buat menjadi DEM, Digital Elevation Model untuk dasar laut. Nah, dari situ kita bisa membuat hipsografi. Nah, dari batasan ini nanti yang kita buat adalah hipsografi wilayah lautnya, dasar laut ya. Nantinya ini akan kita integrasikan juga dengan hipsografi atau DEM darat. Sehingga nanti kita akan punya DEM seluruh Indonesia dari darat ke laut itu seamless. Karena kita akan gunakan satu sistem referensi tinggi. Nah, tujuannya itu. Sehingga nanti makanya setiap survei itu harus menggunakan sistem referensi tinggi yang sama nanti.
Oke. Tugas kita di BIG itu sebetulnya lumayan berat. Kita harus menyelesaikan peta dasar skala besar itu dalam 5 tahun ke depan. Tapi kita melaksanakan survei batimetri ini kan coverage-nya nggak bisa terlalu luas, Pak.
Betul.
Nah, ini gimana nih, Pak?
Nah, ini nanti kita kombinasikan, Pak Kepala. Jadi untuk wilayah tertentu yang airnya cerah, kemudian dangkal, kita bisa gunakan satelit wilayah batimetri. Jadi
yang sampai 15 meter tadi ya?
Bisa sampai 10-15 meter bisa dapat kalau itu clear ya. Kemudian untuk wilayah yang agak keruh gitu ya, nggak mau pakai survei batimetri. Nah, nanti kita bagi untuk yang kapal kecil kita bisa sampai kedalaman 200 meter, misalkan, tapi yang lebih dari 200 meter nanti dengan kapal besar sekalian, karena supaya bisa mengcover wilayah yang agak luas. Memang tidak bisa cepat karena survei batimetri ini biayanya cukup tinggi, keterbatasan anggaran pemerintah, kita nggak bisa melakukan dengan cepat. Tapi resource-nya ada sebetulnya, ada beberapa instansi yang punya kapal yang bisa kita pakai, kemudian yang punya peralatan juga banyak. Ini bisa kita kerahkan nanti sepanjang anggaran itu nanti tersedia. Ya, mudah-mudahan.
Kalau kita lihat kan sebetulnya tidak hanya BIG yang
Kolaborasi, ini nanti tugasnya BIG sebetulnya untuk mengkoordinasikan, mensinergikan, mengkolaborasikan. Instansi lain banyak yang punya peralatan. Tujuannya bukan untuk batimetri sebetulnya, untuk keperluan yang lain. Karena kebetulan batimetri juga diambil datanya. Nah, mereka masih punya kan. Nah, nanti kita akan sinkronkan mana yang sudah ada kita integrasikan, yang belum ada itu yang kita programkan untuk disurvei. Apakah itu nanti kalau tanggupnya kita bagi-bagi tugas lah, untuk misalkan untuk wilayah-wilayah yang itu digunakan untuk keperluan navigasi laut, jalur pelayaran, ini biar kita serahkan ke pusat dorsal misalkan. Tapi wilayah yang lain seperti landas kontinen atau itu tugasnya BIG. Tapi BIG nggak punya kapal, kita minta bantuan BPPT, LIPI dan sebagainya. LIPI dan BPPT juga melakukan kegiatan penelitian pengembangan di laut juga. Mereka juga mengambil data batimetri di luar program kita. Nah, itu juga bisa kita manfaatkan datanya.
Iya. Jadi intinya harus berkolaborasi dengan beberapa unit yang lain. Demikian Sobat Geo yang budiman, kami di BIG, kita semua di BIG punya komitmen bersama untuk menyelenggarakan informasi geospasial, terutama menyelesaikan informasi geospasial dasar dalam 5 tahun ke depan, dan juga melakukan pembinaan pengembangan berbagai informasi geospasial tematik di Indonesia. Sampai bertemu lagi di episode selanjutnya. Terima kasih.
INACORS, or Indonesia Continuously Operating Reference Station, is a permanent geodetic observation station, part of Geodetic Control Network, managed by the Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG. The course development cannot be separated from the work of the BIG to establish and maintain geospatial reference that are used in surveying, mapping, and other geospatial information implementation activities. INA course consists of several components, each with its own function, forming the INA course system. The primary components of the INA course are a GNSS antenna and receiver, a meteorological sensor, and internet connection for streaming data, and other supporting components. The GKH
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the distinguished VIP guests to the International Seminar on United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management. Please give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua, Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, may peace be upon us all. Good morning, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome our guest of honor, the Honorable, the President of the Regional Committee on Un-Ggim for Asia and the Pacific, Mr. Antonius Wijanarto. The Indonesian Chief Hydrographer, Mr. Budi Purwanto. Welcome. The Chairman of the Geospatial Information Agency, Mr. Muh Aris Marfai. The Un-Ggim Secretariat, Mr. Chi Hai Teo. The Chief Executive, Registrar Intellectual Property Office of Singapore, Singapore's Ambassador for Ocean and Law of the Sea, Her Excellency Rena Lee. Co-Chair of the United Nations Working Group on Marine Geospatial Information, Mr. Perry Oy. Chair of the International Hydrographic Organization Marine Spatial Data Infrastructure Working Group, Ms. Kathleen Johnson. Co-Chair of the Open Geospatial Consortium Marine Domain Working Group, Mr. Rafael Ponce. Last but not least, all the honorable delegates, respectable speakers, and all the participants from today's event. A very good morning and warm welcome for each and every one of you. Welcome to Courtyard Bali Nusa Dua Resort, and it's a great honor. I'm Dwi Farah Paine MC for today's Essentials event. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to International Seminar on United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management with the theme Effective and Integrated Marine Geospatial Information Management. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in this precious moment, let us glorify to God for the blessing so we can attend and gather here in this beautiful islands, Bali, Indonesia. Indonesia has a huge diversity in culture and heritage that make it rich in arts and tradition. Bali, also known as the Islands of God, and the Islands of Thousand Temples, Morning of the Word, and Tropical Paradise. We do hope all distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy this beautiful view, delicious food, and have unforgettable moment. And for welcoming all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to present to you a special traditional welcome dance from Bali. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sekar Jepun Dance. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause once again for Sekar Jepun Dance. Sekar Jepun Dance. It's a dance that describes the warmth and happiness for welcoming all distinguished and special guests who come today. And Sekar Jepun Dance comes from the word Sekar and Jepun. Sekar means flowers, and Jepun means Vrangipani or plumeria, which is also known as the flower icon of Badung Regency, Bali, Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests, proceeding to the next agenda, we are delighted to invite Mr. Fajar Triyadi Mugiarto to lead the moment of reflection session. Please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to lead the praying section based on the teaching of Islam. And those who are not Muslim, you are pleased to pray according to each yourself. Let us bow our head for a moment, pray to God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, so that the international seminar on Un-Ggim goes smoothly and benefit us all. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin, Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu, kama yang bagi hamdan yuafi, ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah, di jalali wajhikal karim, wa dinil sultanik. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din, wa afiatan fil jasad, wa ziyadatan fil ilmi, wa barakatan fil rizki, wa taubatan qabla maut, wa rahmatan indal maut, wa magfiratan badal maut. Allahumma magfir lana wali walidaina walil muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat al ahya'i minhum wal amwat, innaka sami'un qaribun mujibun da'wat ya qadiyal hajat. Ya Allah, today on 4 March 2024, in this beautiful place, we gather here for the international seminar on Un-Ggim, the title, Effective and Integrated Marine Geospatial Information Management. Please make this event productive science forum, fostering the exchange of valuable ideas, knowledge, and experiences of scholars, researchers of various disciplines. May the seminar we organize today benefit to our life, broaden our knowledge, sign our idea, and lead us to be successful, productive person, which in turn with boost dignity. Ya Allah, guide and bless our heart and our minds with the light of your guidance. Impart your supreme wisdom upon our activity. Help us to speak our minds clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, so that we are included to the blessed person. Ya Allah, you are the one who can fulfill our doa. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhanaka rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Mugiarto. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, start from 4th of March 2024 until 8th of March 2024, we will have a series of events, including the 6th expert meeting of the Un-Ggim Working Group on Marine Geospatial Information, the 15th meeting of the International Hydrographic Organization Marine Spatial Data Infrastructure Working Group, and the 3rd one, meeting of the Open Geospatial Consortium Marine Domain Working Group and the International Seminar on Un-Ggim. And to find out more about this event, we are going to enjoy this special video. Please enjoy the video.
Water is the dominant geographic feature on the Earth's surface. To sustainably manage the significant portions of the Earth's surface that is covered by water, governments will need to ensure that marine geospatial information management is fully integrated within the wider national digital information ecosystem for evidence-based policy development and decision-making. Geospatial Information Agency of Indonesia, together with the Indonesian Navy's Hydrographic and Oceanographic Center, hosted the 6th expert meeting of the United Nations Working Group on Marine Geospatial Information, the 15th meeting of the International Hydrographic Organization's Marine Spatial Data Infrastructures Working Group, and the 2024 meeting of the Open Geospatial Consortium Marine Domain Working Group within the week-long programs in Bali, Indonesia. The week of those meetings will also incorporate the second international seminar on United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management with the theme Effective and Integrated Marine Geospatial Information Management. The international seminar seeks to share and exchange knowledge, information, and experience, facilitate peer-to-peer engagement and learning, and interact with others related to marine spatial data.
Please give applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well, all the guests, ladies and gentlemen, proceed to the next agenda. We are delighted to invite the President of Regional Committee on Un-Ggim for Asia and the Pacific to deliver the welcoming remarks. To Mr. Antonius Wijanarto, the stage is yours.
G'day. It's Australian way of saying hello. Well, on the 31st of January 2024, when Dr. Nick Brown, the director of the United Nations Center for the Global Geodetic Center of Excellence, conducted his important listening world tour for the Asia-Pacific region, he asked all member states present to rate from 0 to 10 how aware governments in the region have been of the importance of geospatial information to their national development programs. Surprisingly, the range of responses was between 2 and 7. I'm sure that the score will be even worse for marine-related geospatial information, right? Expensive. College, there are at least 3 global agendas that will be probably researched and evaluated by 2030. Sendai Framework, Paris Agreement, and the Sustainable Development Goals. I don't know what any other agenda after that. I don't know. Who knows? Where data will be critical, and we know very well that the Asia-Pacific region is a complex region, located inside the Ring of Fire, prone to all kinds of disasters. Majority are developing countries with diversity of people, languages, cultures, and also accessibility, especially for small island states in the Pacific. More attention is needed for the region. Dear friends, the Integrated Geospatial Information Framework, UN-IGIF, IGIF, people say IGIF, I don't know which one they prefer, provide a comprehensive guide, an integrated way for countries to win the government's heart, for improving integrated geospatial information management and also marine-related geospatial information. The most important here is, the key is to create once and use many times. So, collaboration, partnership, and communication between stakeholders is very important. Finally, on behalf of the Regional Committee of the United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management of Asia Pacific, I would like to thank you, Mrs. Rina Lee, the Ambassador for Oceans and Law of the Sea, who will deliver the keynote speak today, UNGGIM Secretariat, Commander of the Navy's Hydro-Oceanographic of Indonesia, Chairman of the Geospatial Information Agency of Indonesia, and all participants here for making this event possible. One world, one agenda. Thank you, and have a fruitful discussion for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Antonius Wijanarto. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we are thrilled to invite the Indonesian Chief Hydrographer to deliver the remarks. To Mr. Budi Purwanto, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Selamat pagi in Indonesian language. The Honorable Dr. John Nyberg, as Director of IHO, Mr. Antonius Wijanarto, President of the UN GGIM for Asia Pacific, Mr. Muhammad Haris Marfai, the Head of Geospatial Information Agency of Indonesia, Dr. Perry Oey, Co-Chair of the United Nations Working Group on Marine Geospatial Information, and Ms. Kathleen Johnson as the Chair of IHO MSDI Working Group, and Mr. Chris Hemingway, Vice Chair of ISO MSDI Working Group. Distinguished moderators, speakers, United Nations and also ISO member states, representatives, dear esteemed guests and respected participants, it is with great pleasure and honor that I welcome each and every one of you to Bali, Indonesia for this significant gathering focused on the important theme that is effective and integrated marine geospatial information management. Today we gather here to explore and deliberate upon the pivotal role of the hydrographic information in enhancing safety, efficiency and sustainability in marine activities aligning with the World Hydrographic Day 2024 theme. The oceans, covering over 2/3 of our planet, serve as a vast and complex media where a multitude of activities take place, from navigation and trade to environmental monitoring and resource exploration. The effective management of marine geospatial information is paramount in ensuring the safety of maritime operations, optimizing efficiency in navigation, and promoting the sustainable use of our marine resources. As we are dealing with marine geospatial information management, it is imperative to recognize the indispensable role of hydrographic information. Hydrography, the science that deals with the measurement and description of the physical features of the navigable portion of the Earth's surface, plays a crucial part in enhancing safety by providing accurate and up-to-date charts for mariners, and moreover, it contributes significantly to improve the efficiency of marine activities by enabling precise navigation, optimizing routes, and facilitating timely decision-making, and also to support national marine development. Our seminar aims to be a platform for experts and professionals to share insights, discuss challenges, and explore innovation solutions that will propel us towards a future where marine geospatial information management is not only effective, but also seamlessly integrated into our maritime endeavors. The overarching goal is to foster a collaborative environment where knowledge, experience, and technological advancements converge to address the complexities of managing geospatial information in our oceans. As we embark on this intellectual journey, let us remain mindful of the broader implications of our discussions, the safety of seafarers, the efficiency of global trade, and the sustainability of marine ecosystems. And I'm confident that the ideas and expertise enhanced during this seminar will contribute significantly to the collective effort to ensure a safer, more efficient, and sustainable future for marine activities and also to support national marine development. I extend my deepest gratitude to all the speakers, sponsors, and participants for their invaluable contributions to the seminar, and may our deliberations be fruitful, our connection enduring, and our commitment to effective and integrated marine geospatial information management resolution. I wish you all have a fruitful and enlightening seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Budi Purwanto. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please join me to invite the Chairman of Geospatial Information Agency to deliver the opening remarks. To Mr. Muh Aris Marfai, the stage is yours.
Sun is shining outside, create happiness on earth. However, or unfortunately, we have to stay here under the roof for the very dense program today, so there is no chance for you all. Maybe tomorrow. Very good and wonderful morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to welcome one by one the important person. The first Vice Admiral, my colleague Budi Purwanto, the Indonesian Chief Hydrographer. Also, Her Excellency Renali, the Chief Executive Intellectual Property Office of Singapore, Singapore Ambassador for Ocean and Law of the Sea, will be attending online. And also the Commodore Dian Prima S, Assistant of Survey and Chartering Operation, Navi Hydro-Oceanographic Center. Also my colleagues, J. Theo, the Senior Advisor Global Geospatial Information Management. Theo, is there? Oh, okay. See you again and again, Theo. Dr. Antonius Bambang Wijanarko, the President of UNGGIP and Deputy Chairman of the Thematic Geospatial Information. Also Mr. John Neiberg, the Director of the International Hydrographic Organization. Party Oi, the Director Port Service, Chief Hydrographer Advisor, Hydrographic Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore. Also the Rafael Ponchon, the Co-Chair of the Open Geospatial Consortium Marine Domain Working Group. Dear distinguished delegates, given to me in a very long word of the notes, I'll try my best to make it shorter. I'm thrilled to be here today for the 6th expert meeting of the Working Group of Marine Geospatial Information and the International Seminar on United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management with themes effective and integrated marine geospatial information management in this lively setting. As I stand here and greet everyone, I'm also extending an invitation for you all to get and involve and work together to produce positive outcome that will improve geographic management as well as geospatial information for our organization, our nation, our local community, and a broad sense also for the entire planet. BIG, as the Indonesian Geospatial Information Agency, is honored to be host of this fantastic event. We genuinely don't have enough time to arrange every last detail, but thanks goodness, the Hydro-Oceanographic Center of Indonesia and the Secretariat work together to make this happen. BIG, as the Indonesian Geospatial Mapping Agencies, plays an important role in Indonesia Geospatial Information Management. Indeed, BIG needs to foster an environment that allows geospatial information to grow from the point of production to the point of use in daily life. Then this is very tough for us and very challenging. In addition, BIG must ensure that the information and geospatial data fulfill specific criteria for the data to be trustworthy and beneficial to all. The UNGGIM recognized the need to consider the marine environment as a key component of any national geospatial information management arrangement essential for the effective administration, management, and governance of land and marine space, and also the national geospatial resource of member states. The marine geospatial information encompasses inland water bodies and waterways, also coastal zones, seas, and ocean, contribute to the availability and accessibility of the what we call comprehensive location-based information to support government in developing policies, but also in priorities and program, making the decision, as well as measuring and monitoring program, as well as outcomes. At its 13th session was in 2023, the Committee of Experts in Decision 30/111, correct me if I'm wrong, adopted the operational framework for integrated marine geospatial information management comprising the part 1, the strategic overview, and the part 2 also the strategic pathways, and encourage the working group to provide what we call practical support for countries to extend the 9 strategic pathways of the UN-IGIF into the hydro domain. And this is very important for us as well. And the integration of the marine geospatial information into the broader national geospatial information ecosystem. The Committee of Experts further note that the working group would convene its 6th expert meeting and the international seminar in Bali, Indonesia, which is right now today, from 4th up to 8th March 2024, jointly with the 15th meeting of the International Hydrographic Organization Marine Spatial Data Infrastructure Working Group, and the 2024 meeting of the Open Geospatial Consortium Marine Domain Working Group, and encourage increased opportunities for participation by small island states in the region. The 6th expert meeting is actually closed meeting for members of the working group and invited participants. This in-person meeting, which will held tomorrow, allow members of the working group together with invited experts to review, to discuss more detail, as well as to consider the value and recognition of marine geospatial information management within the broader national geospatial information management arrangement that support our national development priorities, including the ability to address climate change or climate-related challenge and improve the resilience. And this in line with this morning talking with you, Theo. The 6th expert meeting is held together with the 15th meeting of the International Hydrographic Organization Marine Spatial Data Infrastructure Working Group and the 2024 meeting of the Geospatial Consortium Marine Domain Working Group within the week-long program. So we will have 4 days for this event. Dear distinguished delegate, the week of the 6th expert meeting will also incorporate the 2nd international seminar on United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management, which is held today, with the theme Effective and Integrated Marine Geospatial Information Management. This international seminar seeks to share and exchange knowledge, information, and experience, as well as to facilitate peer-to-peer engagements and learning, interact, and consider, including the opportunities in leveraging the UN-IGIF Hydro to address cross-cutting challenge in the integrated marine geospatial information management. Indeed, this also issues and us in the national level of Indonesia. The UN-IGIF Hydro and the conservation of sustainable use of the marine biodiversity of area beyond national jurisdiction treaty, and the decade of the ocean science for sustainable development. Also, the seminar will be the integration of the terrestrial, maritime, and cadastral domain, and the complex technical issues related to land and sea interface, which is we are facing more technical issue actually in this case. Also identifying gaps and priority areas for the working group on marine geospatial information management, the IHO Marine Spatial Data Infrastructure Working Group, and the Open Geospatial Consortium Marine Domain Working Group. The international seminar will feature presentation and selected sub-themes with an agenda designed to encourage broad participation and active exchange. It is with the great hope that this occasion serves as a catalyst for all of us to improve our cooperation and expand our knowledge of geographical management. We as a large country, Indonesia, think that we can benefit and contribute to our interaction during these next 5 days. So as a result, in our shared goal of using geographical information management to make the world a better place, we shall all always strive for the development. I think I should stop here, the long notes from me. Thank you, and don't forget, enjoy the Bali as well as enjoy the Indonesia. God bless you all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Marfai. Please remain on stage because we will proceed to the next agenda. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we'll proceed to the next agenda, signing ceremony of cooperation agreement for the Geospatial Information Agency and Indonesia, Nevis Hydro Oceanographic Center. For the signing ceremony, we would like also to invite Vice Admiral Budi Purwanto to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the aim of this agreement is to synchronize the resources and expertise of both organizations in integrating geospatial data and information, as well as their infrastructure and enhancing capacity building to support national coastal and marine activities. Mr. Marfai and Mr. Purwanto, you may sign the letter of agreement. And may we invite, please come forward and show the agreement. Come forward in front of the table, please, sir. Yeah. In front of the table for having photo. Yeah. So this is the sign letter, and we'd like to invite all media photographers to capture this moment of occasion. Please give applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Please still remain on stage. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we'll have a token of appreciation. This is a token exchange. Would like to invite Mr. Muaris Marfai from the Geospatial Information Agency and Mr. Budi Purwanto from the Indonesia Navy's Hydro Oceanographic Center to exchange tokens of appreciation. Please give applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Please still remain on stage. We are going to proceeding to the next agenda. This is bathymetry data handover from the Center for Marine Geological Survey and Mapping of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, the Indonesia Navy's Hydro Oceanographic Center. And the data will be integrated and disseminated by the Geospatial Information Agency. We are delighted to also invite to the stage the head of Center for Marine Geological Survey and Mapping, Mr. Priyatin Hadiwijaya. We'd like also to invite Assistant Survey and Charting Operation of the Indonesia Navy's Hydro Oceanographic Center, Commodore Dian Primana. And the acting head of the Center for Marine and Coastal Mapping, Geospatial Information Agency, Mrs. Ratna Sari Dewi. Mr. Aris Marfai and Mr. Budi Purwanto will be the witness of this handover ceremony. To optimize maritime resources management and utilization, it's imperative to enhance the sustainability integration of national bathymetry data by the national team for Indonesia bathymetry data implementation. This essential collaboration among various stakeholders coordinated by the following institutions. First, the Center for Marine Geological Survey and Mapping of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources as the coordinator of data collection. Second, the Indonesia Navy's Hydro Oceanographic Center as the coordinator of data quality assurance. And third, the Center for Marine and Coastal Mapping of the Geospatial Information Agency as the coordinator of information integration and dissemination. Please give applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Priyatin, Commodore Dian Priman, and Mrs. Ratna Sari Dewi. You may return to your seat. And Mr. Aris Marfai and Mr. Budi Purwanto, please still remain on the stage because we are going to continue for joint opening ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, proceeding to the next agenda, opening ceremony of the international seminars and meetings. We are thrilled to also invite to the stage the President of the Regional Committee on Un-Ggim for Asia and the Pacific, Mr. Antonius Wijanarto, and the Un-Ggim Secretariat, Mr. Chi Hai Teo. To commence this opening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, may we invite, please place your hand together on the screen behind you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be the witness of this opening ceremony. Let's count together. 3, 2, 1. International Seminar United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management has officially begun. Would like to take this opportunity for having photo session. So the first session, we are going to have photo session first. The first session, in the front of the stage. And the second session, please come down from the stage and take the pictures with all the audience, face to the stage, and all the photographers. May we invite, please come to the stage. May we invite all the guests, please rise. We're going to capture the best moment in the Spatial International Seminar on United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management. Give your best smile. 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1. Once again. 3, 2, 1. Freestyle. Yeah, freestyle. Everyone say Bali. 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Thank you, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we'll proceed to the next agenda. We are thrilled to invite the Chief Executive Registrar and Intellectual Property Office of Singapore, Singapore's Ambassador for Ocean and Law of the Sea, Her Excellency Rena Lee, to deliver the keynote presentation through a video recording.
Dr. Apollinaire Joachimson Kailem di Tambela, Prime Minister, Head of Government of Burkina Faso, Madam Mbua Ne Lea Koyasum Dumta, Minister of Trade and Industry of the Central African Republic, Vice President of the OAPI Administrative Council, Mr. Denis Bohusu, Director General of OAPI, Excellencies, distinguished representatives of the OAPI member states, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and a privilege to address the 63rd session of the Administrative Council of the African Intellectual Property Organization, or OAPI, on behalf of the Intellectual Property Office of Singapore, or IPOS. 2023 has undoubtedly been a busy yet exciting year for all of us. I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate DG Bohusu and ORP for the many recent achievements, which include ORP's accession to the Geneva Act of the Lisbon Agreement on appellations of origin and geographical indications for international registrations, and the establishment of a regional network of technology and innovation support centers. The developments at ORP are a reflection of the increasing importance of innovation-driven economic growth both within the continent and beyond. With more than 600 tech hubs across the continent, a bullish venture capital ecosystem with over 400 venture capital deals in just the first half of 2022, and home to 7 startups worth over $1 billion. Africa today is an exciting place to be at. And as I reflect upon the ties between Singapore and the African region, I'm glad that it has grown from strength to strength. Our bilateral trade in goods has grown by about 15% every year between 2019 and 2022, reaching more than $14 billion in 2022. Singapore companies are also actively investing in the African continent, having cumulatively invested almost $24 billion by 2021. Some key sectors of interest include manufacturing, logistics, agri-commodities, and urban solutions. Digitalization and sustainability are also areas of focus for the private sector on both sides. More than ever, the resultant creation of intellectual assets will be critical drivers of socio-economic growth, and intellectual property is now at the forefront of businesses and economies. Recognizing the importance of intellectual property and intangible assets to growth, Singapore launched the Singapore IP Strategy for 2030, which is a comprehensive plan laying out initiatives and programs to support the growth of innovative businesses through their intangibles. International collaborations and partnerships are important pillars of SIPS 2030. For example, IPOS has established a wide network of over 30 patent prosecution highways and global PPH partners, as well as regional programs such as the ASEAN Patent Examination Cooperation and Collaborative Search and Examination programs. And I believe that these programs, which allow for speedier patent grant processes and therefore faster market access, would be especially useful for our businesses as they engage in cross-border investments. IPOS also partnered the World Intellectual Property Office, or WIPO, to deliver virtual training programs on intangible asset management to African enterprises, which saw more than 100 participants. I had the pleasure of meeting colleagues from ORP earlier this year during the WIPO General Assemblies, and we look forward to future collaborations with ORP and other partners so as to increase IP awareness and utilization amongst our businesses and inventors. In closing, I am grateful to have had this opportunity to address the meeting. Singapore remains committed to work together with ORP and to learn from ORP's experience. Together, we can find new opportunities in emerging areas and jointly contribute to a balanced and forward-looking global IP ecosystem. I wish the Council a productive and successful meeting and good health to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Her Excellency Ronald Lee. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we'll proceeding to the next agenda, press conference session for the distinguished VIPs and the press media. Thank you for attending this event. Now, with all due respect, the distinguished VIPs are invited to proceed for the press conference to the room provided. Well, all distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to have coffee break around 15 minutes. And the refreshment is available at the pre-function area. Please note that all the participants, ladies and gentlemen, shall return at 10:50 to continue to the first plenary session. Thank you, and please enjoy the refreshment.
What is the distribution of Indonesia's natural resources? Where are the locations of Indonesia's nature tourism potentials? When do the tides change across Indonesia? Where are the locations of Indonesia's hotspots and ring of fire? Where are the locations for development that are deemed safe from natural disasters and can be used to develop a disaster mitigation system? When the public requires answers, decision makers looking for the geospatially based big picture as a base for all geospatial information layers. We are here. BIG has transformed substantially from 1938 to 2011. Their roles and responsibilities in the field of geospatial in Indonesia have grown so that they can stay relevant with the current day and age. Ultimately, in 2011, our agency was born, along with the enactment of the Spatial Information Law. The Geospatial Information Agency is directly under the President of the Republic of Indonesia, in partnership with the Ministry of National Planning and Development. BIG holds the roles of regulator, implementer, coordinator. We prepare the data and regulation while also implementing them at the same time. As a regulator, BIG is responsible to prepare development policies for geospatial information. As an implementer, BIG has a duty to provide a complete spatial information, a digital system to collect various geospatial information that is accurate and integrated with the national and global coordinate systems. We own geodetic information, or the mapping of the Earth's surface, regional physical objects data, position determinant data, seismic activities data, tidal observation data, meteorology and ionosphere layer data. All is available to use as a starting point to develop Indonesia, which encompass natural resources, infrastructure, disaster mitigation, economy, research, tourism, state defense, and security. In doing their role to compile strategic mapping, BIG always works hand in hand with the associated government bodies. We are partnered with as many as 19 ministries and 34 regional governments. Our duty is to prepare spatial policies that refer to the One Map policy. Guaranteed access to information. Credible information. Proper. That is the quality of information from BIG. That is how we participate in the governing of and in the geospatial literacy of Indonesia's society.
When it's all said and done, did you ever think that you'd be the one who would know me better than I know myself?
Kami dari Badan Informasi Geospasial ini akan melaksanakan kegiatan survei batimetri di sekitar Kepulauan Karimun Jawa. Ini masuk Kabupaten Jepara, Provinsi Jawa Tengah. Kami ada beberapa tim. Yang utama pastinya tim teknis dari Pusat Pemetaan Kelautan dan Lingkungan Pantai yang akan melaksanakan survei batimetri di Kepulauan Karimun Jawa dan sekitarnya. Kemudian ada juga tim dari Pusat Standarisasi dan Kelembagaan Informasi Geospasial atau PSKIG. PSKIG ini akan mencoba mengupdating ya mengadapting SNI survei batimetri. Dengan updating ini beberapa metode, beberapa teknologi dan sebagainya ini akan menjadi masukan penting dalam survei tersebut. Harapannya di bulan Desember standar tersebut bisa diputuskan.
Jadi untuk hari pertama ini kita survei uji implementasi untuk perumusan RSNI survei batimetri menggunakan Un-Ggim. Yang pertama ini kita melakukan atau menguji instrumen di bagian ketelitian dan klasifikasi survei. Nah, untuk saat ini kita menguji di bagian penyediaan titik kontrol serta pengamatan pasut. Nah, untuk penyediaan titik kontrol ini salah satunya kita menguji apakah titik kontrol yang dibangun dan juga diproses itu sudah sesuai di klausul yang di RSNI atau belum. Kalau belum, RSNI-nya kita sesuaikan atau si BM-nya kita sesuaikan atau titik kontrolnya kita sesuaikan dengan ketentuan di RSNI. Kemudian setelah itu kita mengamati pasut yang sudah dibangun di dermaga. Nanti pasutnya ini juga kita amati apakah sesuai dengan RSNI, di klausul RSNI atau belum. Kalau misalnya belum, bagian mana yang perlu diperbaiki, apakah di pengukuran pasutnya atau di RSNI-nya. Karena untuk RSNI ini masih bisa disesuaikan jika ada penyesuaian-penyesuaian yang kita temukan di lapangan. Besok kita melakukan uji dengan instrumentasi yang lain, yaitu pemeruman di kapal. Yang kita lakukan di sini adalah survei uji implementasi untuk survei batimetri pemeruman menggunakan SBAS dan juga MBAS. Nah, untuk masing-masing klausul yang kita uji di dalam survei uji implementasi ini ada 9 proses atau 9 klausul. Yang pertama yaitu ada ketelitian orde yang digunakan, kemudian ada penyediaan titik kontrol, terus kemudian ada pengamatan pasut, pengukuran gelombang suara, kalibrasi alat, pemeruman SBAS maupun MBAS, serta sumber kesalahan dan pemrosesan data. Nah, tujuan dari survei uji implementasi ini adalah melihat bagaimana kesesuaian RSNI yang sudah dibuat, draft 1 RSNI, dengan implementasi di lapangan. Jika ada yang tidak sesuai, apakah di RSNI-nya ataupun di lapangannya, itu nanti kita perbaiki bersama, baik itu ditambahkan yang kekurangan di survei uji implementasinya ataupun di dokumen RSNI-nya. Jika dokumen RSNI-nya dirasa tidak cukup implementatif, maka kita bersama-sama akan mengubah dokumen RSNI-nya. Namun jika RSNI-nya sudah implementatif, terus kemudian ada hal-hal yang perlu dikurangi pada saat surveinya, itu juga bisa surveinya kita ubah. Jadi dokumen RSNI-nya tetap, surveinya berubah atau kebalikan seperti yang tadi. Nah, jika memang sudah selesai survei uji implementasi ini, kita selanjutnya akan melakukan tahap selanjutnya yaitu ratek kedua. Kemudian setelah itu adanya konsensus yang nantinya RSNI ini ditetapkan menjadi SNI.
Pusat Pemetaan Kelautan dan Lingkungan Pantai, Badan Informasi Geospasial, pada tahun ini, tahun 2023, melaksanakan survei batimetri di Taman Nasional Karimun Jawa. PKLP bersama Pusat Standar dan Kelembagaan Informasi Geospasial melaksanakan uji implementasi terkait dengan Standar Nasional Indonesia tentang survei batimetri menggunakan ekosonder. Tentunya uji implementasi ini merupakan salah satu langkah yang baik agar dokumen standar nasional yang nanti dihasilkan akan dapat sesuai dengan prosedur standar yang berlaku. Standar ini mengacu kepada standar internasional, yaitu International Hydrographic Organization. Semoga dengan kegiatan uji implementasi ini dapat dihasilkan dokumen standar yang dapat dipakai oleh siapapun untuk survei dari mulai perencanaan, pelaksanaan survei, pengambilan data, pengolahan, dan juga kontrol kualitas.
As a maritime nation with over 70% of its territory consisting of water, Indonesia requires an institution capable of detailed charting to understand the contents of its seas, serving as a guide for strategic development planning. To fulfill this need, Pusidrosal exists as the legal representative institution of the Indonesian government in the field of hydrooceanography. The history of hydrooceanography in Indonesia began with the establishment of the Navigational Charts Committee by the Dutch East Indies government in 1787. On the 18th of October 1951, Indonesia became a member of the International Hydrographic Organization, and 10 years later, the Hydrographic Office of the Indonesian Navy officially became the Hydrographic Institution of Indonesia under the Presidential Decree number 164 of 1960. Since the 1970s, hydrographic activities in Indonesia have adopted modern methods, including the use of satellites, electronic devices, and acoustics. During this period, the Indonesian Hydrographic Institution engaged in marine surveying, resolving maritime boundary agreements with neighboring countries, international collaborations, and culminated in the successful distributions of electronic navigational charts worldwide in 2009. To support hydrooceanographic mapping activities in Indonesia, Pusidrosal currently operates 7 survey vessels, including 2 multi-purpose survey vessels, namely KRI Rigel 933 and KRI Spica 934, equipped with modern surveying and hydrooceanographic instruments. Some of the activities carried out by Pusidrosal include marine mapping, following cartographic principles and using software that complies with ISO standards. This involves conducting surveys related to bathymetry, oceanography, meteorology, geodetics, and disaster relief. Pusidrosal maintains permanent tide gauge stations that provide real-time data from 10 locations in Indonesian waters, with the number of these stations increasing each year in a programmed manner. The institution processes bathymetric data combining various sources, including satellite data. The collected data is then analyzed and used to determine the bathymetric information, which is managed using the CARIS database and hydrographic production database. The products generated by Pusidrosal are marine and spatial maps designed to cater to the needs of marine navigation, available in both paper or analog and electronic ENC formats at various scales. These maps are updated weekly in accordance with the mandate of the International Maritime Organization's Safety of Life at Sea Conventions. Besides charting the seas, Pusidrosal also engages in mapping lakes and rivers with Indonesian territory to ensure safety and security in navigation. Pusidrosal produces 21 nautical publications, including the Nautical Almanac, Nautical Guide, List of Currents and Tides, List of Indonesian Lighthouses, Indonesian Notice to Mariners, Indonesian Port Information, List of Coastal Radio Stations, and other products. These publications are associated with Indonesian nautical charts and are used as a navigation guide. Additionally, Pusidrosal is currently developing the Indonesian Hydrographic Data Center application to support the needs of the maritime community and One Map policy. Furthermore, Pusidrosal fulfills military functions, serving as a provider of hydrographic information for creating military maritime aspects, supporting operations, exercises, and the development of base facilities and other geospatial products for defense purposes.
Indonesia is an archipelago with the majority of the territory consisting.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may we invite everyone, please come and join us at the ballroom area because we are going to continue for the first plenary session. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who still enjoy the refreshment and the coffee break, may we invite everyone, please kindly join us at Palma Ballroom because we are going to start the first plenary session. Thank you.
recorded and channeled to the Geospatial Information Agency Observation Center and will be processed for any purposes, but mainly for reference system, especially to provide tidal data and ocean tide model. Tide gauge for reference system. Every tide gauge station observing sea level surface all the time. This data will be processed to provide tidal data for any purposes such as coastal engineering, survey and mapping, navigation, and etc. The IG provide 5 data for every single tide gauge station. Highest astronomical tides or HAT, mean high water springs or MHWS, mean sea level or MSL, mean low water spring or MLWS, and lowest astronomical tides or LAT. This data provided for vertical reference system. Tide gauge for tsunami early warning system. Every tide gauge station has multiple sensor observing sea level surface for every 5 seconds. All data will be delivered streamingly to BIG's servers and channeled to the Meteorology, Climatology and Geophysics Agency or BMKG. To support the Indonesia Tsunami Early Warning System or INATUS. This TG data will be used for confirmation of BMKG tsunami model when earthquake occurred. Until now, this TG data is the only one data that used for confirmation to decide that the earthquake caused tsunami or not. What is an ocean tide model? The ocean tide model is representation of sea level rise and fall that can forecast the height of sea level in a modeling area. It is calculated using a combination of data from altimetry satellite collection and observation data from Geospatial Information Agency permanent tidal stations located across Indonesian seas. What is the function of the ocean tide model? The ocean tide model can provide information on tidal harmonic constant or THCS, tidal data, as well as prediction of sea levels at specific location and period in Indonesian sea region. The tide data is also used for other reasons, such as infrastructure development, research and tsunami early warning. Methods of developing an ocean tide model. The ocean tide model is created by combining the observation data of the tides with a sampling rate of 1 hour with SSH altimetry data. High sea level data is generated from 170 BIG tidal stations with a sample rate once an hour. On the other hand, the SSH data is collected through the Radar Altimeter Database System or RADS. Tide data services. Tide gauge data and ocean tide model are accessible for all regions of Indonesia and can be accessed through the srgi.big.go.id website. There, user can search of information related to tidal harmonic constants or tidal data in certain territorial waters.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, may we invite everyone, please kindly join us at the ballroom area because we are going to start the first plenary session. Once again, for those of you who still enjoy the refreshment outside, may we invite everyone, please kindly join us at the Palma Ballroom because we are going to continue for the next session. Thank you.
Indonesia is an archipelago with the majority of the territory consisting of seas. One of the most important pieces of information related to the sea is ocean tide data. It is data derived from observations of measurements.
Once again, we'd like to invite all the guests, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who still enjoy the refreshment, may we continue for the next session? Please come and join us at Palma Ballroom because we are going to start the first plenary session. Once again, all the guests, ladies and gentlemen, please come and join us at Palma Ballroom because we are going to continue for the next session.
Variety of sensors, including a floating gauge, a pressure gauge, and a radar gauge. This data then will be digitally recorded and channeled to the Geospatial Information Agency Observation Center and will be processed for any purposes, but mainly for reference system, especially to provide tidal data and ocean tide model. Tide gauge for reference system. Every tide gauge station observing sea level surface all the time. This data will be processed to provide tidal data for any purposes such as coastal engineering, survey and mapping, navigation, and etc. BIG provide 5 data for every single tide gauge station. Highest astronomical tides or HAT, mean high water springs or MHWS, mean sea level or MSL, mean low water spring or MLWS, and lowest astronomical tides or LAT. This data provided for vertical reference system. Tide gauge for tsunami early warning system. Every tide gauge station has multiple sensor observing sea level surface for every 5 seconds. All data will be delivered streamingly to BIG's servers and channeled to the meteorology, climatology, and geophysics.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's start for the first plenary session about availability and accessibility of marine geospatial information for effective governance of seas and oceans. And the session, which will be moderated by Ms. Kathleen Johnson from the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, United States of America. Let's welcome, ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed moderator, Ms. Kathleen Johnson.
First session, Availability and Accessibility of Marine Geospatial Information for Effective Governance of the Seas and Oceans. To address the growing societal and environmental challenges confronting our world, the availability and accessibility of marine geospatial information is absolutely crucial. The importance of this information transcends agency, industry, and political boundaries, and far surpasses traditional navigational use. Commercial shipping, marine spatial planning, management and conservation of marine resources, and disaster management and response teams, just to name a few, all rely heavily on the availability of authoritative and accurate geospatial information to carry out their missions successfully. The appropriate policies, institutional arrangements, and governance frameworks supplementing the data are essential in aiding leadership at every level to make smart decisions that oversee the use and protection of our seas, oceans, coastal zones, and inland waterways. The following presenters will discuss the availability and accessibility of marine geospatial information for effective governance and responsible utilization of marine spaces, and how to enhance the use of this vital information for sustainable marine governance. First, I would like to invite Mr. Mohammed Arif Shafi, Deputy Chairperson of Base Geospatial Information at the Geospatial Information Agency, Indonesia. Mr. Shafi'i is the President of the International Union of Geodesy and Geophysics Indonesia and the former Chairman of the United Nations Group of Experts on Geographic Names, Southeast Asia Division. Mr. Shafi'i will provide a presentation titled The Development of Marine Geospatial Data and Information in Indonesia. Mr. Shafi'i, you have the floor.
Thank you, Kathleen. These honorable guests, distinguished delegates, allow me to present in the first session the national collaboration on bathymetric data collection in Indonesia. So I changed the title a little bit to bathymetric data collaboration. Next, please. the Okay, let me introduce about BIG, or Geospatial Information Agency of Indonesia. Maybe for those Indonesian citizenship already know about the BIG. So BIG is the government agency who responsible to provide or to organize the geospatial information in Indonesia. So there are some main tasks of BIG. First, BIG is a regulator regarding the geospatial information in Indonesia. And then BIG also the one who has responsibility to provide what we call basic geospatial information, which is consists of geodetic control network and base map. The base map is covering the land, sea, and also the coastal area. We are also the coordinator for geospatial information activity in Indonesia. That's for maybe a little bit introduction by the BIG. So this is the outline that I'm going to present. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is an archipelagic country which consists of about 17,374 islands. The seawater covers about 77% of its total area. So it's about 6.4 million square kilometers. And we have 108,000 kilometers of coastline. So I heard this is the second longest coastline in the world after Canada. We also have EEZ, Economic Exclusive Zone, for about 3 million square kilometers. The territorial water covering 290,000 square kilometers. And the archipelagic waters, the waters inside the archipelagic baseline, it's about 3.1 million square kilometers. So the main use of bathymetric data in Indonesia, as well as the dam, digital elevation model, is to produce the base map. So our base map is integrated for the land area, coastal area, and also the seabed area. And this base map and also the bathymetric data will be used for nautical chart production, spatial planning and zoning, management of marine resource, management of national parks and marine conservation area, and other purposes. We have developed the national DEM, digital elevation model, which represents integrated land and seabed topography. So for land topography, the data source used to generate the dam is ISAR data, interferometric synthetic aperture radar data, and then the radar data from Terasar X, also from ALOS Pulsar. The resolution of this land topography DEM is about 8.25 meters. And then we also have the seabed topography, or DEM. The data source is the bathymetric survey data from various institutions, from BIG, from Agency for Research and Innovation, and then from Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, Ministry of Transportation, and also we use the global bathymetric data for those areas who doesn't have the bathymetric survey data. This resolution of the dam for seabed topography is about 6 arc-second, or approximately 180 meters. So why do we need collaboration in the bathymetric data collection? So in Indonesia, there are several government institutions who conduct the bathymetric survey to support their own tasks and function. For example, BIG require the bathymetric data to produce the Indonesian base map. The Indonesian Hydrographic Office require bathymetric data to produce the nautical chart. BRIN, or Agency for Research and Innovation, to do the research and development in marine area. The Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources to study the marine geology and natural resource exploration. Ministry of Transportation for the management of navigational aid and safe for navigation. As Indonesia is a large country, archipelagic country with 77% of the area consists of waters. So we need this, and none of the institution has complete bathymetric data for the whole country. That's why we need collaboration. So collaboration is a must to fulfill the needs of bathymetric data. And in 2022, the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime and Investment has established a national team for organizing bathymetric data. This is the collaboration mechanism in bathymetric data collection. So on the left is several institutions who collect the bathymetric data. And then we will do the bathymetric data integration. And this bathymetric data will be stored and managed in a national bathymetric data database, which is, will be shared to related institutions. We have two resolution. The low resolution DEM will be disseminated through National Geographic Information Network and open to public, and can be accessible through the web services. For bathymetric data and high resolution DEM, we will publish it or disseminate to restricted to related institution, and also accessible from downloadable link and web services. This is the information system to access the national bathymetric data. So we have a web-based application, so user can see, download the bathymetric data. Regarding the coastline, we have several combined methods to generate the DEM. So we categorize the Indonesian water as follows. We categorize as shallow water and deep water, clear water and turbid water, sea water in front of urban, rural, and forest area. So this water area, sea water area, will be mapped or survey using a different method based on the category. This is what BIG role. So since our base map is an integrated base map for land, coastal, and marine, so we have to provide the marine data or bathymetric data. We have several methods to do the survey. We use a multi-beam echo sounder to produce large-scale base map in waterfront of urban area, and we do the bathymetric survey using single beam echo sounder for waterfront in rural area, and for the forest we also use single beam echo sounder. So I would like to introduce about the Indonesian base map. So as I said before, that Indonesian base map provide geospatial information on land, sea, and coastal area in an integrated manner. The content of this base map are coastline, hypsography, land and topo, land and seabed, hydrography like rivers, lake, etc., geographical names, boundaries, transportation and utilities, building and public facilities, and also land cover. So on the right, bottom right, represent the DEM in the coastal area that we do the survey using the LiDAR bathymetric technology. So this is several use of our bathymetric data in many applications. One example is in ocean accounting. So we do the ocean assets inventory, and BIG is mandated to conduct the bathymetric survey and provide base map in 10 national ocean conservation zones. This is also the ocean account beneficiaries. So we also have an Indonesian marine ecoregion produced using several marine information. Bathymetry is one of the data required to produce this marine ecoregion. We also find some underwater features during the bathymetric survey. The latest one is we found the underwater mountain in south of Java. So as a conclusion, Indonesia has strong vision and interest on marine geospatial data and information since we are archipelagic country with most of the area consists of water. And the national bathymetric data NDM is important as a basic geospatial information where any other thematic information can be overlaid and integrated for analysis. The needs of national bathymetric data can be fulfilled by collaboration between institutions who has tasks and functions related to bathymetric data collection. Integrating marine geospatial information is crucial to maximizing the benefit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shafi'i. Next, I would like to introduce Ms. Ilaria Tani, attorney at law, an adjunct professor of international law of the sea, ocean affairs law and policy, and maritime and aviation law at the University of Milan, Bicocca in Italy. Ms. Tani is the deputy director of the PhD program in marine sciences, technology, and management at the University of Milano, Bicocca. She is a member of the Italian delegation in United Nations and International Hydrographic Organization working groups, where she engages in negotiations and processes related to the law of the sea, including its technical aspects. Ms. Tani is a legal consultant for states, the private sector, and international secretariats on matters related to the law of the sea. She is a former associate legal officer at the Division for Ocean Affairs and the Law of the Sea in Office of Legal Affairs, United Nations. Ms. Tani will provide a presentation titled The Underwater Dimension, New Issues, New Challenges, from a Legal and Geospatial Perspective. Ms. Tani, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It is a privilege to address this distinguished audience. So the past few years have seen many important developments in the underwater domain at a global level, which raise new challenges from a legal and geospatial perspective. The principal problem lies in the fact that some legal frameworks are being developed to cope with these rapidly evolving challenges of the underwater sector, but in some other important cases, the legal frameworks are still lacking. The legal gaps and the challenges that they raise, that I'm about to consider, are of great relevance to geospatial experts, because it would be impossible to even think of exploring legal solutions and developing a set of rules without using geospatial information and leveraging on the expertise of geospatial professionals as a starting point. So in this overview of issues, we must recognize that the perspective of lawyers is the one that sees the ocean, as you see on the screen, as a sort of set of layers, layers which do combine their legal regimes with one another, but remain somehow disaggregated in terms of capability to cope with the sudden introduction of cross-cutting issues. This happens because the ocean has not been really seen in full three-dimensionality. The law of the sea does recognize that the ocean is a unit in a physical sense, but it has been showing some shortcomings once the ocean became a place where new activities substantially overlapped with the existing ones. First of all, the oceans are increasingly crowded spaces. Maritime navigation has traditionally been regarded as an activity involving surface vehicles, the management, the direction of ships. Consequently, the safety of navigation has traditionally been addressed, having almost exclusive regard to maritime activities undertaken by surface vehicles, shipping, fishing, cruising vessels. For sure, localized underwater navigation has been known for quite a long time, the one undertaken by submersibles for marine scientific research, drilling, hydrographic surveys, the laying of cables and pipelines, but the deployment of submarines has been for decades an exclusive domain of the military sector. This context is undergoing profound changes today. The situation that arises nowadays for the underwater dimension is quite similar to when, for the outer space, a transition was observed from the almost exclusive presence of state expeditions to a plurality of medium and small entities, including civilian vehicles, vehicles that can be crewed or unmanned. Many civilian underwater vehicles, let's call them UVs, operate in the underwater dimension, often without certified safety standards, as the recent incident of the Titan has demonstrated. The IMO has issued only guidelines on manned submersibles diving right below the surface, and it has not provided standardized rules for the deployment of civilian UVs diving below a certain depth. The proliferation of unmanned systems on the other side has occurred primarily driven by the oil and gas sector and actually provided significant improvements protecting human life in a potentially hostile environment, enhancing efficiency in terms of maintenance for offshore subsea infrastructures. But currently, the IMO is engaged in developing a regulatory framework only for the so-called maritime autonomous surface ships, MAS. Unmanned UVs are not considered in this context, and regulation, therefore, is still lacking at a global level. As a matter of fact, the IMO's mandate focuses on the shipping industry engaged in international trade, which is a maritime activity that characterizes surface ships. The IMO seems overall reluctant to address underwater navigation, and actually it would be very important that the IMO clarified its position in this regard. In the meantime, we are witnessing instances of potential saturation of the underwater dimension, leading to high risks of interference with critical communication infrastructures and collision with military vehicles. Civilian UVs that operate outside sound regulatory frameworks and technical standards can also pose serious threats to surface vessels when, for example, a fishing vessel entangles its gear in a UV, and to the marine environment, such as in the case of damage to pipelines. Acts of sabotage against underwater infrastructures, as in the Nord Stream case, have placed the vulnerability of critical underwater infrastructures in the spotlight, especially when these infrastructures are located in a relatively accessible seabed. And this matter also calls into question the international responsibility of states in case of pollution due to leaks from pipelines. So the present legal framework concerning the safety of navigation and the prevention of collisions presents substantial gaps because it deals mainly with surface navigation. And why these working groups convened here in Bali this week are so important? Because the present legal gaps can be filled only based on sound geospatial information, which becomes key to the decision-making process that is needed at the international level in a situation of intensely increased underwater traffic. So in a scenario that is also rapidly evolving, bathymetric data and other relevant geospatial and physical information would serve not merely the purpose of preventing the grounding of ships, but moving within a three-dimensional domain, the rational planning of activities involving UVs becomes crucial to avoid dangerous overlapping occurrences in the water column and on the seabed. Crude UVs, moreover, raise another issue, that of safeguarding the life of the persons on board. I just recalled the Titan incident, but the question arises with regards to any manned UV. Underwater tourism is an increasing phenomenon. Last summer in the Mediterranean Sea, we had 4 large private vessels with their own submersibles attached, used for underwater tourism. And the General Assembly has called upon states to work together on the challenge of growing underwater tourism in its resolutions on oceans and the law of the sea. In paragraph 8 of the latest resolution, you can find the wording. The GA addressed the issue with a view to preventing risks such as looting, destruction, illicit trafficking of underwater archaeological heritage, but civilian UVs also raise the challenge of protecting the lives of the people on board. And here we have a gap, because the International Convention on Maritime Search and Rescue, the SAR Convention, addresses the search and rescue of persons in distress at sea through the operation of SAR services that have traditionally operated on the surface, the Coast Guards. For ships in distress, a legal framework does exist. Under the SAR Convention, coastal states declare SAR regions, which fall under the coordination of National Maritime Rescue Coordination Centers. You may see the Mediterranean SAR system on the screen with the various SAR regions. The geographical coordinates of each national SAR region must be promptly notified to the IMO so that everybody is aware of the geographical coverage over which a certain coastal state exercises the responsibility to coordinate a rescue operation. In other words, you know who to call. These regions are not maritime boundaries and may even overlap, as you see in the case of the Maltese and the Italian regions in the south. They extend from the coast of states along a plane, generally coinciding with the flight information regions, without the depths of the waters having any relevance, because rescue operations normally occur on the surface. The Coast Guards throw lifesavers to the shipwrecked on the sea surface. On the contrary, considerations based on the depth are crucial in case of so-called submarine escape and rescue, SMER operations, because these operations are possible only at a few hundred meters below the sea surface. Submarine rescue specialists would attempt a rescue at a maximum depth of 2,000 feet of seawater, about 600 meters. And this means that, contrary to the geospatial delineation of a SAR region, which is completely discretionary, although normally coinciding with the flight information region, any coordination for a submarine escape in geospatial terms would inevitably be based not on a surface line, as in the case of the SAR regions, but on a specific bathymetric line. And the location of this line could also change in time with the advance of technological developments that allow for deeper rescue operations. As of today, the International Submarine Escape and Rescue Liaison Office, is MERLO, coordinates military SMER operations, and there is no legal instruments in place for the rescue of civilian UVs, because beyond the general customary obligation to render assistance at sea. Coast Guards traditionally responsible for SAR do not have the technical means to rescue persons in the depths. The navies do have the means, but not necessarily the mandate under MERLO, which originally has been put in place to respond to military emergencies. The increasing number of UVs would make it an impossible endeavor to ensure that all incidents would be promptly addressed by limited specialized teams and costly resources. So again, the safety of navigation, as traditionally understood, including in the phase of rescue, should be reinterpreted in the light of the growing human presence in the water column. In the case of the Titan, rescuers were looking for UV about the size of a large car in an area the size of Connecticut and in water more than 2 miles deep. The importance of geospatial expertise in forming the legal decision-making process and the importance of authoritative data are self-evident in these crisis scenarios. I will not spend much time on the question of submarine cables because I cannot compete with the expertise of Mr. Evans in this regard, and I look forward to hearing his presentation. Submarine cables are considered critical underwater infrastructures by both the General Assembly and the IHO, and you can see here one of the several operative paragraphs devoted to cables in the latest resolution of the General Assembly on Oceans and the Law of the Sea. To be protected, cables need to be mapped, but not only the actual position of cables, also the operation of cable-lying vessels implies important geospatial considerations. In this regard, the legal framework lacks coherence between the international regulation for preventing collisions at sea, COLREGS, and the 1884 Convention for the Protection of Submarine Telegraphic Cables. The latter provides more objective criteria to ensure that vessels keep beyond a certain distance from a cable-lying vessel or a buoy that is being used for cable repair. Geospatial experts could provide crucial inputs on this and also on exploring ways to enhance the national landing points of infrastructures for digital communication, including by mapping them towards their rationalization and diversification. Otherwise, a major incident to one station could compromise many cables at once. This issue involves exploring the land-sea interface and the integration of terrestrial and maritime cadastral domains, which is a specific action of the 2023-24 work plan of the Un-Ggim Marine Working Group. Continuing our overview towards the end, other international developments of utmost relevance are about to render the underwater picture even more complex. These years could mark the finalization of the regulations on the exploitation of the mineral resources of the area, which is the seabed and ocean floor and subsoil beyond the limits of national jurisdiction. After 2 years since the entry into force of UNCLOS and its implementing agreement on deep seabed mining of 1994, the adoption of the first regulations related to the exploitation phase will mark a milestone moment globally in the field of industrial ocean expeditions. The deep seabed mining activities covered by the plans of work submitted by contractors and approved by the International Seabed Authority take place at abyssal depths. And in these environments, data is collected that can be useful to a variety of other sectors, such as those related to the integrated mapping of the deep seabed, the security of communication systems, the protection of vulnerable ecosystems and its biodiversity, or various objectives of pure scientific research. This suggests that data collected in the area could be fruitfully managed through the establishment of spatial data infrastructure for the area. Moreover, it is important that concurrent activities on the ocean floor do not hinder the development of critical infrastructures such as cables, and at the same time are submitted to sound environmental impact assessments. You may see some of them on the screen. No assessment of all these cumulative effects on the environment and on existing underwater infrastructures would be possible without a robust geospatial data system, which can contribute to ensuring that the rational planning of increasing industrial activities in the same space. Also, the development of standards, for instance, related to distance and time of operations would contribute to prevent conflicts, because some mining contractors have already argued that cable owners proceed at their own risks, or that mining contractors have a right to exclude cable owners from their contract areas, which cover large areas of the seabed in the Pacific and in oceans. UNCLOS, the Convention on the Law of the Sea, does not guide very much on this in this context, providing only for a mutual due regard obligation, reasonable regard obligation. And I'm quoting the best practices for government of the International Cable Protection Committee here. Last but certainly not least, the BBNJ agreement will enter into force sooner or later. The marine genetic material, the marine genetic resources subject to the provisions of the BBNJ agreement, derived among others from the genetic sequences of extremophile organisms of utmost commercial interest, is located in the water column of the high seas and on the international seabed beyond the jurisdiction of states. The BBNJ agreement entails numerous geospatial aspects. It envisions the establishment of so-called area-based management tools, such as PSSAs, including MPAs, which are primarily described as geographically defined areas. And these are crucial tools under the BBNJ agreements, which require complex spatial information management systems that necessarily will have to be taken into account will have to take into account the existing fundamental uses of the same space. First of all, the laying of cables under the law of the sea. Also, the implementation of the objectives of the BBNJ agreement requires the localization of marine genetic resources in vast oceanic areas prior to the collection in situ of MGRs. Information on the geographical areas in which the collection is to be undertaken must be notified to a clearinghouse mechanism under the BBNJ agreement. The BBNJ agreement was crafted by legal experts in the context of complex negotiations within the General Assembly that lasted several years. However, the numerous GIS aspects involved in its implementation will require the integration of expertise from the field of marine geospatial data management and the establishment of integrated spatial data infrastructures. It will be necessary to ensure a rational integration of the new activities under the BBNJ agreement into an increasingly complex system which already involves the necessary presence of the cable industries. The contribution that can be provided by these working groups is evident without any duplication vis-à-vis the upcoming implementing legal activities related to the BBNJ agreement, but rather as a necessary integration. So, to conclude, I would reach the following conclusion. The ocean can no longer be seen as a mere sum of layers, including the surface, the airspace above, the water column, and the seabed, each with its definite set of regulations for isolated activities, but must be understood in its continuous three-dimensionality and increased complexity. This could be possible through the collaboration of geospatial and legal professionals with a view to developing what could be called an ocean spatial planning. We are used to the concept of maritime spatial planning, which, at least under the EU directive, I'm from Italy, so I'm more familiar with that directive, is to be developed by states through national plans, the marine spatial planning, which considers national shipping, transport, fishing, aquaculture, uses of the continental shelf. But these national maritime spatial plans are limited if we consider all the vast areas of the seabed and water column where the new activities are taking place. So, a traditional way of working, the dependency analysis, should be applied in an innovative manner by extending the analysis of ocean interdependencies to the activities taking place also beyond national jurisdiction, both in the water column and the seabed. And the overarching principles of ocean spatial planning should be harmonization and prioritization. In the context of an ocean spatial planning, the very concept of navigation should be reinterpreted in the light of new challenges, and any future regulation must have geospatial expertise as its necessary foundation. Similar to what happened in the past with the development of sets of rules for the safety of navigation under the SOLAS Convention and for rescue operations under the SAR Convention. I see a very crucial role of the IHO in facing these new challenges compared to other international organizations like the IMO or the International Seabed Authority or any future BBNJ institution, because they cannot fully address these new challenges, although all for different reasons. In fact, the IHO is the most equipped organization for what concerns the necessary technical expertise, international standing and leverage, global reach and coordination through national hydrographic services, and capacity building opportunities so that the underwater frontier will not be conquered only by a few states. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tani. I would now like to introduce Mr. Graham Evans, Chairperson of the International Cable Protection Committee, or ICPC, and Managing Director of Global Subsea Cable Business at EGS Survey Group. Mr. Evans is entering a 9th year in an ICPC leadership position, serving 3 years as ICPC Chairman from 2016 to 2019, and 2022 to present, following a 3-year term as ICPC Vice Chairman. Supported by EGS, Mr. Evans has been engaged in ICPC priority outreach initiatives with the International Seabed Authority, ISA, International Hydrographic Organization, and Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction PrepCom and IGC activities at the United Nations, leading 2 side events. Specifically, Mr. Evans has supported ICPC engagement and relationship building with the ISA at both Council and Assembly meetings, leading ICPC side events and a jointly organized ISA-ICPC Deep Seabed Mining and Submarine Cables Workshop in Bangkok and Qingdao. Mr. Evans was architect of and played a key role in developing the MOU that is in place between the ICPC and IHO, with key objectives to develop a unified approach to the charting of submarine cables and cable awareness, achieving the implementation of a new text included with all nautical publications and revisions to the IHO charting specification S4. Mr. Evans continues to be actively engaged with the IHO Hydrographic Services and Standards Committee and chairs the ICPC Charting Working Group. With more than 40 years' experience as a marine geologist and applied geophysicist, Mr. Evans has specialized in submarine cable route planning and survey since 1990, was a contributing author of Submarine Cables, the Handbook of Law and Policy, served on the Sub-Optic Executive Committee from 2007 to 2023, and is an advisor to the annual Submarine Network's World Conference in Singapore, and participated in the National Geographic Drain the Oceans, Mysteries of the China Seas documentary, released in 2018. Mr. Evans will provide a presentation titled Submarine Cable Networks, the Geospatial Context. Mr. Evans, you have the floor.
So I apologize for the length of that bio. It's probably taking up all of my 20 minutes. Right, where we got here, right. So I thought it would be useful for people who don't know what the ICPC is to just briefly explain what we are. We were founded in 1958 as the Cable Damage Committee, and in the 1970s the name was changed to the International Cable Protection Committee. We currently have 215 members, and we represent membership from over 70 countries globally. We generally have a plenary once a year, but this year it's in Singapore, and we have an executive committee of which I keep being conned into chairing, which this year will be in Valencia in Ireland, where the first transoceanic submarine cable was laid in 1858. That cable failed, but in 1866 a replacement cable went into service and was in service for 100 years. And that was actually laid by a gentleman called Cyrus Field. There's a wonderful documentary on PBS channel in the US if you want to see the history of that cable. The ICPC membership represents 98% of in-service cables globally. This gives an impression of where those cables are routed. So what is this global infrastructure? I think we know that it's critical. I think with the pandemic, where we're all locked away in our little houses, we were relying entirely on the internet, social media. Without submarine cables, none of that would have been possible. So 99% of all global international traffic passes through subsea cables, rendering it critical infrastructure. I think that's inescapable. So what is the geospatial context? So geospatial planning is key to developing new cable routes. And the detail within which we develop a new cable route can mean the difference between the success and the failure of a particular cable system. Now, during the route survey, and this is an interesting topic in itself, we generally carry out a survey of a corridor. That corridor is either in deep ocean, a multiple of water depth, or it is a specific defined corridor, either 500 meters wide or sometimes, or less likely these days, 1,000 meters wide. And it's extremely important that the cable engineering that goes into developing these systems, a resilient system, gives the freedom of that developer and those cable route engineers the ability to use all of that corridor if necessary. If there's nothing found within the corridor that's going to threaten or hazard the cable during its lifespan, then of course we only need a very tiny portion of that cable corridor. But very often we do find obstructions or potential hazards within that corridor, and the cable has to be adjusted, its route has to be adjusted around those hazards. So what are the risks of submarine cables? Oh, this animation hasn't worked, which is good, because I was rather fearing that this clicker wouldn't actually drive the animations. But basically what I've got here are two charts. One is relating cable faults. There are about 215, 220 cable faults a year. That doesn't normally cause any great any disruption, except, of course, in the case of Tonga, where the one and only submarine international cable, actually a domestic cable as well, was severely damaged. In fact, 93 kilometers of the international cable was simply destroyed with the Tonga earthquake in 2000, I think it was 22. But in fact, in deep water, there's only 10% of cable faults. The majority of those 200 plus cable faults occur in water depths less than 1,000 meters. And on the right-hand graph, you can see the actual causes of those cable faults, with fishing being the predominant cause of cable faults and anchoring being the next dominant cause of cable faults. I was asked what TP means. I couldn't fit them on these charts. Third party is TP. So there are third party causes, which can be dredging, it can be construction, it could be any manner of other human activities that cause that small percentage of cable faults. And there are other non-defined faults, which are basically to do with the engineering, the electronic failures, and so on. So I think it's very clear that fishing and anchoring are the dominant causes of cable damage. However, I'm sure none of us have escaped some press coverage recently, and it does appear that the press grab hold of the media grabs hold of these incidents. Actually, Ilani talked about the Nord Stream damage to the pipelines. In fact, that spurred a whole bunch of questions about the risks to submarine cables from sabotage. I think the actual chances of sabotage, although it can be quite dramatic, I don't know whether anybody's been watching the news coverage of what's been going on in the Red Sea, but the press have recorded from 15 to 5 cables that have been damaged within the Red Sea through what they thought was malicious acts. In fact, I've just got data that shows that it wasn't malicious acts at all. It was collateral damage. There was a vessel that was severely damaged, and in fact, in the news yesterday, we found that it's just sunk. But because it was damaged, it deployed anchors to help people evacuate the ship. Those anchors dragged across cables and broke 3 cables, not 15. And it wasn't through malicious act. It was accidental. Can we call it accidentally? Let's call it collateral damage from the damage to that ship. That was malicious act. So let's talk a little bit more about geospatial context here. Submarine cables require a certain spacing between each cable. There are very good reasons why we need to have spacing between cables. Typically, the ICPC recommendations are that cables should be spaced 3 times water depth apart. Now, obviously, in very deep water, that can be a vast distance. But there is actually a reason why we need 3 times water depth. And that is that in order to recover a damaged cable, the cable repair ship has to use, somewhat crudely, a grapnel that goes across the cable. When it engages the cable, it will bring up the damaged part of the cable. But if you have cables too close together, you could easily damage an adjacent cable that was not damaged or faulted. So we've been having a lot of discussions about the amount of seabed space this requires. So with precise navigation systems today, we can reduce that, but we need to discuss how we reduce it on a case-by-case basis. In very special circumstances, in Singapore is a good example, actually, where deep burial is required off the cable landing sites with very precise navigation and very specific types of installation tools. You can actually reduce that to 50 meters. But 50 meters in deep water, you cannot space cables 50 meters apart. But we know for a fact that in deep ocean, a 5,000 meter water depth, if you follow the ICPC recommendation, you could be looking at 15 kilometers separation between adjacent cables. We also have to consider crossing angles. The very first cable to be laid, if it had followed a Great Circle route, it would have been perfect, but nobody really thought there was going to be all these cables in the 21st century. So now it's inevitable that when you're planning a new cable route, cables are going to have to cross each other. And there are specific rules about those crossing angles. Typically, we would prefer to have 90-degree crossing angle, but in a submarine cable, crossing a submarine telecommunications cable, we can actually reduce that to 45 degrees. But nevertheless, we can't really go less than 45 degrees. In power cables, that angle, because of IMF fields, that angle has to be 90 degrees, crossing another power cable or passing a telecommunications cable. That all requires seabed space. So I want to go back. I went one too far here. We also need to think about the separation between submarine cables have underwater equipment. They have repeaters, they have joints, they have other types of electronic equipment that is part of the cable design and engineering. So for repeaters, we have to cross a cable 3 times water depth away from that repeater. The reason is that if a repeater fails, which is a very rare event, but if that repeater fails, that repeater needs to be recovered and replaced without damaging any other parts of the system of the cable it's crossing or being crossed by. So I'd really like to thank Alania this morning for her reference to ICPC best practices. Now, I've got a few slides here which are all about the ICPC best practices, but I see I've got 8 minutes, 28 seconds left. And as Perry has alluded to, I'm not famous for keeping on time, but I think I might do it this time. So if anybody is interested in the ICPC best practices, that document is available, freely available on the ICPC website. You don't have to be a member to download it. It's a very, very useful document. I'm just going to skip through a few. These are the general principles that are contained within the best practices. But some of the other issues that are dealt with are fishing and anchoring risks and how to avoid them. We've got fishing and anchoring risks. We've got something here which is, actually this is quite an interesting topic as we are in Indonesia. But a very serious risk to submarine cables within, not just within Indonesian waters, but it is a big risk in Indonesian waters, but also in the Philippines, are fish aggregation devices. Many of these devices are anchored in thousands of meters of water. Many of them are not licensed, many of them not regulated. But during that dreadful tsunami that hit the Makassar Strait 3 or 4 years ago, with a very significant loss of life, the FADs that were all along the Makassar Strait were all moved to a brand new submarine cable that was not yet even in service and caused 8 breaks in that cable. So FADs are a big risk, and we do need to find ways in which FADs can be regulated. And when we're planning a new cable, we try to look where the FADs are, but those FADs move, and they are a big risk, and it is something to bear in mind. And the ICPC best practices does address that question. Spatial separation, we've already talked about that. The best practices goes through all the reasons why we need certain types of spatial separation between adjacent cables. Charting, well, this is something that's close to my heart. As our rather protracted bio suggested, I am the chair of the ICPC Charting Working Group, and I spend quite a bit of time. I think that's where Perry got his idea that I overrun on speeches. But I'm very much active with the Hydrographic Standards and Services Committee, the ICPC, of the IHO. And we've been trying very hard to have, well, we had a major success actually very early on in my engagement, which was to have a text box included on nautical publications, which basically advises mariners to stay away by 2.25 of a nautical mile each side of a charted submarine cable. The accent there is on charted. If the poor old mariner can't see a cable on a chart, he can hardly be held responsible for damaging a cable. But we're also now looking at deep water. Larry has already mentioned the ISA. I've been working with our legal advisor on helping develop the appropriate protections to submarine cables from deep seabed mining threats. They are serious threats because deeper than 2,000 meters, ISA charting specification S4 states that submarine cables should only be charted to 2,000 meters. We are trying to get cables charted to full ocean depth from end to end. And some people will say, well, why do you want to show all these bad actors submarine cables on charts? The bad actors know where the cables are. We don't need to show them. They already know where they are. So what we're trying to do is to protect cables against other types of deep seabed, seabed activities, that deep seabed mining being the one where cables are not protected currently, because cables are only charted to 2,000 meters. I'm slowly working with the IHO on trying to get that changed. So let's just stay with the International Seabed Authority for a moment. And in fact, I noticed that on one of Ilaria's slides, she mentioned Norrie. Actually, Norrie and the Tonga equivalent, which are both owned by the Metals Company, they have attempted to coordinate with the ICPC on their activities mainly in the Clarion-Clipperton zone in the Pacific. What we're trying to do with the regulations is to ensure that deep seabed mining activities during the licensing of exploitation, that there is a coordination between the deep sea mining contractors or would-be contractors and cable owners. And we can provide the help to coordinate that. But at the moment, many of the mining contractors do not want to listen to what we're asking them to do. But the last edition of the exploitation regulations that I've seen, which was at last year's council meeting, we do seem to be achieving something within those regulations that will require deep seabed mining contractors to coordinate with cable owners when they're creating their plans of work, which then will have to be submitted to the Legal and Technical Commission for their evaluation to award a license. The problem is everything that goes on in the LTC within the ISA is in complete secrecy, and we only find out after the license has been awarded whether we're going to be affected, or the submarine cable operators are going to be affected by this. The other thing I want to talk about, and Larry also alluded to this, is we need diversification. We do have choke points in the Red Sea, and this only came about through some of this media speculation about why these cables got damaged there recently. 90% of all data traffic between Asia and Europe has to go through Red Sea submarine cables. Can you imagine the catastrophe it would be if all of those cables were damaged? But not only that, we also find that, particularly in places like Japan, but actually also in Singapore, cables are concentrated at single landing sites or landing points which are very close together. We need more diversification, and we are trying to work with more diversification. I've got 1 minute, 4 seconds left. So, optimization, geography, diversity, we've got that. Right, now then, this is very important. The availability and accessibility of subsea cable geospatial information. A lot of people will go to the ICPC and ask if we have a database. We don't. For all sorts of reasons, I know the IHO wanted us to have a database, but for all sorts of legal reasons, the ICPC cannot hold a database. But all as-laid cables are, the actual positional data of those as-laid cables is provided to each of the hydrographic offices for inclusion on their nautical publications. There is, however, a commercial company, I won't mention it, but if you want to know it, I can speak to you about it offline. There is one company actually based in the UK where you can pay a subscription, and it has a full database of all submarine cables. Not only the cables themselves, but when the cable is repaired, there's a repair byte, and it's where those repair bytes are as well. So that company exists. You can pay a subscription, or you can just buy it on a case-by-case basis. So that's my presentation. I think I'm about 10 seconds over. Parry, I'm not keeping everybody from lunch. Any questions, ask me, please. Best practices you can get online. If you have a problem with that, ask me and I can make sure you get a copy of the best practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. So this will start the question and answer portion of session 1. So if you have a question for one of our presenters, I invite you to raise your hand, and I believe a microphone will come to you. Yes.
Testing. I have a question for each of the speakers, if you don't mind. First is to Pak Arif. It's a big challenge for you to get the collaboration among agencies. How do you manage to do that? Because even in Singapore, a small country, trying to coordinate between agencies is very difficult. Question for Ms. Tani is, BBNJ is an opportunity, but what is your priority in terms of whether it's your underwater traffic or is it cables? And for my good friend Grant Evans, other than charting, is there a way in which you can use other technology? For example, having pingers on cables where it doesn't have to be charted, but you can actually, if your echo sounder can receive signals, that there's cables. Are there such technology available? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for the questions. So yes, that in Indonesia there are several institutions who doing the bathymetry survey, and it is challenging to manage all of this. Of course, one of the way to manage this actually we coordinate and integrate the program planning. So we usually like right now, we are planning for the next 5-term national development planning, and we put all the program, synchronize the program, so there is no overlap area. So each institution, of course, do the bathymetry survey for their own purpose, but we need to use the same standard to do that. So it is easily to integrate and put in the same repository, the copy of the data, do the quality control and quality assurance. So, and we share, we do the data sharing from this repository. So we have an information system to access that. And of course, in the near future, maybe next 2 months, in May, we are going to have a meeting with all of these institutions to prepare everything about how to collaborate, how to integrate and synchronize the program. So that's the main thing. Hope that answered the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. The BBNJ agreement was negotiated because the legal community in the General Assembly wanted to fill a gap, which is an old gap. Back in the 70s, when the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea was negotiated, they couldn't even think of exploiting marine genetic resources of the deep seabed and the water column beyond national jurisdiction. They were all focusing on the deep seabed mining. But paradoxically, the deep seabed mining became something to be postponed and postponed for 30 years almost, while the exploitation of genetic resources became very easy, very soon. And so people realized there was a legal gap to fill. It is not a priority in terms of, there are other problems to be solved, of course. What the legal community has tried to do is to stop the over-exploitation and to avoid an over-exploitation of resources that could benefit all. Negotiations were very long and demanding, but in the end they reached at least this good objective of the benefit sharing, of the sharing of the benefits deriving from these resources. It's a paradox because they filled an old gap very late, while the deep seabed mining was regulated since the 70s, since the 80s. The convention was adopted in 1982. It had to be modified, radically modified through the implementing agreement of 1994. But then the deep seabed mining has not yet started. So this is the paradox. We already have patents out of genetic sequences of extremophile organisms used for cosmetic creams or whatever, and we do not have yet an agreement in force. But we have industries ready to exploit the seabed that has been waiting for 30 years to do so, even though a regulation was already in place. So this is the paradox. DB&J is not the priority if you think about all the problems that we discussed. There are issues of utmost importance, like the protection of communication systems. 95% of the data go through cables, not through satellites, and we use smartphones and all these devices because cables exist. I see a risk in the increasing, in the increase in an unregulated increase of underwater traffic in terms of risks of collisions, simply as that, and in terms of risks to security and safety. So maritime navigation has been always considered as a surface activity, basically, and now we must think also of a regulation, a sound regulation for underwater navigation. Thank you. I hope I answered the question.
Thanks, Parry, for the question. It's actually a very interesting question because we've looked at this several times, actually. So one context, for example, in the deep ocean, and this has come out of the workshops we've done with the ISA, and that is, what is the accuracy to which we know where a submarine cable is in 5,000 meters of water? Now, some cable installers will tell you it's 5% of water depth. Some more ambitious installers will say it's 3% of water depth. In a workshop that I was asked to attend in Changsha a few years ago, I was asked the same question, basically. But we were talking about long baseline acoustics, and we know that deep seabed mining contractors, for example, use long baseline acoustics for positioning their equipment. And if we knew what type of equipment they were using, we could bring in how proximate a deep seabed mining activity could be to a charted submarine cable, which would definitely take into consideration that accuracy. But so how do we improve on that? One of the ways that we've considered improving on that is by using sacrificial transponders on deep sea only cables in deep water, where you could put a compact transponder on a cable and it would be deployed as the cable was being laid. Either they could be released at some point and collected, or they could simply just be sacrificial. That would certainly improve the knowledge of where cables are in the deep ocean. In shallow water, we're always being asked to find cables without them being on charts. And one of the ways we do that, two ways, if it's buried, we can use, and if it's in shallow water and the cable is armored, then you can use a magnetometer. And with the types of magnetometers that are available at the moment, you can locate cables, even if they're buried to 1 meter, 1.5 meters, you can detect it with a magnetometer. Whereas cables are surface laid in shallow water, even in relatively deep water, as long as they're surface laid, you can quite often pick up a cable on side scan sonar. So we haven't thought of putting transponders on shallow water cables, but we think there are other ways of detecting them without them actually being on a chart. In deep water, we have given a lot of thought to how we can know whether a cable is in very deep water by either sacrificial transponders. Nobody's done it yet, but it is something that is actively being thought about. Does that answer your question?
Thank you very much. I would like to invite any more questions. Raphael, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have questions for the three panelists too. For Mr. Parif of PAG, my first question is about, you mentioned in your presentation the use of vertical datums. For land, you mentioned the geoid, and for water, you mentioned 3 astronomical datums. So my question to you is, how do you see the challenge in harmonizing geodetic datum with 3 astronomical datums, mainly when you integrate land and sea? It's a very technical question, so I don't expect a full class here, but how do you address if this is an issue here for you? For Ilaria, I have another question, a comment and a question. My first comment is about, you mentioned that the ocean must be understood as a 3-dimensional entity, or in a context of 3 dimensions. And I would like to add, is more like a 4-dimensional, is time-enabled too. And when you talk about water column, it's very important to model that water column in the 4 dimensions. So it's the height, depth, and width, and time, because the changes in the ocean are very important. So that's my comment. And my question is about, you mentioned many different aspects, legal aspects in high seas and in the deep waters, but what about pollution control in the high seas? We know that coast guards and authorities control their pollution issues in their national waters, territorial sea, EEZ, but what about international waters? What about the high seas? Who surveys, who takes care of potential bunkering or dumping of materials and polluting the high seas? And for Mr. Evans, my question is about, because of the relevance and the strategic aspects of submarine cables, have you considered the possibility of maybe developing an S100 product specification for submarine cables? Okay. Yes, that's an easy one. Thank you.
Mr. Shafi, would you like to start?
Thank you. Interesting. This is the challenge of Indonesia actually, which consists of 17,000, more than 17,000 islands, and we have to have a unified vertical datum. So we are now operating and managing about 260 tidal stations across Indonesia, and we also have developed the tidal datum, 5 tidal datum from HAT, highest astronomical tide, mean high water spring tide, mean sea level, mean low water spring, and low astronomical tide. So this tidal datum refer to the geoid. So we also have a nationwide geoid. And this geoid and the tidal datum also connected to the ellipsoid reference, which is WGS-ST4. So we have, from this tidal station, we developed the national model of tide datum. So that means we can refer, for example, at any place, any location in the sea, what is the distance from to the tidal datum and also to the geoid. So yeah, we have this connection. So by these 3 ellipsoid reference, which is WGS-84, a national tidal datum, and geoid, we have connection between these 3, and yeah, we can connect each other.
Thank you very much for your question and for your comment about that time. I took note of it. It's very important for me to learn from your expertise. And about the high seas, the pollution on the high seas. The problem is that on the high seas there is the exclusive jurisdiction of the flag state over the vessel that flies its flag. So the exclusive jurisdiction of the flag state on the vessel implies that only the flag state will be in charge of prosecuting any, let's say, voluntary act of pollution in the high seas. States are parties to conventions. One of these important conventions against pollution is MARPOL. The acronym is MARPOL. And MARPOL actually divides the seas also in huge areas, including areas of high seas. For instance, the entire Mediterranean Sea is a MARPOL area under specific annexes to MARPOL, to the MARPOL Convention. Various annexes to the MARPOL Convention address various polluting substances. So there are various annexes listing polluting substances, and states that have vessels flying their flag, navigating in those areas, must comply with the annexes to MARPOL. So this is, let's say, the only way that so far the law of the sea has foreseen in order to prevent pollution in the high seas. The exclusive jurisdiction of the flag state over its vessels on the high seas encounters a couple of exceptions. One exception is the right of visit, but unfortunately, when the UNCLOS, when the convention was drafted, was negotiated and adopted, nobody thought of considering voluntary pollution acts within the list of activities that justify the right of visit over a foreign vessel on the high seas, because of course that would be that would not be acceptable for many vessels, and states didn't want to put this in the convention. So the right of visit is provided in case of unauthorized broadcasting, for instance, in cases of piracy, suspected acts of piracy on board a certain vessel on the high seas, but no acts of voluntary pollution. The second exception to the exclusive jurisdiction of the flag state is the hot pursuit that is conducted by the coastal authorities, and it allows the coastal authorities to actually pursue a vessel that is trying to escape towards the high seas after, for example, having infringed the laws and regulations of the coastal state within its marine waters, within its maritime spaces, that is the internal waters, the territorial sea, the exclusive economic zone. So if there is a voluntary act of pollution or a pollution event that contradicts the laws and regulation of the coastal state, and the vessel is still within the maritime spaces of the coastal state, the coastal authorities may chase the vessel that is trying to reach the high seas, and they can actually continue the chase when the vessel is in the high seas. So this is an exception to the exclusive jurisdiction of the flag state when the vessel is on the high seas. The continuous chase of the vessel, the chase must be continuous. It is called hot pursuit because the chase must be continuous. And the chase must stop, however, when the vessel enters the territorial sea of another state. So if the vessel succeeds in polluting the territorial sea of one state and enter the territorial sea of another state, the chase must stop because a chase of a vessel, of a foreign vessel within the territorial sea of somebody else would infringe the navigation regime of the other coastal state in its territorial sea. There is just the innocent passage right of foreign vessels, and two vessels chasing each other in the territorial sea of somebody else would infringe the right of innocent passage. So in the high seas, there are only conventions that regulate the matter, and states parties to those conventions have vessels, because they have vessels flying their flags, and they are supposed to comply with those conventions. Conventions that cover the entire sea, not just spaces within national jurisdiction, but also, as I said, large areas, like the Mediterranean Sea is one MARPOL area under various annexes to MARPOL. I hope I answered the question. Sorry for my voice, I'm a bit...
Even though I gave you a very quick answer, the fact is for the intelligence that resides within the ICPC, We are working towards a product specification for S100 for submarine cables. We've had discussions actually I've had discussions initially with the MSDI working group some years ago, but that didn't really go anywhere. And then we were accused of overthinking it. So right now we're trying to not overthink it, but we do realize we have to do it. And I don't know, I should sort of mention this, but anyway, I had a few conversations with the UK HO about this, and there has been a suggested way of them helping with putting a product specification together for submarine cables. A little bit longer answer than just my quick yes.
Thank you very much. In closing, I would like to thank, again, our distinguished presenters from Session 1, Mr. Mohammed Arif Shafivi, Ms. Ilaria Tani, and Mr. Graham Evans. It has been a pleasure to hear of your ongoing work, and we very much appreciate you taking the time to be here today. This is the part where I'll attempt to summarize our rich conversation, so bear with me. Mr. Shafi'i discussed the impressive geospatial initiatives going on in Indonesia, including the Indonesian base map and the National Bathymetric Data, DEM, and the collection of many data sets in the infrastructure requiring impressive governance across domains. Ms. Tani did a great job highlighting existing regulations for marine activities, and especially where some work is still needed, and the importance of these legal frameworks, especially noting the frameworks that were gaps, especially noting where the gaps in the framework still exist. Geospatial information is key to decision-making and for appropriate regulations, particularly in the mindset of an ocean spatial planning. Mr. Evans provided an in-depth overview of the ICPC and the indispensable value of submarine cables. He noted the risks associated with submarine cables and the regulatory requirements for installation and maintenance, noting ICPC best practices and the availability and accessibility of submarine cable information. One personal note, these presentations were very much not only about safety of navigation and traditional charting, but overlapped highly with the IHO, which is sometimes made up of hydrographic offices traditionally interested in safety of navigation as we know it. Some big themes were collaboration, of course, and that integration is essential to get the full benefits of marine data, specifically in the land-sea interface or coastal zone. Appropriate governance frameworks are essential to complete this work. The importance of effective governance was highlighted in all three presentations and is solidified as a pillar to enabling the availability and accessibility of marine geospatial information. So thank you again very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please give applause to moderator and speakers for sharing such an insightful information. Please still remain on stage because after this there will be a token of appreciation. May we invite moderator and all the speakers, please come forward in front of the table. Ladies and gentlemen, after this we are going to proceeding to the next token of appreciation, and would like to invite Deputy for Geospatial Information Infrastructure of the Geospatial Information Agency, Mr. Ibnu Sofyan, to deliver the token of appreciation. May we take a moment for having a photo together? In the middle, Mr. Ibnu. So please look at the camera. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please give applause for the first plenary session. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we still have second and the third plenary session, but before that, before we have a break for lunch, we're going to invite you, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to proceed to the next agenda with viewing the second part of the video featuring Her Excellency. So the speakers and the moderator, you may come back to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll proceed with viewing the second part of the video featuring Her Excellency Rena Lee, who served as the Chief Executive Registrar Intellectual Property Office of Singapore, Singapore's Ambassador for Ocean and Law of the Sea.
Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from Singapore. My name is Reina, and I'm very sorry that I am not able to join you in Bali. I would have loved to be there with everyone, but I'm sorry it was not possible. So let me start first by thanking the hosts of this international seminar on global geospatial information management for your very kind invitation for me to share my thoughts with you, even though I could not be there in person. In particular, my thanks go to Badan Informasi Geospatial Indonesia, or the Geospatial Information Agency of Indonesia, Pusat Hydrografi dan Oceanografi Angkatan Laut Indonesia, or the Indonesian Navy Hydrography and Oceanography Center, the United Nations and its Secretariat for the Committee of Experts on Global Geospatial Information Management. I understand they are supported by the International Hydrographic Organization, or IHO, and Open Geospatial Consortium, as well as representatives of member states, regional organizations, and stakeholder groups. All views expressed are my own. When I first started to think about what I wanted to say, I realized that the seminar would be held on 4th March. And exactly 1 year ago today, a group of us were at the UN headquarters in New York, about to embark on what would turn out to be a marathon 36 non-stop day and night of negotiations. At the end of this final day a year ago, we emerged with the final text of what you today know as the BBNJ Agreement, or to give it its full title, the Agreement under UNCLOS on the Conservation and Sustainable Use of Marine Biological Diversity of Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction. Today, 1 year from the conclusion of final negotiations on the BBNJ Agreement, and 6 months since the agreement was open for signature by states, I'm very happy to report that we are off to a good start, with 87 signatures and 2 ratifications already. And the focus now has therefore moved from negotiations to implementation, meaning to say we are moving from what to do to how to do. And this is where you, as geospatial experts, come in. The general objective of the BBNJ Agreement is the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. It has 4 main sections on marine genetic resources, including the fair and equitable sharing of benefits, measures such as area-based management tools, including marine protected areas, environmental impact assessments, and capacity building and the transfer of marine technology. From my perspective, marine geospatial data and information is relevant in the implementation of all areas of the BBNJ Agreement. Time does not permit me to go into detail on where and how marine geospatial data and information can contribute to the implementation of the BBNJ Agreement. But let me give you a couple of examples. First, a very straightforward example under Article 12 of the BBNJ Agreement. This provision provides that when marine genetic resources are collected in situ, parties are required to notify the BBNJ clearinghouse mechanism of information, including, and I quote, a report detailing the geographical area from which marine genetic resources were collected, including information on the latitude, longitude, and depth of collection. To give another example, when parties propose the establishment of area-based management tools, which may include marine protected areas, under Article 19 of the BBNJ Agreement, they are required to include a geographic or spatial description of the area that is the subject of the proposal, referencing indicative criteria set out in the agreement, such as rarity, fragility, and representativeness. And while there is no explicit provision, capability and capacity to access and utilize marine geospatial data and information would also be relevant in the implementation of the BBNJ agreement. As such, it is important to have common interoperable standards for such marine geospatial data and information that supports the implementation of the BBNJ agreement. Such data and information standards, in my layman's view, allow for comparability of research data, information, and outputs emanating from a variety of sources. In turn, such comparison allows for the development of cleaner, more robust, more comprehensive data on the state of the oceans, both across space and time. For example, in terms of assessing species abundantness and representativeness. The time dimension is important because, among other things, it helps us to identify which are the vulnerable species and the degree of species degradation. The space dimension is also relevant. The areas beyond national jurisdiction are so vast that the ability to harness marine geospatial data and information for accurate assessments becomes important. As well, the oceans, whether we are speaking about the different species in the ocean or the climate of the ocean areas, or even the geology of the oceans, do not recognize the boundary between the exclusive economic zones and the high seas, or between the continental shelf and the deep seabed or the area. So in this respect, your theme for the seminar, From Shores to High Seas, is so very apt. In preparing for this address, I came across the concept of Marine Spatial Data Infrastructure, or MSDI, in an IHO paper. And I understand that the IHO has a Marine Standards and Data Infrastructure Working Group. I should caveat that I do not know how widespread the adoption of this concept is, but I did note that one pillar of the MSDI is technical standards. The development of standards for marine geospatial data and information that can support the implementation of the BBNJ agreement is very important in achieving the objective of conservation and sustainable use. To get to such standards, cooperation and leadership are critical. It's not helpful if different groups are promulgating a variety of standards. So I was very pleased to learn that following today's seminar, there will be joint meetings of the United Nations Working Group on Marine Geospatial Information, IHO's Marine Spatial Data Infrastructure Working Group, and the Open Geospatial Consortium Marine Domain Working Group. I'm told that there is a coordinated agenda for these joint meetings, and I hope that you can collectively lead the effort and show the way forward. The reason I am pleased is that one of the driving forces behind the BBNJ effort, why we embarked on the negotiations in the first place, was the need for greater coherence, coordination, and cooperation at the global level among the different global, sectoral, and regional bodies involved in global governance. in ocean governance. There is a specific provision in the BBNJ Agreement on International Cooperation, and throughout the BBNJ Agreement, you will find references to the BBNJ institutions such as the COP and the scientific and technical body working with relevant bodies. So the leadership that you are showing in holding such joint meetings is cause for optimism. And I hope that others can learn from your example of leadership in cooperation. Your discussions today on marine geospatial information and ocean governance, advancing conservation and sustainable use, as well as on partnerships and innovations, can help to advance work on the implementation of the BBNJ Agreement. I therefore wish you all thought-provoking and fruitful discussions that will take our collective work in ocean governance forwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please give applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Her Excellency Ronelli. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next we are going to have lunch break session. You are invited to have lunch at Momo Restaurant, which is located in ground floor, and especially for VVIP. Also at ground floor, a private dining room at Momo Cafe. And for prayer room, ladies and gentlemen, is located at the Krisan room. Krisan 1 room, and you can find out the direction outside. While waiting, you may also take a best moment because we have a special documentation, 360 photo near the registration table or near the lift. You may take a special moment today. And please note that all delegates would really appreciate you go back to this Palma Ballroom before 1:30 p.m. Before 1:30 p.m. so that we can start the next session for the second panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your lunch until we meet again at 1:30 p.m. Thank you.
Did you know? There are still boundaries of the village or ward administrative areas in Indonesia that have yet to be fully mapped and have no legality. As a result, the development is disorganized and regional budgets are determined in a variety of ways. Regional autonomy in Indonesia leaves the determination of territorial boundaries delegated to each local government. In practice, not all regions are able to do so, due to limited human resources available to process the geospatial information boundaries. Therefore, the Center for Boundary Mapping, or PPBW, which is obliged in mapping regional and state boundaries in the Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG, is present in the determination and affirmation of the boundaries of villages or wards at the central level. Presidential Regulation Number 23 of 2021 on amendment to Presidential Regulation Number 9 of 2016 on acceleration of the One Map Policy, or OMP, demanding legality at village or ward boundaries. This requires an acceleration strategy in the determination and affirmation of these boundaries. PPBW BIG provides technical training to district or city level boundary determination and affirmation teams so that villages and wards may independently follow up on indicative boundary maps until the legality of the boundaries is obtained. From 2013 to 2021, the Center for Boundary Mapping managed to become a technical facilitator for all villages or wards in Indonesia, allowing boundaries to be clearly mapped despite the fact that not all of them are legal or have legality. From 2013 to 2015, the Center for Boundary Mapping organized adjudication of boundaries in villages or wards. From 2016 to 2017, had their cartometric boundaries delineated. From 2020 to 2021, held a technical agreement on the boundaries of the village or ward administrative areas. 2022 onwards, PPBW will conduct coaching and supervision in the implementation of determination and affirmation of village boundaries independently by the local government. Participatory mapping schemes or self-tracking will continue to be used. PPBW will guide and monitor each stage of the implementation. A reasonable boundary of an area is useful for providing legal certainty that meets technical and juridical aspects, the requirements for population administration and licensing, maximizing spatial utilization, determining the development site of an underdeveloped village, calculating the allocation of village funds. Therefore, in order to achieve good regional governance and sustainable development, all communities and stakeholders must play an active role in determining and affirming territorial boundaries until legality is established. Build Indonesia, start from the village. Do you know? The Center of Marine and Coastal Mapping, or PPKLP, is one of the institutions in the Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG, tasked with conducting basic surveys and mapping for elements of geospatial data and basic marine and coastal environmental geospatial information across Indonesia. PPKLP is responsible for providing base maps, including land and sea maps that are now integrated in the Indonesia Topographic Map, or RBI, throughout Indonesia. So, why do the seas and coastal environment need to be surveyed? As an archipelago, 2/3 of Indonesia's territory is the sea. Indonesia is also one of the countries with the world's longest coastline. Therefore, basic marine mapping is useful for conservation and natural resources, cruise navigation, state sovereignty, territory planning, and etc. Then, what methods do PPKLP use for seabed mapping? Basically, in order to do accurate seabed mapping, PPKLP used 3 types of methods, namely 1. Light detection and ranging, or LiDAR, is a technique for detecting and measuring objects on the Earth's surface that uses the principle of laser light reflection. LiDAR uses light to identify objects that are transmitted into LiDAR coordinates used on the shoreline. 2. The Unmanned Surface Vehicle, or USV, is an unmanned vehicle operated on the surface of the shallow water. As for satellite-derived bathymetry, or SDB, is defined as one of the methods used to obtain bathymetry data using optical satellite image data sources. Both methods are used in shallow waters unreachable by large vessels. 3. The Multi-Beam Echo Sounder, or MBES, is a sonar emitting device used to obtain topographic images of the bottom of the seabed, or sounding, and hydrographic surveys. MBES is installed on survey ships for seabed mapping to get a 3D model of the seabed. Then, what are the results of mapping look like? All mapping methods will be processed into data in object points before processed into an Indonesia topographic map or RBI. The RBI is a basic map that provides information specifically for land and sea area. The basic map and RBI results are published through tanahair.indonesia.go.id. Anyone can access the site, be it academics, researchers, government, private, practitioners, students, and etc. Those who are still curious, let us go to the BIG to get the results of mapping and other related data.
Extending more than 17,000 islands, Indonesia is a perfect example of an archipelago. Indonesia's complex landscapes present many challenges in providing a national geodetic reference system. Apart from GeoID, tidal data is also used as an alternative to fulfill demands for the vertical reference system. Tidal data is also used for the purpose of ship navigation, natural disasters, and maritime studies. The Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG, has 170 tide stations located throughout Indonesia. We use 3 types of sensors in data recording: radar, pressure, and float sensors. These 3 sensors act as a backup for one another in case one of the sensors experiences failure. Tidal data recorded in the field is later validated and processed using the least square method to generate tidal datums. The tidal data quality is continuously refined, particularly to fulfill the needs for navigational purposes and natural disasters monitoring. The current tidal data utilizes a 5-second interval streaming feature supported by GPRS communication system. However, in several areas with underdeveloped infrastructure, communication remains an issue. The demand for speedy and accurate data has become even more important today. Therefore, addressing communication issue is vital in data provision partnerships, particularly for data required by the Indonesia's Tsunami Early Warning System, or INETUS, which involves other government agencies as BIG's partners. As a long-term objective towards 2024, BIG will continue to build tidal stations in various locations in Indonesia. BIG will also involve academics from Bandung Institute of Technology to develop tidal model. These efforts are carried out to continuously improve data quality, which will be useful particularly for natural disasters management, maritime studies, and the development of large-scale mapping. Extending more than 17,000 islands, Indonesia is a perfect example of an archipelago. Indonesia's complex landscapes present many challenges in providing a national geodetic reference system. Apart from GeoID, tidal data is also used as an alternative to fulfill demands for the vertical reference system. Tidal data is also used for the purpose of ship navigation, natural disasters, and maritime studies. The Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG, has 170 tide stations located throughout Indonesia. We use 3 types of sensors in data recording: radar, pressure, and float sensors. These 3 sensors act as a backup for one another in case one of the sensors experiences failure. Tidal data recorded in the field is later validated and processed using the least square method to generate tidal datums. The tidal data quality is continuously refined, particularly to fulfill the needs for navigational purposes and natural disasters monitoring. The current tidal data utilizes a 5-second interval streaming feature supported by GPRS communication system. However, in several areas with underdeveloped infrastructure, communication remains an issue. The demand for speedy and accurate data has become even more important today. Therefore, addressing communication issue is vital in data provision partnerships, particularly for data required by the Indonesia's Tsunami Early Warning System, or INETUS,
which involves other government agencies as BIG's partners. As a long-term objective towards 2024, BIG will continue to build tidal stations in various locations in Indonesia. BIG will also involve academics from Bandung Institute of Technology to develop tidal model. These efforts are carried out to continuously improve data quality, which will be useful particularly for natural disasters management, maritime studies, and the development of large-scale mapping. Extending more than 17,000 islands, Indonesia is a perfect example of an archipelago. Indonesia's complex landscapes present many challenges in providing a national geodetic reference system. Apart from GeoID, tidal data is also used as an alternative to fulfill demands for the vertical reference system. Tidal data is also used for the purpose of ship navigation, natural disasters, and maritime studies. The Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG, has 170 tide stations located throughout Indonesia. We use three types of sensors in data recording: radar, pressure, and float sensors. These three sensors act as a backup for one another in case one of the sensors experiences failure. Tidal data recorded in the field is later validated and processed using the least square method to generate tidal datums. The tidal data quality is continuously refined, particularly to fulfill the needs for navigational purposes and natural disasters monitoring. The current tidal data utilizes a 5-second interval streaming feature supported by GPRS communication system. However, in several areas with underdeveloped infrastructure, communication remains an issue. The demand for speedy and accurate data has become even more important today. Therefore, addressing communication issue is vital in data provision partnerships, particularly for data required by the Indonesia's Tsunami Early Warning System, or INETUS, which involves other government agencies as BIG's partners. As a long-term objective towards 2024, BIG will continue to build tidal stations in various locations in Indonesia. BIG will also involve academics from Bandung Institute of Technology to develop tidal model. These efforts are carried out to continuously improve data quality, which will be useful particularly for natural disasters management, maritime studies, and the development of large-scale mapping. Extending more than 17,000 islands, Indonesia is a perfect example of an archipelago. Indonesia's complex landscapes present many challenges in providing a national geodetic reference system. Apart from GeoID, tidal data is also used as an alternative to fulfill demands for the vertical reference system. Tidal data is also used for the purpose of ship navigation, natural disasters, and maritime studies. The Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG, has 170 tide stations located throughout Indonesia. We use three types of sensors in data recording: radar, pressure, and float sensors. These three sensors act as a backup for one another in case one of the sensors experiences failure. Tidal data recorded in the field is later validated and processed using the least square method to generate tidal datums. The tidal data quality is continuously refined, particularly to fulfill the needs for navigational purposes and natural disasters monitoring. The current tidal data utilizes a 5-second interval streaming feature supported by GPRS communication system. However, in several areas with underdeveloped infrastructure, communication remains an issue. The demand for speedy and accurate data has become even more important today. Therefore, addressing communication issue is vital in data provision partnerships, particularly for data required by the Indonesia's Tsunami Early Warning System, or INETUS, which involves other government agencies as BIG's partners. As a long-term objective towards 2024, BIG will continue to build tidal stations in various locations in Indonesia. BIG will also involve academics from Bandung Institute of Technology to develop tidal model. These efforts are carried out to continuously improve data quality, which will be useful particularly for natural disasters management, maritime studies, and the development of large-scale mapping. Extending more than 17,000 islands, Indonesia is a perfect example of an archipelago. Indonesia's complex landscapes present many challenges in providing a national geodetic reference system. Apart from GeoID, tidal data is also used as an alternative to fulfill demands for the vertical reference system. Tidal data is also used for the purpose of ship navigation, natural disasters, and maritime studies. The Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG, has 170 tide stations located throughout Indonesia. We use three types of sensors in data recording: radar, pressure, and float sensors. These three sensors act as a backup for one another in case one of the sensors experiences failure. Tidal data recorded in the field is later validated and processed using the least square method to generate tidal datums. The tidal data quality is continuously refined, particularly to fulfill the needs for navigational purposes and natural disasters monitoring. The current tidal data utilizes a 5-second interval streaming feature supported by GPRS communication system. However, in several areas with underdeveloped infrastructure, communication remains an issue. The demand for speedy and accurate data has become even more important today. Therefore, addressing communication issue is vital in data provision partnerships, particularly for data required by the Indonesia's Tsunami Early Warning System, or INETUS, which involves other government agencies as BIG's partners. As a long-term objective towards 2024, BIG will continue to build tidal stations in various locations in Indonesia. BIG will also involve academics from Bandung Institute of Technology to develop tidal model. These efforts are carried out to continuously improve data quality, which will be useful particularly for natural disasters management, maritime studies, and the development of large-scale mapping. Extending more than 17,000 islands, Indonesia is a perfect example of an archipelago. Indonesia's complex landscapes present many challenges in providing a national geodetic reference system. Apart from GeoID, tidal data is also used as an alternative to fulfill demands for the vertical reference system. Tidal data is also used for the purpose of ship navigation, natural disasters, and maritime studies. The Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG, has 170 tide stations located throughout Indonesia. We use three types of sensors in data recording: radar, pressure, and float sensors. These three sensors act as a backup for one another in case one of the sensors experiences failure. Tidal data recorded in the field is later validated and processed using the least square method to generate tidal datums. The tidal data quality is continuously refined, particularly to fulfill the needs for navigational purposes and natural disasters monitoring. The current tidal data utilizes a 5-second interval streaming feature supported by GPRS communication system. However, in several areas with underdeveloped infrastructure, communication remains an issue. The demand for speedy and accurate data has become even more important today. Therefore, addressing communication issue is vital in data provision partnerships, particularly for data required by the Indonesia's Tsunami Early Warning System, or INETUS, which involves other government agencies as BIG's partners. As a long-term objective towards 2024, BIG will continue to build tidal stations in various locations in Indonesia. BIG will also involve academics from Bandung Institute of Technology to develop tidal model. These efforts are carried out to continuously improve data quality, which will be useful particularly for natural disasters management, maritime studies, and the development of large-scale mapping. Extending more than 17,000 islands, Indonesia is a perfect example of an archipelago. Indonesia's complex landscapes present many challenges in providing a national geodetic reference system. Apart from GeoID, tidal data is also used as an alternative to fulfill demands for the vertical reference system. Tidal data is also used for the purpose of ship navigation, natural disasters, and maritime studies. The Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG, has 170 tide stations located throughout Indonesia. We use three types of sensors in data recording: radar, pressure, and float sensors. These three sensors act as a backup for one another in case one of the sensors experiences failure. Tidal data recorded in the field is later validated and processed using the least square method to generate tidal datums. The tidal data quality is continuously refined, particularly to fulfill the needs for navigational purposes and natural disasters monitoring. The current tidal data utilizes a 5-second interval streaming feature supported by GPRS communication system. However, in several areas with underdeveloped infrastructure, communication remains an issue. The demand for speedy and accurate data has become even more important today. Therefore, addressing communication issue is vital in data provision partnerships, particularly for data required by the Indonesia's Tsunami Early Warning System, or INETUS, which involves other government agencies as BIG's partners. As a long-term objective towards 2024, BIG will continue to build tidal stations in various locations in Indonesia. BIG will also involve academics from Bandung Institute of Technology to develop tidal model. These efforts are carried out to continuously improve data quality, which will be useful particularly for natural disasters management, maritime studies, and the development of large-scale mapping. Extending more than 17,000 islands, Indonesia is a perfect example of an archipelago. Indonesia's complex landscapes present many challenges in providing a national geodetic reference system. Apart from GeoID, tidal data is also used as an alternative to fulfill demands for the vertical reference system. Tidal data is also used for the purpose of ship navigation, natural disasters, and maritime studies. The Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG, has 170 tide stations located throughout Indonesia. We use three types of sensors in data recording: radar, pressure, and float sensors. These three sensors act as a backup for one another in case one of the sensors experiences failure. Tidal data recorded in the field is later validated and processed using the least square method to generate tidal datums. The tidal data quality is continuously refined, particularly to fulfill the needs for navigational purposes and natural disasters monitoring. The current tidal data utilizes a 5-second interval streaming feature supported by GPRS communication system. However, in several areas with underdeveloped infrastructure, communication remains an issue. The demand for speedy and accurate data has become even more important today. Therefore, addressing communication issue is vital in data provision partnerships, particularly for data required by the Indonesia's Tsunami Early Warning System, or INETUS, which involves other government agencies as BIG's partners. As a long-term objective towards 2024, BIG will continue to build tidal stations in various locations in Indonesia. BIG will also involve academics from Bandung Institute of Technology to develop tidal model. These efforts are carried out to continuously improve data quality, which will be useful particularly for natural disasters management, maritime studies, and the development of large-scale mapping. Extending more than 17,000 islands, Indonesia is a perfect example of an archipelago. Indonesia's complex landscapes present many challenges in providing a national geodetic reference system. Apart from GeoID, tidal data is also used as an alternative to fulfill demands for the vertical reference system. Tidal data is also used for the purpose of ship navigation, natural disasters, and maritime studies. The Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG, has 170 tide stations located throughout Indonesia. We use three types of sensors in data recording: radar, pressure, and float sensors. These three sensors act as a backup for one another in case one of the sensors experiences failure. Tidal data recorded in the field is later validated and processed using the least square method to generate tidal datums. The tidal data quality is continuously refined, particularly to fulfill the needs for navigational purposes and natural disasters monitoring. The current tidal data utilizes a 5-second interval streaming feature supported by GPRS communication system. However, in several areas with underdeveloped infrastructure, communication remains an issue. The demand for speedy and accurate data has become even more important today. Therefore, addressing communication issue is vital in data provision partnerships, particularly for data required by the Indonesia's Tsunami Early Warning System, or INETUS, which involves other government agencies as BIG's partners. As a long-term objective towards 2024, BIG will continue to build tidal stations in various locations in Indonesia. BIG will also involve academics from Bandung Institute of Technology to develop tidal model. These efforts are carried out to continuously improve data quality, which will be useful particularly for natural disasters management, maritime studies, and the development of large-scale mapping. Extending more than 17,000 islands, Indonesia is a perfect example of an archipelago. Indonesia's complex landscapes present many challenges in providing a national geodetic reference system. Apart from GeoID, tidal data is also used as an alternative to fulfill demands for the vertical reference system. Tidal data is also used for the purpose of ship navigation, natural disasters, and maritime studies. The Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG, has 170 tide stations located throughout Indonesia. We use three types of sensors in data recording: radar, pressure, and float sensors. These three sensors act as a backup for one another in case one of the sensors experiences failure. Tidal data recorded in the field is later validated and processed using the least square method to generate tidal datums. The tidal data quality is continuously refined, particularly to fulfill the needs for navigational purposes and natural disasters monitoring. The current tidal data utilizes a 5-second interval streaming feature supported by GPRS communication system. However, in several areas with underdeveloped infrastructure, communication remains an issue. The demand for speedy and accurate data has become even more important today. Therefore, addressing communication issue is vital in data provision partnerships, particularly for data required by the Indonesia's Tsunami Early Warning System, or INETUS, which involves other government agencies as BIG's partners. As a long-term objective towards 2024, BIG will continue to build tidal stations in various locations in Indonesia. BIG will also involve academics from Bandung Institute of Technology to develop tidal model. These efforts are carried out to continuously improve data quality, which will be useful particularly for natural disasters management, maritime studies, and the development of large-scale mapping. Extending more than 17,000 islands, Indonesia is a perfect example of an archipelago. Indonesia's complex landscapes present many challenges in providing a national geodetic reference system. Apart from GeoID, tidal data is also used as an alternative to fulfill demands for the vertical reference system. Tidal data is also used for the purpose of ship navigation, natural disasters, and maritime studies. The Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG, has 170 tide stations located throughout Indonesia. We use three types of sensors in data recording: radar, pressure, and float sensors. These three sensors act as a backup for one another in case one of the sensors experiences failure. Tidal data recorded in the field is later validated and processed using the least square method to generate tidal datums. The tidal data quality is continuously refined, particularly to fulfill the needs for navigational purposes and natural disasters monitoring. The current tidal data utilizes a 5-second interval streaming feature supported by GPRS communication system. However, in several areas with underdeveloped infrastructure, communication remains an issue. The demand for speedy and accurate data has become even more important today. Therefore, addressing communication issue is vital in data provision partnerships, particularly for data required by the Indonesia's Tsunami Early Warning System, or INETUS, which involves other government agencies as BIG's partners. As a long-term objective towards 2024, BIG will continue to build tidal stations in various locations in Indonesia. BIG will also involve academics from Bandung Institute of Technology to develop tidal model. These efforts are carried out to continuously improve data quality, which will be useful particularly for natural disasters management, maritime studies, and the development of large-scale mapping. Extending more than 17,000 islands, Indonesia is a perfect example of an archipelago. Indonesia's complex landscapes present many challenges in providing a national geodetic reference system. Apart from GeoID, tidal data is also used as an alternative to fulfill demands for the vertical reference system. Tidal data is also used for the purpose of ship navigation, natural disasters, and maritime studies. The Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG, has 170 tide stations located throughout Indonesia. We use three types of sensors in data recording: radar, pressure, and float sensors. These three sensors act as a backup for one another in case one of the sensors experiences failure. Tidal data recorded in the field is later validated and processed using the least square method to generate tidal datums. The tidal data quality is continuously refined, particularly to fulfill the needs for navigational purposes and natural disasters monitoring. The current tidal data utilizes a 5-second interval streaming feature supported by GPRS communication system. However, in several areas with underdeveloped infrastructure, communication remains an issue. The demand for speedy and accurate data has become even more important today. Therefore, addressing communication issue is vital in data provision partnerships, particularly for data required by the Indonesia's Tsunami Early Warning System, or INETUS, which involves other government agencies as BIG's partners. As a long-term objective towards 2024, BIG will continue to build tidal stations in various locations in Indonesia. BIG will also involve academics from Bandung Institute of Technology to develop tidal model. These efforts are carried out to continuously improve data quality, which will be useful particularly for natural disasters management, maritime studies, and the development of large-scale mapping. Extending more than 17,000 islands, Indonesia is a perfect example of an archipelago. Indonesia's complex landscapes present many challenges in providing a national geodetic reference system. Apart from GeoID, tidal data is also used as an alternative to fulfill demands for the vertical reference system. Tidal data is also used for the purpose of ship navigation, natural disasters, and maritime studies. The Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG, has 170 tide stations located throughout Indonesia. We use three types of sensors in data recording: radar, pressure, and float sensors. These three sensors act as a backup for one another in case one of the sensors experiences failure. Tidal data recorded in the field is later validated and processed using the least square method to generate tidal datums. The tidal data quality is continuously refined, particularly to fulfill the needs for navigational purposes and natural disasters monitoring. The current tidal data utilizes a 5-second interval streaming feature supported by GPRS communication system. However, in several areas with underdeveloped infrastructure, communication remains an issue. The demand for speedy and accurate data has become even more important today. Therefore, addressing communication issue is vital in data provision partnerships, particularly for data required by the Indonesia's Tsunami Early Warning System, or INETUS, which involves other government agencies as BIG's partners. As a long-term objective towards 2024, BIG will continue to build tidal stations in various locations in Indonesia. BIG will also involve academics from Bandung Institute of Technology to develop tidal model. These efforts are carried out to continuously improve data quality, which will be useful particularly for natural disasters management, maritime studies, and the development of large-scale mapping. Extending more than 17,000 islands, Indonesia is a perfect example of an archipelago. Indonesia's complex landscapes present many challenges in providing a national geodetic reference system. Apart from GeoID, tidal data is also used as an alternative to fulfill demands for the vertical reference system. Tidal data is also used for the purpose of ship navigation, natural disasters, and maritime studies. The Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG, has 170 tide stations located throughout Indonesia. We use three types of sensors in data recording: radar, pressure, and float sensors. These three sensors act as a backup for one another in case one of the sensors experiences failure. Tidal data recorded in the field is later validated and processed using the least square method to generate tidal datums. The tidal data quality is continuously refined, particularly to fulfill the needs for navigational purposes and natural disasters monitoring. The current tidal data utilizes a 5-second interval streaming feature supported by GPRS communication system. However, in several areas with underdeveloped infrastructure, communication remains an issue. The demand for speedy and accurate data has become even more important today. Therefore, addressing communication issue is vital in data provision partnerships, particularly for data required by the Indonesia's Tsunami Early Warning System, or INETUS, which involves other government agencies as BIG's partners. As a long-term objective towards 2024, BIG will continue to build tidal stations in various locations in Indonesia. BIG will also involve academics from Bandung Institute of Technology to develop tidal model. These efforts are carried out to continuously improve data quality, which will be useful particularly for natural disasters management, maritime studies, and the development of large-scale mapping. Extending more than 17,000 islands, Indonesia is a perfect example of an archipelago. Indonesia's complex landscapes present many challenges in providing a national geodetic reference system. Apart from GeoID, tidal data is also used as an alternative to fulfill demands for the vertical reference system. Tidal data is also used for the purpose of ship navigation, natural disasters, and maritime studies. The Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG, has 170 tide stations located throughout Indonesia. We use three types of sensors in data recording: radar, pressure, and float sensors. These three sensors act as a backup for one another in case one of the sensors experiences failure. Tidal data recorded in the field is later validated and processed using the least square method to generate tidal datums. The tidal data quality is continuously refined, particularly to fulfill the needs for navigational purposes and natural disasters monitoring. The current tidal data utilizes a 5-second interval streaming feature supported by GPRS communication system. However, in several areas with underdeveloped infrastructure, communication remains an issue. The demand for speedy and accurate data has become even more important today. Therefore, addressing communication issue is vital in data provision partnerships, particularly for data required by the Indonesia's Tsunami Early Warning System, or INETUS, which involves other government agencies as BIG's partners. As a long-term objective towards 2024, BIG will continue to build tidal stations in various locations in Indonesia. BIG will also involve academics from Bandung Institute of Technology to develop tidal model. These efforts are carried out to continuously improve data quality, which will be useful particularly for natural disasters management, maritime studies, and the development of large-scale mapping. Extending more than 17,000 islands, Indonesia is a perfect example of an archipelago. Indonesia's complex landscapes present many challenges in providing a national geodetic reference system. Apart from GeoID, tidal data is also used as an alternative to fulfill demands for the vertical reference system. Tidal data is also used for the purpose of ship navigation, natural disasters, and maritime studies. The Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG, has 170 tide stations located throughout Indonesia. We use three types of sensors in data recording: radar, pressure, and float sensors. These three sensors act as a backup for one another in case one of the sensors experiences failure. Tidal data recorded in the field is later validated and processed using the least square method to generate tidal datums. The tidal data quality is continuously refined, particularly to fulfill the needs for navigational purposes and natural disasters monitoring. The current tidal data utilizes a 5-second interval streaming feature supported by GPRS communication system. However, in several areas with underdeveloped infrastructure, communication remains an issue. The demand for speedy and accurate data has become even more important today. Therefore, addressing communication issue is vital in data provision partnerships, particularly for data required by the Indonesia's Tsunami Early Warning System, or INETUS, which involves other government agencies as BIG's partners. As a long-term objective towards 2024, BIG will continue to build tidal stations in various locations in Indonesia. BIG will also involve academics from Bandung Institute of Technology to develop tidal model. These efforts are carried out to continuously improve data quality, which will be useful particularly for natural disasters management, maritime studies, and the development of large-scale mapping. Extending more than 17,000 islands, Indonesia is a perfect example of an archipelago. Indonesia's complex landscapes present many challenges in providing a national geodetic reference system. Apart from what is the distribution of Indonesia's natural resources? Where are the locations of Indonesia's nature tourism potentials? When do the tides change across Indonesia? Where are the locations of Indonesia's hotspots and ring of fire? Where are the locations for development that are deemed safe from natural disasters and can be used to develop a disaster mitigation system? When the public requires answers, decision makers looking for the geospatially based big picture as a base for all geospatial information layers. We are here. BIG has transformed substantially from 1938 to 2011. Their roles and responsibilities in the field of geospatial in Indonesia have grown so that they can stay relevant with the current day and age. Ultimately, in 2011, our agency was born, along with the enactment of the Spatial Information Law. The Geospatial Information Agency is directly under the President of the Republic of Indonesia, in partnership with the Ministry of National Planning and Development. BIG holds the roles of regulator, implementer, coordinator. We prepare the data and regulation while also implementing them at the same time. As a regulator, BIG is responsible to prepare development policies for geospatial information. As an implementer, BIG has a duty to provide a complete spatial information, a digital system to collect various geospatial information that is accurate and integrated with the national and global coordinate systems. We own geodetic information, or the mapping of the Earth's surface, regional physical objects data, position determinant data, seismic activities data, tidal observation data, meteorology and ionosphere layer data. All is available to use as a starting point to develop Indonesia, which encompass natural resources, infrastructure, disaster mitigation, economy, research, tourism, state defense, and security. In doing their role to compile strategic mapping, BIG always works hand in hand with the associated government bodies. We are partnered with as many as 19 ministries and 34 regional governments. Our duty is to prepare spatial policies that refer to the One Map policy. Guaranteed access to information. Credible information. Proper. That is the quality of information from BIG. That is how we participate in the governing of and in the geospatial literacy of Indonesia's society. What is the distribution of Indonesia's natural resources? Where are the locations of Indonesia's nature tourism potentials? When do the tides change across Indonesia? Where are the locations of Indonesia's hotspots and ring of fire? Where are the locations for development that are deemed safe from natural disasters and can be used to develop a disaster mitigation system? When the public requires answers, decision makers looking for the geospatially based big picture as a base for all geospatial information layers. We are here. BIG has transformed substantially from 1938 to 2011. Their roles and responsibilities in the field of geospatial in Indonesia have grown so that they can stay relevant with the current day and age. Ultimately, in 2011, our agency was born, along with the enactment of the Spatial Information Law. The Geospatial Information Agency is directly under the President of the Republic of Indonesia, in partnership with the Ministry of National Planning and Development. BIG holds the roles of regulator, implementer, coordinator. We prepare the data and regulation while also implementing them at the same time. As a regulator, BIG is responsible to prepare development policies for geospatial information. As an implementer, BIG has a duty to provide a complete spatial information, a digital system to collect various geospatial information that is accurate and integrated with the national and global coordinate systems. We own geodetic information, or the mapping of the Earth's surface, regional physical objects data, position determinant data, seismic activities data, tidal observation data, meteorology and ionosphere layer data. All is available to use as a starting point to develop Indonesia, which encompass natural resources, infrastructure, disaster mitigation, economy, research, tourism, state defense, and security. In doing their role to compile strategic mapping, BIG always works hand in hand with the associated government bodies. We are partnered with as many as 19 ministries and 34. What is the distribution of Indonesia's natural resources? Where are the locations of Indonesia's nature tourism potentials? When do the tides change across Indonesia? Where are the locations of Indonesia's hotspots and ring of fire? Where are the locations for development that are deemed safe from natural disasters and can be used to develop a disaster mitigation system? When the public requires answers, decision makers looking for the geospatially based big picture as a base for all geospatial information layers. We are here. BIG has transformed substantially from 1938 to 2011. Their roles and responsibilities in the field of geospatial in Indonesia have grown so that they can stay relevant with the current day and age. Ultimately, in 2011, our agency was born, along with the enactment of the Spatial Information Law. The Geospatial Information Agency is directly under the President of the Republic of Indonesia, in partnership with the Ministry of National Planning and Development. BIG holds the roles of regulator, implementer, coordinator. We prepare the data and regulation while also implementing them at the same time. As a regulator, BIG is responsible to prepare development policies for geospatial information. As an implementer, BIG has a duty to provide a complete spatial information, a digital system to collect various geospatial information that is accurate and integrated with the national and global coordinate systems. We own geodetic information, or the mapping of the Earth's surface, regional physical objects data, position determinant data, seismic activities data, tidal observation data, meteorology and ionosphere layer data. All is available to use as a starting point to develop Indonesia, which encompass natural resources, infrastructure, disaster mitigation, economy, research, tourism, state defense, and security. In doing their role to compile strategic mapping, BIG always works hand in hand with the associated government bodies. We are partnered with as many as 19 ministries and 34 regional governments. Our duty is to prepare spatial policies that refer to the One Map policy. Guaranteed access to information. Credible information. Proper. That is the quality of information from BIG. That is how we participate in the governing of and in the geospatial literacy of Indonesia's society. What is the distribution of Indonesia's natural resources? Where are the locations of Indonesia's nature tourism potentials? When do the tides change across Indonesia? Where are the locations of Indonesia's hotspots and ring of fire? Where are the locations for development that are deemed safe from natural disasters and can be used to develop a disaster mitigation system? When the public requires answers, decision makers looking for the geospatially based big picture as a base for all geospatial information layers. We are here. BIG has transformed substantially from 1938 to 2011. Their roles and responsibilities in the field of geospatial in Indonesia have grown so that they can stay relevant with the current day and age. Ultimately, in 2011, our agency was born, along with the enactment of the Spatial Information Law.
The data becomes one of the precious assets in this digital information era. Including geospatial data, play a role to support decision and policy making through comprehensive analysis. As an example, geospatial information that has been processed from geospatial data can be used to support Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, in Indonesia. Geospatial information may be used to formulate policies and carry out geospatial-related activities. Why is geospatial data necessary to support SDGs? Indonesia has enacted Presidential Decree, or Perpres, number 59 of 2017 on implementing the achievement of SDGs. This regulation states that National Action Plan, or NAP, of SDGs should be synchronized with National Midterm Development Plan. According to the SDGs target, Indonesia's SDG achievements rose slowly between 2016 and 2020. Then, Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG, with its competency in data processing and geospatial information, formulated a geospatial information roadmap for Golden Indonesia by 2045. BIG will integrate geospatial and statistical data to be processed into spatial data. Through a One Data, One Map policy, the integration among social welfare, inclusive economy, and habitable environment will realize sustainable development in Indonesia. The role of geospatial information in the SDGs. Implementations of geospatial information to support sustainable development are: 1. Organizing a competition of geospatial-based application development to support SDGs, which is available to all Indonesian students. 2. Creating prototype of SDGs mapping at village level by integrating statistical and spatial data. The result will be reported in the Un-Ggim Working Group 3 Forum. 3. Mapping the area of rice fields throughout Indonesia by means of the Natural Resource Balance Method. This accurately mapped data will give an impact on the effectiveness of the state budget revenue and expenditure, including subsidy of fertilizer, agricultural tools, and seeds. Balance mapping of natural resource has been also used for other commodities, for instance, palm oil and corn. Through One Map policy in Indonesia, we expect all existing data can be visualized spatially and integrated for each part in the sustainable development. Therefore, Golden Indonesia can be achieved. Data becomes one of the precious assets in this digital information era. Including geospatial data play a role to support decision and policy making through comprehensive analysis. As an example, geospatial information that has been processed from geospatial data can be used to support Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, in Indonesia. Geospatial information may be used to formulate policies and carry out geospatial-related activities. Why is geospatial data necessary to support SDGs? Indonesia has enacted Presidential Decree or Perpres number 59 of 2017 on implementing the achievement of SDGs. This regulation states that National Action Plan or NAP of SDGs should be synchronized with National Midterm Development Plan. According to the SDGs target, Indonesia's SDG achievements rose slowly between 2016 and 2020. Then, Geospatial Information Agency or BIG, with its competency in data processing and geospatial information, formulated a geospatial information roadmap for Golden Indonesia by 2045. BIG will integrate geospatial and statistical data to be processed into spatial data. Through a One Data, One Map policy, the integration among social welfare, inclusive economy, and habitable environment will realize sustainable development in Indonesia. The role of geospatial information in the SDGs. Implementations of geospatial information to support sustainable development are: 1. Organizing a competition of geospatial-based application development to support SDGs, which is available to all Indonesian students. 2. Creating prototype of SDGs mapping at village level by integrating statistical and spatial data. The result will be reported in the Un-Ggim Working Group 3 Forum. 3. Mapping the area of rice fields throughout Indonesia by means of the Natural Resource Balance Method. This accurately mapped data will give an impact on the effectiveness of the state budget revenue and expenditure, including subsidy of fertilizer, agricultural tools, and seeds. Balance mapping of natural resource has been also used for other commodities, for instance, palm oil and corn. Through One Map policy in Indonesia, we expect all existing data can be visualized spatially and integrated for each part in the sustainable development. Therefore, Golden Indonesia can be achieved. Data becomes one of the precious assets in this digital information era. Including geospatial data play a role to support decision and policy making through comprehensive analysis. As an example, geospatial information that has been processed from geospatial data can be used to support Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, in Indonesia. Geospatial information may be used to formulate policies and carry out geospatial-related activities. Why is geospatial data necessary to support SDGs? Indonesia has enacted Presidential Decree or Perpres number 59 of 2017 on implementing the achievement of SDGs. This regulation states that National Action Plan or NAP of SDGs should be synchronized with National Midterm Development Plan. According to the SDGs target, Indonesia's SDG achievements rose slowly between 2016 and 2020. Then, Geospatial Information Agency or BIG, with its competency in data processing and geospatial information, formulated a geospatial information roadmap for Golden Indonesia by 2045. BIG will integrate geospatial and statistical data to be processed into spatial data. Through a One Data, One Map policy, the integration among social welfare, inclusive economy, and habitable environment will realize sustainable development in Indonesia. The role of geospatial information in the SDGs. Implementations of geospatial information to support sustainable development are: 1. Organizing a competition of geospatial-based application development to support SDGs, which is available to all Indonesian students. 2. Creating prototype of SDGs mapping at village level by integrating statistical and spatial data. The result will be reported in the Un-Ggim AP Working Group 3 forum. 3. Mapping the area of rice fields throughout Indonesia by means of the natural resource balance method. This accurately mapped data will give an impact on the effectiveness of the state budget revenue and expenditure, including subsidy of fertilizer, agricultural tools, and seeds. Balance mapping of natural resource has been also used for other commodities, for instance, palm oil and corn. Through One Map policy in Indonesia, we expect all existing data can be visualized spatially and integrated for each part in the sustainable development. Therefore, Golden Indonesia can be achieved. Data becomes one of the precious assets in this digital information era. Including geospatial data play a role to support decision and policy making through comprehensive analysis. As an example, geospatial information that has been processed from geospatial data can be used to support Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, in Indonesia. Geospatial information may be used to formulate policies and carry out geospatial-related activities. Why is geospatial data necessary to support SDGs? Indonesia has enacted Presidential Decree or Perpres number 59 of 2017 on implementing the achievement of SDGs. This regulation states that National Action Plan or NAP of SDGs should be synchronized with National Midterm Development Plan. According to the SDGs target, Indonesia's SDG achievements rose slowly between 2016 and 2020. Then, Geospatial Information Agency or BIG, with its competency in data processing and geospatial information, formulated a geospatial information roadmap for Golden Indonesia by 2045. BIG will integrate geospatial and statistical data to be processed into spatial data. Through a One Data, One Map policy, the integration among social welfare, inclusive economy, and habitable environment will realize sustainable development in Indonesia. The role of geospatial information in the SDGs. Implementations of geospatial information to support sustainable development are: 1. Organizing a competition of geospatial-based application development to support SDGs, which is available to all Indonesian students. 2. Creating prototype of SDGs mapping at village level by integrating statistical and spatial data. The result will be reported in the Un-Ggim AP Working Group 3 forum. 3. Mapping the area of rice fields throughout Indonesia by means of the natural resource balance method. This accurately mapped data will give an impact on the effectiveness of the state budget revenue and expenditure, including subsidy of fertilizer, agricultural tools, and seeds. Balance mapping of natural resource has been also used for other commodities, for instance, palm oil and corn. Through One Map policy in Indonesia, we expect all existing data can be visualized spatially and integrated for each part in the sustainable development. Therefore, Golden Indonesia can be achieved. Data becomes one of the precious assets in this digital information era. Including geospatial data play a role to support decision and policy making through comprehensive analysis. As an example, geospatial information that has been processed from geospatial data can be used to support Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, in Indonesia. Geospatial information may be used to formulate policies and carry out geospatial-related activities. Why is geospatial data necessary to support SDGs? Indonesia has enacted Presidential Decree or Perpres number 59 of 2017 on implementing the achievement of SDGs. This regulation states that National Action Plan or NAP of SDGs should be synchronized with National Midterm Development Plan. According to the SDGs target, Indonesia's SDG achievements rose slowly between 2016 and 2020. Then, Geospatial Information Agency or BIG, with its competency in data processing and geospatial information, formulated a geospatial information roadmap for Golden Indonesia by 2045. BIG will integrate geospatial and statistical data to be processed into spatial data. Through a One Data, One Map policy, the integration among social welfare, inclusive economy, and habitable environment will realize sustainable development in Indonesia. The role of geospatial information in the SDGs. Implementations of geospatial information to support sustainable development are: 1. Organizing a competition of geospatial-based application development to support SDGs, which is available to all Indonesian students. 2. Creating prototype of SDGs mapping at village level by integrating statistical and spatial data. The result will be reported in the Un-Ggim AP Working Group 3 forum. 3. Mapping the area of rice fields throughout Indonesia by means of the natural resource balance method. This accurately mapped data will give an impact on the effectiveness of the state budget revenue and expenditure, including subsidy of fertilizer, agricultural tools, and seeds. Balance mapping of natural resource has been also used for other commodities, for instance, palm oil and corn. Through One Map policy in Indonesia, we expect all existing data can be visualized spatially and integrated for each part in the sustainable development. Therefore, Golden Indonesia can be achieved. Data becomes one of the precious assets in this digital information of SDGs. This regulation states that National Action Plan or NAP of SDGs should be synchronized with National Midterm Development Plan. According to the SDGs target, Indonesia's SDG achievements rose slowly between 2016 and 2020. Then, Geospatial Information Agency or BIG, with its competency in data processing and geospatial information, formulated a geospatial information roadmap for Golden Indonesia by 2045. BIG will integrate geospatial and statistical data to be processed into spatial data. Through a One Data, One Map policy, the integration among social welfare, inclusive economy, and habitable environment will realize sustainable development in Indonesia. The role of geospatial information in the SDGs. Implementations of geospatial information to support sustainable development are 1. Organizing a competition of geospatial-based application development to support SDGs, which is available to all Indonesian students. 2. Creating prototype of SDGs mapping at village level by integrating statistical and spatial data. The result will be reported in the Un-Ggim Working Group 3 forum. 3. Mapping the area of rice fields throughout Indonesia by means of the natural resource balance method. This accurately mapped data will give an impact on the effectiveness of the state budget revenue and expenditure, including subsidy of fertilizer, agricultural tools, and seeds. Balance mapping of natural resource has been also used for other commodities, for instance, palm oil and corn. Through One Map policy in Indonesia, we expect all existing data can be visualized spatially and integrated for each part in the sustainable development. Therefore, Golden Indonesia can be achieved. Data becomes one of the precious assets in this digital information era. Including geospatial data play a role to support decision and policy making through comprehensive analysis. As an example, geospatial information that has been processed from geospatial data can be used to support Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, in Indonesia. Geospatial information may be used to formulate policies and carry out geospatial-related activities. Why is geospatial data necessary to support SDGs? Indonesia has enacted Presidential Decree or Perpres number 59 of 2017 on implementing the achievement of SDGs. This regulation states that National Action Plan or NAP of SDGs should be synchronized with National Midterm Development Plan. According to the SDGs target, Indonesia's SDG achievements rose slowly between 2016 and 2020. Then, Geospatial Information Agency or BIG, with its competency in data processing and geospatial information, formulated a geospatial information roadmap for Golden Indonesia by 2045. BIG will integrate geospatial and statistical data to be processed into spatial data. Through a One Data, One Map policy, the integration among social welfare, inclusive economy, and habitable environment will realize sustainable development in Indonesia. The role of geospatial information in the SDGs. Implementations of geospatial information to support sustainable development are 1. Organizing a competition of geospatial-based application development to support SDGs, which is available to all Indonesian students. 2. Creating prototype of SDGs mapping at village level by integrating statistical and spatial data. The result will be reported in the Un-Ggim Working Group 3 forum. 3. Mapping the area of rice fields throughout Indonesia by means of the natural resource balance method. This accurately mapped data will give an impact on the effectiveness of the state budget revenue and expenditure, including subsidy of fertilizer, agricultural tools, and seeds. Balance mapping of natural resource has been also used for other commodities, for instance, palm oil and corn. Through One Map policy in Indonesia, we expect all existing data can be visualized spatially and integrated for each part in the sustainable development. Therefore, Golden Indonesia can be achieved. Data becomes one of the precious assets in this digital information era. Including geospatial data play a role to support decision and policy making through comprehensive analysis. As an example, geospatial information that has been processed from geospatial data can be used to support Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, in Indonesia. Geospatial information may be used to formulate policies and carry out geospatial-related activities. Why is geospatial data necessary to support SDGs? Indonesia has enacted Presidential Decree or Perpres number 59 of 2017 on implementing the achievement of SDGs. This regulation states that National Action Plan or NAP of SDGs should be synchronized with National Midterm Development Plan. According to the SDGs target, Indonesia's SDG achievements rose slowly between 2016 and 2020. Then, Geospatial Information Agency or BIG, with its competency in data processing and geospatial information, formulated a geospatial information roadmap for Golden Indonesia by 2045. BIG will integrate geospatial and statistical data to be processed into spatial data. Through a One Data, One Map policy, the integration among social welfare, inclusive economy, and habitable environment will realize sustainable development in Indonesia. The role of geospatial information in the SDGs. Implementations of geospatial information to support sustainable development are: 1. Organizing a competition of geospatial-based application development to support SDGs, which is available to all Indonesian students. 2. Creating prototype of SDGs mapping at village level by integrating statistical and spatial data. The result will be reported in the Un-Ggim Working Group 3 forum. 3. Mapping the area of rice fields throughout Indonesia by means of the natural resource balance method. This accurately mapped data will give an impact on the effectiveness of the state budget revenue and expenditure, including subsidy of fertilizer, agricultural tools, and seeds. Balance mapping of natural resource has been also used for other commodities, for instance, palm oil and corn. Through One Map policy in Indonesia, we expect all existing data can be visualized spatially and integrated for each part in the sustainable development. Therefore, Golden Indonesia can be achieved.
In today's digital era, data is the most valuable asset. Those in possession of data, geospatial data included, will run the world. In the past 24 years, Un-Ggim, managed by the Geospatial Information Agency, has been fulfilling its duty as the National Geospatial Reference Data Station as a part of Indonesia National Geodetic Control Network. Alongside Un-Ggim, the National Horizontal Control Network, or JKHN, is also part of our National Geospatial Reference System. Both of these data are working side by side to accurately capture coordinates on Earth's surface. Un-Ggim networks are rapidly growing, that in 2020, there are 245 Un-Ggim stations spread all over Indonesia, covering data points in the entire country. The National Horizontal Control Network pillars are spread all over Indonesia regions as a physical implementation of our national datum, the SRGI 2013. The geospatial information is open for public and can be accessed easily through our website at srgi.big.go.id. Data quality is our main priority. Data management and monitoring every Un-Ggim station component performance is part of our daily routines. It is our commitment to always use high-quality equipment and software to be able to produce the best data that is beneficial to the public. Geospatial data management and stations maintenance are always kept under close observation. Every malfunction is immediately dealt with so that the system can function normally again. One of Un-Ggim's main roles is to support accelerated surveys and mapping processes in Indonesia. Using real-time kinematic method that can go up to 50 kilometers coverage, allowing users to be able to generate real-time point coordinates in high precision up to centimeters accuracy level within seconds or minutes. The National Geodetic Control Network is maintained by doing physical checkups and by updating the coordinate values regularly. Coordinate values updating process is conducted every 5 years for JKH and pillars. In specific regions that are prone to geodynamic phenomena, some JKH and pillars receive annual coordinate updates to gain understanding of geodynamic phenomena happening in that region. As a national reference point, INACOR's coordinates accuracy is always monitored carefully by examining the time series coordinate and its velocity vector values from daily GNSS data processing results. Noise in the GNSS data can also be extracted to produce other information, such as total electron content and precipitable water vapor. At the moment, BIG is cooperating in a project with the German Research Center for Geosciences, aiming to create an advanced system of GNSS data utilization, particularly to further support Indonesia's tsunami early warning system. In today's digital era, data is the most valuable asset. Those in possession of data, geospatial data included, will run the world. In the past 24 years, INACORS, managed by the Geospatial Information Agency, has been fulfilling its duty as the National Geospatial Reference Data Station as a part of Indonesia National Geodetic Control Network. Alongside INACORS, the National Horizontal Control Network, or JKHN, is also part of our National Geospatial Reference System. Both of these data are working side by side to accurately capture coordinates on Earth's surface. INACORS networks are rapidly growing that in 2020, there are 245 INACORS stations spread all over Indonesia, covering data points in the entire country. The National Horizontal Control Network pillars are spread all over Indonesia regions as a physical implementation of our national datum, the SRGI 2013. The geospatial information is open for public and can be accessed easily through our website at srgi.big.go.id. Data quality is our main priority. Data management and monitoring every INACORS station component performance is part of our daily routines. It is our commitment to always use high-quality equipment and software to be able to produce the best data that is beneficial to the public. Geospatial data management and stations maintenance are always kept under close observation. Every malfunction is immediately dealt with so that the system can function normally again. One of INACOR's main roles is to support accelerated surveys and mapping processes in Indonesia, using real-time kinematic method that can go up to 50 kilometers coverage, allowing users to be able to generate real-time point coordinates in high precision up to centimeters accuracy level within seconds or minutes. The National Geodetic Control Network is maintained by doing physical checkups and by updating the coordinate values regularly. Coordinate values updating process is conducted every 5 years for JKH and pillars. In specific regions that are prone to geodynamic phenomena, some JKH and pillars receive annual coordinate updates to gain understanding of geodynamic phenomena happening in that region. As a national reference point, INACOR's coordinates accuracy is always monitored carefully by examining the time series coordinate and its velocity vector values from daily GNSS data processing results. Noise in the GNSS data can also be extracted to produce other information, such as total electron content and precipitable water vapor. At the moment, BIG is cooperating in a project with the German Research Center for Geosciences, aiming to create an advanced system of GNSS data utilization, particularly to further support Indonesia's tsunami early warning system. In today's digital era, data is the most valuable asset. Those in possession of data, geospatial data included, will run the world. In the past 24 years, INACORS, managed by the Geospatial Information Agency, has been fulfilling its duty as the National Geospatial Reference Data.
As a maritime nation with over 70% of its territory consisting of water, Indonesia requires an institution capable of detailed charting to understand the contents of its seas, serving as a guide for strategic development planning. To fulfill this need, Pusidrosal exists as the legal representative institution of the Indonesian government in the field of hydrooceanography. The history of hydrooceanography in Indonesia began with the establishment of the Navigational Charts Committee by the Dutch East Indies government in 1787. On the 18th of October 1951, Indonesia became a member of the International Hydrographic Organization, and 10 years later, the Hydrographic Office of the Indonesian Navy officially became the Hydrographic Institution of Indonesia under the Presidential Decree number 164 of 1960. Since the 1970s, hydrographic activities in Indonesia have adopted modern methods, including the use of satellites, electronic devices, and acoustics. During this period, the Indonesian Hydrographic Institution engaged in marine surveying, resolving maritime boundary agreements with neighboring countries, international collaborations, and culminated in the successful distributions of electronic navigational charts worldwide in 2009. To support hydrooceanographic mapping activities in Indonesia, Pusidrosal currently operates 7 survey vessels, including 2 multi-purpose survey vessels, namely KRI Rigel 933 and KRI Spica 934, equipped with modern surveying and hydrooceanographic instruments. Some of the activities carried out by Pusidrosal include marine mapping, following cartographic principles and using software that complies with ISO standards. This involves conducting surveys related to bathymetry, oceanography, meteorology, geodetics, and disaster relief. Pusidrosal maintains permanent tide gauge stations that provide real-time data from 10 locations in Indonesian waters, with the number of these stations increasing each year in a programmed manner. The institution processes bathymetric data combining various sources, including satellite data. The collected data is then analyzed and used to determine the bathymetric information, which is managed using the CARIS database and hydrographic production database. The products generated by Pusidrosal are marine and spatial maps designed to cater to the needs of marine navigation, available in both paper or analog and electronic ENC formats at various scales. These maps are updated weekly in accordance with the mandate of the International Maritime Organization's Safety of Life at Sea Conventions. Besides charting the seas, Pusidrosal also engages in mapping lakes and rivers with Indonesian territory to ensure safety and security in navigation. Pusidrosal produces 21 nautical publications, including the Nautical Almanac, Nautical Guide, List of Currents and Tides, List of Indonesian Lighthouses, Indonesian Notice to Mariners, Indonesian Port Information, List of Coastal Radio Stations, and other products. These publications are associated with Indonesian nautical charts and are used as a navigation guide. Additionally, Pusidrosal is currently developing the Indonesian Hydrographic Data Center application to support the needs of the maritime community and One Map policy. Furthermore, Pusidrosal fulfills military functions, serving as a provider of hydrographic information for creating military maritime aspects, supporting operations, exercises, and the development of base facilities and other geospatial products for defense purposes.
What is the distribution of Indonesia's natural resources? Where are the locations of Indonesia's nature tourism potentials? When do the tides change across Indonesia? Where are the locations of Indonesia's hotspots and ring of fire? Where are the locations for development that are deemed safe from natural disasters and can be used to develop a disaster mitigation system? When the public requires answers, decision makers looking for the geospatially based big picture as a base for all geospatial information layers. We are here. BIG has transformed substantially from 1938 to 2011. Their roles and responsibilities in the field of geospatial in Indonesia have grown so that they can stay relevant with the current day and age. Ultimately, in 2011, our agency was born, along with the enactment of the Spatial Information Law. The Geospatial Information Agency is directly under the President of the Republic of Indonesia, in partnership with the Ministry of National Planning and Development. BIG holds the roles of regulator, implementer, coordinator. We prepare the data and regulation while also implementing them at the same time. As a regulator, BIG is responsible to prepare development policies for geospatial information. As an implementer, BIG has a duty to provide a complete spatial information, a digital system to collect various geospatial information that is accurate and integrated with the national and global coordinate systems. We own geodetic information, or the mapping of the Earth's surface, regional physical objects data, position determinant data, seismic activities data, tidal observation data, meteorology and ionosphere layer data. All is available to use as a starting point to develop Indonesia, which encompass natural resources, infrastructure, disaster mitigation, economy, research, tourism, state defense, and security. In doing their role to compile strategic mapping, BIG always works hand in hand with the associated government bodies. We are partnered with as many as 19 ministries and 34 regional governments. Our duty is to prepare spatial policies that refer to the One Map policy. Guaranteed access to information. Credible information. Proper. That is the quality of information from BIG. That is how we participate in the governing of and in the geospatial literacy of Indonesia's society. What is the distribution of Indonesia's natural resources? Where are the locations of Indonesia's nature tourism potentials? When do the tides change across Indonesia? Where are the locations of Indonesia's hotspots and ring of fire? Where are the locations for development that are deemed safe from natural disasters and can be used to develop a disaster mitigation system? When the public requires answers, decision makers looking for the geospatially based big picture as a base for all geospatial information layers. We are here. BIG has transformed substantially from 1938 to 2011. Their roles and responsibilities in the field of geospatial in Indonesia have grown so that they can stay relevant with the current day and age. Ultimately, in 2011, our agency was born, along with the enactment of the Spatial Information Law. The Geospatial Information Agency is directly under the President of the Republic of Indonesia, in partnership with the Ministry of National Planning and Development. BIG holds the roles of regulator, implementer, coordinator. We prepare the
Distinguished and honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, May we invite everyone, please kindly join us at Palma Ballroom because we're going to continue for the next session. Once again, we'd like to invite all the guests, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly join us at Palma Ballroom because we're going to continue for the next plenary session. Thank you.
A digital system to collect various geospatial information that is accurate and integrated with the national and global coordinate systems. We own geodetic information, or the mapping of the Earth's surface, regional physical objects data, position determinant data, seismic activities data, tidal observation data, meteorology and ionosphere layer data. All is available to use as a starting point to develop Indonesia, which encompass natural resources, infrastructure, disaster mitigation, economy, research, tourism, state defense, and security. In doing their role to compile strategic mapping, BIG always works hand in hand with the associated government bodies. We are partnered with as many as 19 ministries and 34 regional governments. Our duty is to prepare spatial policies that refer to the One Map policy. Guaranteed access to information. Credible information. Proper. That is the quality of information from BIG. That is how we participate in the governing of and in the geospatial literacy of Indonesia's society. What is the distribution of Indonesia's natural resources? Where are the locations of Indonesia's nature tourism potentials? When do the tides change across Indonesia? Where are the locations of Indonesia's hotspots and ring of fire? Where are the locations for development that are deemed safe from natural disasters and can be used to develop a disaster mitigation system? When the public requires answers, decision makers looking for the geospatially based big picture as a base for all geospatial information layers. We are here. BIG has transformed substantially from 1938 to 2011. Their roles and responsibilities in the field of geospatial in Indonesia have grown so that they can stay relevant with the current day and age. Ultimately, in 2011, our agency was born, along with the enactment of the Spatial Information Law. The Geospatial Information Agency is directly under the President of the Republic of Indonesia, in partnership with the Ministry of National Planning and Development. BIG holds the roles of regulator, implementer, coordinator. We prepare the data and regulation while also implementing them at the same time. As a regulator, BIG is responsible to prepare development policies for geospatial information. As an implementer, BIG has a duty to provide a complete spatial information, a digital system to collect various geospatial information that is accurate and integrated with the national and global coordinate systems. We own geodetic information, or the mapping.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our agenda shortly. May we kindly ask you to be seated. Once again, we'd like to invite all the guests, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly take your seat because we are going to continue our agenda shortly. Thank you.
All is available to use as a starting point to develop Indonesia, which encompass natural resources, infrastructure, disaster mitigation, economy, research, tourism, state defense, and security. In doing their role to compile strategic mapping, BIG always works hand in hand with the associated government bodies. We are partnered with as many as 19 ministries and 34 regional governments. Our duty is to prepare spatial policies that refer to the One Map policy. Guaranteed access to information. Credible information. Proper. That is the quality of information from BIG. That is how we participate in the governing of and in the geospatial literacy of Indonesia's society. What is the distribution of Indonesia's natural resources? Where are the locations of Indonesia's nature tourism potentials? When do the tides change across Indonesia? Where are the locations of Indonesia's hotspots and ring of fire? Where are the locations for development that are deemed safe from natural disasters and can be used to develop a disaster mitigation system? When the public requires answers, decision makers looking for the geospatially based big picture as a base for all geospatial information layers. We are here. BIG has transformed substantially from 1938 to 2011. Their roles and responsibilities in the field of geospatial in Indonesia have grown so that they can stay relevant with the current day and age. Ultimately, in 2011, our agency was born, along with the enactment of the Spatial Information Law. The Geospatial Information Agency is directly under the President of the Republic of Indonesia, in partnership with the Ministry of National Planning and Development. BIG holds the roles of regulator, implementer, coordinator. We prepare the data and regulation while also implementing them at the same time. As a regulator, BIG is responsible to prepare development policies for geospatial information. As an implementer, BIG has a duty to provide a complete spatial information, a digital system to collect various geospatial information that is accurate and integrated with the national and global coordinate systems. We own geodatic information, or the mapping of the Earth's surface, regional physical objects data, position determinant data, seismic activities data, tidal observation data, meteorology and ionosphere layer data. All is available to use as a starting point to develop Indonesia, which encompass natural resources, infrastructure, disaster mitigation.
All distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Palma Ballroom. And now we're going to continue for the next session. How was the lunch, ladies and gentlemen? Great? Hope you enjoy it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to come out to our next agenda, the second plenary session, implementing the UN-IGIF, hydro and the conservation and sustainable use of marine resources. For this plenary session, which will be moderated by Mr. Anton Wijanarto, the President of the Regional Committee on UN-GGIM for Asia and the Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our moderator, Mr. Anton Wijanarto.
G'day again. Well, honestly, I'm not really familiar with hydro things, but I'm good in making up something because I love fishing. So wherever you can find fish, you say, oh, the water is good, but whether or not, the water is not good. So you have to adjust your time so you have perfect tide. But Perry, you can do that as well. So if high tide, low tide, where you can find fish perfectly. Okay, today in this session we're going to have a very new for me, John, but I'm trying my best about the hydro and UN-IGIF hydro. Now it's not developing anymore. We have to implement. Now country who may not heard of it should be, we have to inform them that we are now in the current of implementing something. Anyway, so it's basically country-owned, country-do. So no matter how many methodology that you find this by implementing the IGRF, it's basically depending on your need. You want to start from zero or you want to start from somewhere. Now we're going to have 3 important speakers. Am I still having my Australian accent or not? Important speakers. One is John Nyberg. He's going to talk about the standardized marine protected area and the implementation on how this standard follow the framework of IGF Hydro. John Nyberg is a director of International Hydrographic Organization, resided in Monaco, right? Yeah. The same flag as Indonesia, Monaco. Yeah, I think you have to realize that, John. The second speaker is Andrik Lal. Wasn't easy to pronounce your last name, but your Lal is easy, Lal. So L-I-I, Live Area Index, Lal. Okay. He's a team leader, Ocean Management and Literacy of Pacific Community. So he's been working for many years too, like in the ocean part. He's going to talk about Pacific Maritime Boundaries and the United Nations IGF Hydro. And lastly, we're going to have Pak Teo Chihai. Usually Teo is family name, but in English name it is Chihai Teo. Yeah, so Teo is family name, but Chihai Teo. How does your wife call you? Chihai or Teo? You don't want to mention that, no? Okay. Honey, yeah, okay. Sayang. So implementation of, is going to talk about implementing UNITF Hydro and advancing the conservation is different, and sustainable use of marine resources. Let's please welcome all speakers. I think John Nyberg. Okay. Make sure you sit somewhere so I don't jump on top of you. Yeah. On your left side, okay? Oh, no, here. Because you will be the first speaker, right? Okay. Secondly, Andrik Lal. And Pak Chihai Teo. No, it doesn't matter actually. Okay, I will have to invite the first speaker, John. Please, because there might be some new communities here, they don't know anything about UNIGF Hydro. So I think we invite everybody here to ask any question, because as I mentioned earlier in the opening, he's in like how to win the heart of government. It's probably in the way because everybody has difficulties to get the money from government, especially from geospatial community. So IGIF helps you to guide us in terms of making things happening. And it happens in Indonesia too. We have been funded by government for 1 to 5,000 large-scale map for the whole country in 5-year time. Okay, please welcome John Nyberg as the first presenter.
Well, thank you all very much. I really appreciate the invitation, and am excited to give the presentation this morning. I'd like to really start by thanking the organizers, the government of Indonesia, the UN, and everyone who's put so much into this exciting event. Today I want to talk about the IHO's standards, particularly for marine protected areas. I think this will be interesting for you because it's a bit of a departure, though not completely, from what the IHO would normally be presenting, which would be navigation-based standards. But don't be worried, I'm still going to talk about standards, but how this one applies to the goals set out in the UN IGIF Hydro. So I want to just start by saying a word about the IHO. So while many of you might not know much about the IGIF or the IGIF Hydro, there may be some of you that aren't familiar with us at the IHO. We're a small organization based in Monaco with the same flag, established in 1921, and in essence, we're a standards organization. We have 3 on our directing committee, including a secretary general, 2 directors, and just under 20 employees. And we have 99 member states who do a lot of the work for us. So we coordinate hydrographic interests around the world through regional commissions, and we have a very large technical footprint, mostly focusing on standards development. Some of you who were at our meeting in the South Pacific last week heard me mention this Time magazine article that was published last August in the United States. I found it very exciting. Time magazine, for those of you that don't know, has an annual circulation of over 1 million people. It's a pretty large news magazine, and it declared the ocean as the most important place on Earth. So this article talked a bit about coral reefs and the ability for them to heal faster than they thought if we just leave them alone, but also protect them. I think that even though this is about coral reefs, it really is a good sign for us that a magazine that has this circulation is declaring the ocean to be the most important place on Earth. But we're in a really exciting time for hydrography and ocean mapping and marine spatial planning because we have several initiatives around the world that seem to be coalescing all at one time. We have a call to action on the 2030 agenda, which includes Goal 14 that I'm sure you're all familiar with. There's a series of commitments in the decade of ocean science for sustainable development in UNESCO. The IGIF Hydro is one of them. There's focused investment and collaboration around the world with GEBCO Seabed 2030 and the Digital Center for Digital Bathymetry, the Data Center for Digital Bathymetry. We're advancing technologies and modern standards, including some of the standards I'll talk about today. And kind of what we're all here for is this coordinated geospatial world. This UN operational framework for marine geospatial information management kind of brings it all together, and I'll talk about that a little bit as we go through the presentation. So don't get worried, I'm not going to talk about all of these standards, but just a quick background on the standards development cycle. The phase 1 route monitoring standards that we're working on are really meant for navigation. They're kind of the basis for underway navigation, and those with this critical framework they're going to be put into version 2 of the standard this year, which means they will become operational. But, you know, kind of when you show up at the IHO, you know, as the new person, they kind of decide what you're going to do for you, and you get thrown into, they're like, oh, you're the standards guy. I'm like, oh, okay. And I've spent most of my career doing coordination and integration and stuff around the world, and so you kind of step back, and I was like, well, what does this mean for me to be the standards guy, and how do I apply my career to it? The real idea is that it's sort of a foundational concept that's presented in the IGIF Hydro. All of this stuff has to be integrated and has to be working together. So as we kind of are working through this implementation phase, the one exception, the phase 2 stuff will happen later, but the one exception is going to be S122 or the marine protected areas. And so we're working hard to make those operational this year, and they're off being worked on right now on contract. what are marine protected areas and where are they? They're geographically distinct zones for which protection objectives are set. They constitute a globally connected system for safeguarding biodiversity and maintaining marine ecosystem health. There are about 21,000 MPAs covering 8% of the ocean. There's a massive variation on that level of protection that they provide. Many of you probably know that there's a UN goal to have 30% of the ocean in protected areas by 2030, and there's discussion about having 50% by 2050. And as our keynote speaker mentioned, the new High Seas Treaty enabling MPAs in areas beyond national jurisdiction was just agreed. There are significant informational challenges for both marine spatial planning and vessel operations and navigation, so I'll mention a few of those today. But here in the Gulf of Mexico, you can really see the complexities of maritime boundaries, the MPA boundaries, from a small-scale perspective. And when I look even closer, just in the southern tip of Florida, there are many overlapping areas with different rules and regulations that are even managed by different agencies and ministries in the United States alone. This can be completely confusing to scientists, but imagine a fisherman or a mariner who wants to transit the area. Then imagine using these zones to explain something to a government decision maker who may know very little about the ocean or marine protected areas. And just last week, I made a visit. I was in Suva in Fiji and made a visit to the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. And they assist countries around the world with marine spatial planning. And they raised several questions to me that I didn't have the answers to around legal issues, like the right of innocent passage for vessels in these areas. This type of data not only needs to be included in the standard and data set, but also needs to be made available to those who need it, like mariners, fishermen, and government officials. So I greatly appreciate this depiction of integrated planning that IUCN shared with me. It's working from the community scale all the way up to the regional scale. And by region, I'm talking about the entire Pacific Ocean, which is quite large. And again, it really demonstrates the complexity of marine spatial planning. Please note in the community scale image, it depicts a terrestrial protected area that joins the sea. So again, when we're talking about this marine spatial planning, you can't just assume that it only counts stuff in the water. Here in this case, it counts something on land as well. So we really need to consider that there are managed areas that are not even under ministry level control. I think a really fantastic approach is presented in Vanuatu's Marine Spatial Plan. It's in draft version right now, where they have a council of chiefs, village chiefs, and other traditional leaders that have the most direct control over the use and management of nearshore marine environments in Vanuatu, so usually from the beach to the reef or as far as they can see. Again, I really love this community-based approach, but it also presents a huge challenge for communicating the policy and legal aspects of the area in question. So I know you've been waiting for it. This really brings me to the importance and application of the UN-IGIF Hydro and applying it to this type of information. We know that, for instance, and as quoted in the IGIF Hydro, within countries there are often a number of national institutions responsible for the management of geographic information depending on their needs and or mission. And as I just showed, there's even further possible granularity with regard to institutional management. But even beyond that, the division of roles and responsibilities with regard to geospatial management around the world is usually domain specific, where urban, transport, rural, forestry, environment, cadastral, remote sensing are conducted by different organizations and institutions. There are typically very limited policies or agreements in place to mandate and encourage the required coordination and data exchange, and often no underlying organizational culture of sharing information. So I think the signing, that is something we'd like to highlight again, the signing of the agreement this morning is really a very great example of coordination to follow the guidance in the IGIF Hydro. So one of the critical goals presented in the IGIF Hydro is to build data partnerships, increase the use of international standards, increase capacity development opportunities, ensure data interoperability, improve data accessibility and availability, and provide guidance for emerging marine geospatial programs. I know it's been mentioned a few times, not leaving any country behind. That's also an important objective in all this. I'll just present one last slide, though, about the S122 standard, Marine Protected Areas. We expect that it will contain all relevant information regarding marine protected areas within a defined geographical area. It's for use by navigators, but also beyond navigation to coordinate the discussion around marine protected areas. S57 ENCs, nautical charts, may depict marine protected areas. These are often not the full set of national MPAs. In many cases, a depiction does not include detailed specifics on regulations, nor reliable links to information resources. So we hope that, and we expect, that S122 will be part of the next generation of standards from the IHO and will work in conjunction with other S100 data sets, including nautical charts, surface currents, weather, tides, etc. And again, beyond navigation, there's only one official global database of protected areas available right now, and that's from the IUCN that I mentioned. But in that data set, required fields are minimal and do not include restriction on information. Data quality and currency of national state submissions is variable, and data license is restrictive. We all know that standards are one piece of the IGIF puzzle. They require governance and policy, the data and technology to support them, a community that adopts them, and of course agreed upon compliance and certification. As I've already said, I represent a standards organization, but without the other pieces of the puzzle that we're all very familiar with, I think, what good are just the standards? Of course, the data behind the standards is critical, and with this new world of integration, standards will allow for different data types from different geographical areas to work together. We're hopeful that challenges in policy and legal space will be easier to resolve if these standards are applied to authoritative data. Earlier in the presentation, I showed an MPA map that looked fairly comprehensive, but if we want to think about MPAs and how they might relate to weather, currents, marine traffic, and more, we need to ensure that they're offered in a standard that's integrated with these other data sets. This is immediately obvious when we consider mandated systems for mariners like ECDIS, and I know there are many of you from hydrographic offices. This is to ensure navigational compliance with local, national, and international laws. Here you can see a very complex screenshot from a beta S100 compliant electronic chart display and information system that was developed in Korea. The screenshot is very small scale and is showing many isolated dangers of depths less than the set safety contour, but you can also see that there's a crowd of additional information there. If a mariner is interested in noting where the marine protected areas are, they can display them without all of the additional information. So here you can see the MPAs highlighted. They'll also have additional information associated with them, much of which I've mentioned already. This is kind of an idea of how it will work in a system for mariners, and then this data will be available for others to use when discussing how to coordinate marine protected areas. So before I wrap it up, I just want to show a few slides about how hydrography and the IGIF Hydro support the full suite of sustainable development. In this slide, you see some statistics on fisheries, energy, and economy. I won't read through all of the stats, but they're pretty impressive. And of course, coastal infrastructure, transportation, industry, and sustainable cities. They're pretty big numbers. So with that, I just want to conclude and thank you all for your attention and look forward to our further discussion today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. I think I'm going to get the summary later on during the day, right? After question and answer. Now I'm going to invite the second speaker, Hendrik Lal, to deliver from different perspectives from the boundary of maritime.
Can we present my presentation instead of theirs, please? Thank you. Okay, such a busy intro page as well, you would see, because again, it shows about partnership. That's why it's so busy. As you could see that the organization I come from is an intergovernmental organization, and it's owned by 27 member states in the region too as well. And we look after all the science and technical work or the solutions. And that's where I am here for, to present on one of the projects which we have embargoed on as well for a few years ago. So ladies and gentlemen, dear distinguished delegates and experts, and above all, dear colleagues, Bula Vinaka to you all, and greetings from the Pacific, Fiji as well. So firstly, I would like to acknowledge the Secretariat of the UNGGIM and the organizing committee, I would say that Badan Informasi Geospatial, BIG, for their sponsorship, support, and giving me the opportunity to speak at this international seminar on effective and integrated marine geospatial information management. Further on, I would like to also acknowledge the presence of my colleagues from Geoscience Australia who are here. Thank you. And this presentation actually will inform the delegates how the maritime boundaries encourages for an integrated ocean management and implementing tools for marine spatial planning to guide sustainable management of exclusive economic zone, as it defines for effective ocean science and strengthening ocean governance and extending continental shelves for the Pacific. The Pacific Maritime Boundaries used to be a project when we inherited, but now it has developed in a program of works encompassing projects such as Pacific Maritime Solutions, Boundary Solutions, Resilience Boundaries for the Blue Pacific, considering of the climate change in the Pacific. And we do have service level agreement between organizations for vessel monitoring system. Coastal Waters Project being undertaken by the member states, which is Papua New Guinea, and Pacific Solutions for Integrated Ocean Management and Marine Spatial Planning. So now the Pacific Maritime Boundaries is supported through multi-donor agencies. Government of Australia, European Union, British High Commission, COMSEC, USAID, and Government of Papua New Guinea. And as I have mentioned, we have effective partnership through our consortium. So we used to call our partners as consortium of partners, with SPC coordinating and leading the Pacific Maritime Boundaries Program, and the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat, Forum Fisheries Agency, Office of the Pacific Ocean Commissioner, Geoscience Australia, Australia's Attorney General's Department, COMSEC, European Union, British High Commission, and the University of Sydney. Okay. And my colleague here, John, has mentioned about Un-Ggim Hydro. And if you see the puzzle, and out of the puzzle, we're looking at policy and legal. UNCLOS, as prescribed in Part 2, Un-Ggim Hydro, is a good example for Maritime Boundaries Project in the implementation and the operationalization of the UN-GGIM Un-Ggim Hydro. It defines the baseline through good governance, legal, and policy framework in the geospatial information ecosystem. It safeguards the data risks and sharing with innovations, standards, engagement, and partnership for the people of the Pacific. The operationalization of the Un-Ggim Hydro in the Pacific is highly reflected by Pacific Island states, with deposit of schedule of coordinates to UN dollars for marine cadastre, ocean policy, and marine spatial planning. It also sets baseline for marine park areas, which has been presented by John. Through One Pacific, One Map initiatives, joining land to sea, our Pacific Islander would realize that Pacific Island states are not small island states, but large ocean states. So, as you could see, in 2002, we didn't have so many lines. I was initially given a DVD to look into the geospatial data with polygons and lines, but no metadata behind it. This map shows the status of maritime boundaries in 2002. We've drawn the lines with a pencil pen, and as of 2002, we were looking at maritime boundaries to be agreed on and negotiated. And it came with the package of being transferred to us in inheriting the project, looking into the project management, the baseline surveys, the technical assessment and solutions towards the maritime boundaries, advocacy, rights and obligations for maritime boundaries. And a little bit of a background, what the data holdings was when it was transferred from Forum Fisheries Agency to SOPEC, now known as SPC. The data review was quite important, and the database developed and what data to be acquired. But looking at our journey now, in 2024, those lines which was red are green. The leaders have agreed to have shared boundaries. There are 14 Pacific Island countries in our project. The territorial seas and the baselines, the contiguous zone, the exclusive economic zone, the boundaries and limits are well defined and are accurately mapped. There are 48 shared boundaries, 12 yet to be agreed. So negotiations are in progress, and we are hopefully looking at a couple of them to be signed off this year. As you could see that there are 5 high seas pockets mapped accurately too as well. According to International Seabed Authority, there are different implications as well. When we talk about for vessel monitoring system, these are the high sea pockets where the vessels go and hide themselves. So that's the status as of 2024 now. And we are very proud to present this project because upon this project, we had so many other projects built onto. Looking at the work plan, basically. So when we started off in 2002, we needed to complete the definitions of the territorial sea baselines and maritime zones. Declare these territorial sea baselines and maritime zones in national legislations as well, and then deposit them to UN dollars. Following UNCLOS and using the different articles within the UNCLOS, that became our Bible. A person like me as a surveyor, I wanted to break or understand the context behind UNCLOS to deliver them to the countries as well and understand how we can provide technical solutions to the country. So we did establish a pathway to maritime zones. The base points of low water lines surveyed and identified. Defining territorial sea baselines, for instance. Using different data sources such as hydrographic charts, topographical maps, satellite imageries, doing reef delineation surveys as well, combining the LiDAR surveys together with the topographical data as well. So all of this was used to define the territorial sea baseline. And that's what you could see, that we have developed this baseline using a hydrographic chart. At some instances, we saw the inaccuracies between the hydrographic chart, the topographical map. But also we found that topographical maps were accurate in places where hydrographic charts was not available. So we used different sets of data. Where none was available, we had to use the satellite imagery as well. And then in terms of checking the validity or the accuracy of these satellite imageries, we also carried out the field surveys. We also assessed on the archipelagic status as well. So I understand Indonesia is an archipelago. We have several archipelagos in the Pacific Islands, such as Fiji, Vanuatu, Solomons, Papua New Guinea, and countries who have claimed for archipelagic status, as per Article 47, they are also claiming to define the archipelagos. Countries such as Marshall Islands, Tuvalu, and Kiribati. So it's quite unique with atolls defining archipelagos. Going further, if we have defined our baseline, we will calculate our maritime limits. And looking at maritime limits, the 12 nautical mile zone, which is the territorial seas, 24 nautical mile zone, which is the contiguous zone, and the exclusive economic zone, the 200 nautical mile zone. And using different softwares to validate or verify these baseline and the zones too as well, such as MarZone, GeoCap. And we also computed or calculated the median line between the two states, where we had also negotiations between the technical teams and come to an agreement on the median line. So this is the pathway to maritime boundary treaty as well, as you could see. I will not go through this in all of the steps, but for your information, thank you. But moving further, talking about harmonization for legislation, there are some legislations in the Pacific are quite old. We needed to harmonize them. We needed to have the maritime boundaries reflected into the legislation too as well. One of the challenges was that use of defining the geodetic datum. Either it's globally aligned or adapted, which you call WGS 84 ITRF system, but that has to be incorporated into the legislation. So looking at all of that too as well. And then declaring them, the territorial sea baselines and the limits in the national legislation. As you could see, that it has to be deposited to UN dollars as well. And we give due publication to charts too as well, as in illustrative format too as well. And some of the countries, such as Federated States of Micronesia, have put these charts on a billboard to provide the locational information of the islands and atolls and the maritime boundaries and limits. Just recently, in 2022, we signed, Fiji and Solomon Islands signed an agreement which has been long overdue. When we initially had the two EEZ, it didn't overlap. But with the modern charts and availability of the new data sets, there was an overlap between the two states. And it closed off one of the high sea pocket areas as well, where a potential claim for the continental shelf is being made jointly between Vanuatu, Solomon Islands, and Fiji. So that was some of our pathway towards the technical solution for maritime boundaries and making the operationalization or using UNCLOS as our Bible. But going further, how we would manage these maritime boundaries and limits, and how countries can have access to these data sets too as well. So this is one of our portals which is available online, which could access, and all the legislations are also shared upon as well. It does have different pathways to maritime zones, to extended continental shelf, maritime boundary treaties as well. And as I mentioned, we do have service level agreement in terms of vessel monitoring system with our sister regional organization, Foreign Fisheries Agency. So we provide them accurate maritime boundaries and limits so that they can foresee that where these zones are, where these limits are. And again, John has touched a little bit on marine park areas, but we do have new projects such as Pacific Solutions for Integrated Ocean Management, where marine spatial planning is a tool being used. United States is actually funding a project in Palau for the implementation of marine spatial planning. And this cannot be successful if we do not have good partnership. We started off this journey in 2002. We started to have sub-regional training sessions, capacity building training sessions with countries when we were in the office. And back in 2006, we started off our journey with working with all our partners and member states. So far we had 22 working sessions. The last one was in December 2023. We were lucky also to have our Pacific Geospatial and Surveying Council meeting, a business meeting, during the margins of the working session as well. Because the Pacific Geospatial and Surveying Council or the community doesn't have any funds to host any meetings. So we look for any avenue where all the geospatial experts, the surveyors, so when we talk about surveyors, it includes geodetic surveyors, hydrographic surveyors, land surveyors. We meet. Not moving. Okay, so there's a couple of more slides to be left to complete. Again, climate change is an issue, and it remains as the greatest threat to the Pacific Island countries. The ocean is our livelihoods, and it's for the well-being of the people in the Pacific. So when we talk about low-lying islands or atolls, we are talking about 2 to 3 meters above mean sea level. So the leaders reaffirmed the importance of immediate agent action to combat climate change and call on countries, particularly large emitters, to fully implement their mitigation targets, including through the development and transfer of renewable energy in line with committed timeframes. So this was the start off on a regional collaboration and signing off on a legal document and declaration that was doing for the Board Declaration on Security in September 2018. Following that, the leaders met in 2019, reaffirming that the context of maritime boundaries and international law. So collectively, they stated that the members' maritime zones could not be challenged or reduced as a result of sea level rise and climate change. On 6th August 2021, the leaders at the 51st Pacific Islands Forum officially released Declaration on Preserving Maritime Zones in the Face of Climate Change related sea level rise, which was addressed also at the United Nations Security Council meeting in February 2023. So, with the leaders' declaration, we also have the political will. So you must have seen some of the puzzles which was from the Un-Ggim. I was able to demonstrate some examples towards that too as well. And lastly, the Pacific recognizes the objectives of the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development and the initiatives for the Un-Ggim Un-Ggim Hydro towards SDG 14. Vinaka Vakalevu, thank you very much.
Thank you, Hendrik. So we have two speakers talking totally different things. Hendrik has done it in terms of regional ways, a lot bigger than not just country action plan, but regional country action plan, and which is more complicated actually. And now we're going to talk about something, what is expected by the United Nations regarding the IGF Hydro, UN IGF. It used to be IGF, you know? Now it changed to UN IGF Hydro. So please welcome Pak Tio.
So good afternoon and thank you. Thank you, Pak Anton, for just being a good host together with our colleagues from the Indonesian Navy Hydrographic and Oceanographic Center. I think this is going to be a great week in Bali. But let me just share some thoughts with everyone. And one part of my presentation is really to help set the scene for the next 4 days. I'm sorry, but I know we are here for an expert meeting, and I would like to just help set the scene a little bit for the next 4 days. And the hope is to share some thoughts and to get us thinking about how can we implement the UN IGF Hydro and advance the conservation and sustainable use of marine resources. The Secretary General of the United Nations said this: greater investment in data and strengthened data capabilities will be crucial. Only through data-informed decisions can we get ahead of crisis and trigger earlier, more effective responses that both attend to the present and build better for the future. Only with better disaggregated data, and one of the metrics is geography according to location, can we ensure that these decisions and responses account for all sectors of society, leaving no one behind. Colleagues, it may sound that this is a very political statement. It is, but I think we are here as experts to actually make some sense of this statement and see how we can actually implement, in this case, our frameworks, our norms and our principles and guides, so that we can actually do justice to such a political statement. I share this quote because it says we need to get ahead of crisis and trigger earlier, more effective responses. We know we are living in a world that we need to be prepared. And our data, our products, our services is one of those solutions. Let me just, for the interest of those in the audience that may not be fully aware of the United Nations Committee of Experts on Global Geospatial Information Management, it is a subsidiary expert body of the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations. It means that annually we convene a session and we report to the Economic and Social Council, which then sends its report to the General Assembly. It is the peak intergovernmental body to liaise and coordinate among member states and between member states, and also international organizations and stakeholders. The aim is to foster better coordination and coherence in global geospatial information management. On the screen, you will see what it is. As any intergovernmental body, we have a bureau elected every year at our annual sessions. For the 13th session, we have 3 co-chairs, Belgium, Cote d'Ivoire, and Mexico, with a repertoire from Morocco. Our architecture is very interesting. We have regional committees, and as you have heard throughout this morning, Pa Anton here is the president of the Asia and Pacific Regional Committee. We have a regional committee for Africa, chaired by South Africa. We have a regional committee for Americas. The president is Chile. We have a regional committee for Arab states, currently chaired by Saudi Arabia. And for Europe, we have an interesting situation where we have co-chairs, currently the Netherlands and the United Kingdom. Now, this committee of experts, even though it is an intergovernmental body of the United Nations, we are multi-stakeholder. We were set up to be a multi-stakeholder. So we have within the committee thematic networks. We have the academic network, the international geospatial societies, the private sector network, and we have a network for all the geospatial work within the entire UN systems. Last but not least, we work with the 3 major standards development organizations, which is IHO, ISO, and OGC. So that is, very quickly, the Committee of Experts. As a United Nations body, we are required to report back to our parent body, which is ECOSOC. And in 2022, we submitted the report. When we say we, it's the member states. The committee comprised of 193 member states that submitted a report to the ECOSOC. And it talks about how, when it was established in 2011, the first 5 years was establishing the committee, and then the second 5 years was about institutionalization. And going forward, it's about implementing all the committee's frameworks, which is anchored by the United Nations Integrated Geospatial Information Framework. That report gave rise to an ECOSOC resolution 2224, where member states decided that it's time now to enhance global geospatial information management arrangements. I just shared two of the key operating paragraphs of that resolution, and I bold in there, it talks about, reiterates the importance of strengthening and enhancing the effectiveness of the Committee of Experts and ensure its continued effectiveness and benefits to all member states. So our work actually must deliver benefits to all member states. And then it decides to enhance the institutional arrangements of the Committee of Experts as a subsidiary body of ECOSOC in charge of all matters related to geospatial information, geography, land administration, and related topics. And so we do have an expanded a mandate coming out of that report to ECOSOC. Colleagues, when we want to implement national programs or national priorities, and at the United Nations, we talk about the 2030 agenda and any development agendas, our committee quickly realized that it will be suboptimal without globally developed, consulted, and adopted frameworks, strategies, and mechanisms. Basically, we need a modality to help and support countries to actually develop, to strengthen their geospatial information management arrangements in the countries, and especially to integrate data and information for measuring, monitoring, and reporting processes. From the first two presentations, you could see many of the workings, including standards, including how we work together. We need laws and policies to make sure that we can work and ensure that, in this case, for example, in the Pacific, that their maritime boundaries are delimited appropriately. And we know that we need to bring to bear data from many sources to help us understand the social, the environmental, the economic considerations. But one of the things that we do realize very, very quickly, and by the way, colleagues, I am very impressed with this morning's signing of the agreement between the two national agencies in Indonesia, where they have exchanged of data, and it demonstrates the level of coordination and collaboration that is needed. Because in many places, there is still a need for more institutional collaboration, coordination, and interoperability, and integration across national data and information systems. Now, this is not a condemnation. This is a realization by the Committee of Experts on the need. And that's why the committee goes about doing its work in ensuring that we do have the necessary frameworks, we do have the necessary norms and principles, guides to actually allow countries to move forward. And that's how we came about over a period of time the United Nations Integrated Geospatial Information Framework. It is globally developed by countries. It was consulted extensively with all countries, and it was then adopted at the Committee of Experts. It is overarching, it is strategic, it presents a forward-looking and aspirational framework. Though it is a global framework, it is built on national needs and circumstances. The framework was developed bottom-up, basically. Its countries came together and says, this is what is happening, this is what we need. And the beauty, I would say, of the framework is that it comprises a strategy, there is an implementation modality, and it talks about an action plan. It has a vision, and it has a mission. Right? And the three parts of it are very much linked. It is a framework that has three interconnected parts. And you'll see this over and over. It has 9 strategic pathways under 3 influences. The first 3, governance, institutions, policy, and legal and financial, that's the governance influence. And very importantly, we also need the people influence. Already, from breakfast, we talk about not only do we need interoperability of data or of systems, but we also need to work on human interoperability. And that influence, the people influence are going to help us. So the 9 strategic pathways is how we implement the UN-IGF. It's a mechanism for articulating and demonstrating, very importantly, national leadership in geospatial information. And also along the way, it helps us to develop the capacity to actually strengthen our national geospatial information management. Let me skip this one. We all know the strategic drivers why we need to do this and why countries are so motivated these days to implement the UN-IGF at the country level. And it's because all of us are facing a multitude of challenges. Whether we want to have a more digitalized economy, or we are addressing climate-related challenges, or even social. For example, we work, and we have the privilege to work with a country, and the leadership of that country identified that inequality in their country is not helping them. It's actually creating a lot of instability in their country. And the leadership basically asks a simple question: where should I be building the next school? Where should I be building the next healthcare center? And where should I be building the next stretch of roads? To us, it may seem like a very simple question, but leaders in that particular country is needing to actually look for answers to those questions. And thankfully, because that country has implemented the UN-IGF, they were able to bring together a number of agencies set around, and they were able to then start providing that information to their leadership, so that they can actually begin to address some of the issues that is promoting instability in their country. So we have the operational framework for integrated marine geospatial information management, presented in 2 parts. The scope is oceans, seas, coastal zones, tributaries, rivers, including inland waters and waterways, all right, or water bodies and wetlands and glaciers. So the scope is the 70% of Earth covered by water. It's not just the maritime, the seas and the oceans. Part 1 is a strategic overview, high-level introduction, tells us the why. Part 2 is about the 9 pathways. It presents the how, that we can actually go from point A to point B. So let me just share with you how we are implementing the UN-IGF at the country level, and perhaps we can think about it, and rather than inventing a new wheel, we can actually think about how we can implement the UN-IGF Hydro at the country level. So, elements of a country-level action plan, and this could be also elements of a UN-IGF Hydro country-level action plan. And again, I won't go through it, but there are various elements. Now, by the way, these elements were not thought out by a few of us sitting around. We work with countries over a number of years, and they taught us, that these are the key elements that they need in an action plan. Okay? Perhaps tomorrow we may have an element, we may add another element as we continue to learn from our countries. And one of the things about implementation is the need, and because we're implementing all these global frameworks at the national level, we need to understand national circumstances. There needs to be a way that countries can assess and analyze their national situation. So when we developed the UN-IGF Hydro in 3 parts, it became, as we start actually supporting countries to implement, it became very apparent to us that we need to have in between a way for countries to assess and analyze their national circumstances. And so we came up with an approach, and this is a country-led approach. Okay, so countries are doing the work. The UN doesn't do the work for them. The UN only provides guidance materials, resource materials. Country actually will develop their own approach. They will take the guidance, they look at the overarching strategy, the implementation guide, they look at the templates for country level action plans, and then they sit together, they actually formulate their own approach to developing a country level action plan. And currently, that country-led approach has 3 components, each with a set of activities and tasks, complemented by a suite of reference resource materials that countries can use and reference. Okay? And all these guidance and resource materials are meant to support countries to assessing and analyzing their national situation so that they can develop their own country-level action plan. It is not about flying in a team of people to do it for them. So in that 3 components, the first part is about just, like all good project management, you plan and you prepare. Then you spend a lot of time just working with your national stakeholders. You assess and you analyze your national circumstances. And then you regroup, and then you begin to design and develop your country level action plan. So again, the first part, very important, bring your stakeholders together. That's one thing we have learned. Have a shared understanding, all right, that we are on a journey together, and then continue to just develop that shared understanding, analyze, and then start preparing that action plan. So I mentioned about resource materials, and perhaps the working group should also think about how to develop some of these resource materials that may be available, or take some of these and elaborate it further for UN-IGF Hydro. So for the country-led approach to implement the UN-IGF at the country level, there is a suite of resource materials that has been developed to support countries, and these are all available online. Let me switch gear and talk a little bit about something in the future. As we implement the UN-IGF Hydro, we also need to be thinking about the future, all right? Because one of the things is that we want to get to a desired state. We know where we are at, but the UN-IGF Hydro or the UN-IGF helps us to also propel us to go forward, and we want to do that. And one of this is just one observation, is that we also need to be very aware of our evolving technological landscape. And artificial intelligence is very much on many of our minds these days. By the way, this is not an academic definition of geospatially related artificial intelligence system. It's just a series of words that I put together, okay? And we can actually debate this, all right? But, outside. So we talk about an emerging scientific discipline that combines innovations in geospatial sciences and technologies, artificial intelligence, algorithms, and methods in machine learning. Some of us are very familiar with those already because we're already using it. And basically, what is the outcome we are looking for? Sustainable real-world solutions. We want to be able to be part of the solutions. We want to be able to ensure that our countries can address many of the challenges that's before us. It provides, of course, very useful advantages for many of us. But one of the things we need to know is that a geospatially related artificial intelligence system is going to incorporate very large volume of geospatial and temporal information in a multitude of formats. Now, if we think that we are already being challenged today, we also need to be working towards a future that is going to be likely includes all this. How are we going to cope in that sense? So we need to be thinking now for tomorrow. And again, back to the Secretary General's quote, it's about present and the future. Okay, we're not thinking about the present or yesterday. We're thinking about today and tomorrow. We know there is a wide range of application. There's a number of useful things, and I don't need to go into that. Now, one of the things that we need to be very aware of is that there are beginning to be a series of laws or directives, that's coming up, and as a geospatial community, it will pay for us to actually begin to understand some of the impacts. Now, one of the things that is an observation again, there's going to be more laws and regulations. This is a guarantee on artificial intelligence. So colleagues, I would urge that we actually monitor how artificial intelligence is defined. And it will be critical to us. And each country is going to define artificial intelligence in a way that is appropriate to their national circumstances. There's going to be a demand for greater transparency. One part out of fear, but the other part is just good practice. Then there will be a demand for greater transparency. You will require policies and procedures for the entire artificial intelligence system, including training data, models, and outputs. We know that an artificial intelligence system requires training data. For a geospatially enabled artificial intelligence system, where is the training data? What are we putting in as training data? We need to be thinking about those. And you will require inputs from a variety of stakeholders. We need to be sitting down together, not just as technical person, but with operational, with the policy people, with the legal people, with the human resource people. So our observation is this: it's going to have significant impact on the future geospatial information management. And we need, as we implement the UN-IGF Hydro or the UN-IGIF, we need to take into consideration these developments. This is likely my last slide, and some observations. The impacts: there will be a growing demand for clear regulatory frameworks to address privacy, safeguards and security, the issue of responsible use related to artificial intelligence, enabled geospatial technologies, products, and services. We need to incorporate responsible governance and mechanisms into the design, development, and deployment of any geospatially related artificial systems, or in this case, and its technologies, processes, and services. Importantly, we need to ensure that the usefulness is for all and not for some. We think increasingly public-private partnerships, including embracing volunteered data. And I know it is for some, not for all. This could be a challenge because about the concept of authoritative data, public sector data, but we need to be thinking now about how are we going to embrace some of these and also address these challenges. Because we think public-private partnership is going to be driving innovation. It's going to be able to assist us to leverage our combined resources, and so that we can address common challenges together. So the recommendation is this, and it's something again for the working group to consider over the next 4 days, is that we should be tracking, the question is how, we should be tracking legal and regulatory developments in artificial intelligence within our country or region. In this case, if you are a European, you have the European level Artificial Intelligence Act, I believe. All right. Members of the geospatial community should be actively participating in the development of these laws and regulation. We are the technical community, but we need to be participating. We need to find a way of participating. And then we also think that there's a recommendation that organizations that create or procure geospatial technologies, products, and services that uses artificial intelligence should be mindful of the potential impacts of laws and regulations on what they are doing, either in procuring or in delivering. So the conclusion that we have is this: we must not work in silos. I think the days of just saying we are special, so we want to be alone, be left alone, is over. If we are not part of the whole, I think it's going to be to our detriment. And because we need to be working together to address the many complex issues that's posed to us by climate, by this thing, but also now with the emerging technological landscape that is artificial intelligence. So some of the observations I'm sharing, and hopefully over the next 4 days, we could use our time together to talk about some of this and find some way forward. So lastly, again, there need to be more institutional collaboration, again, emphasizing that we should not be working alone. We should be working together. Now, this is a slide that I borrowed from my colleague who heads the United Nations Global Geodetic Center of Excellence. It says this: we are stronger together. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Pak Teo. Now, question and answer, because I'm working with the hydro, identify yourself. And identify yourself, and who are you questioning to address to? Any other speaker? 2 questions for the beginning of the session. We'll give you 2 questions. 2 people. Yeah. Please identify yourself, sir. Please. Yeah.
Yes, I'm Rafael Ponce, OGC Marine Domain Working Group Co-Director. My question is for John. And this is about what you mentioned on the relevance of the standards, the US-100 standards. I think there is a challenge in the maritime community, in the navigational community, to adopt the standards because of many reasons that we know. But we have talked about the possibility of using these standards in non-navigational uses. How do you see in the future? Do you think that S100 could be used in these non-navigational environments before it becomes used for ECDIS and for shipping companies?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Thank you very much for the question. I definitely think that they could be used for non-navigational purposes, like planning and, for decision makers, emergency response, all kinds of things. Probably my greatest concern with using them before navigation is that for a lot of these standards, we need the data behind them. I mean, a standard is no good without good data behind it, and I think the resolution for which we're looking to have data when it comes to surface currents or any of them really only exists in small places at the moment. So that's a huge challenge moving forward. I think that one of our huge aspirations is to make sure that they're useful beyond navigation now. And if I'm thinking about truly integrated data, I mean, you may have, for example, a dynamic marine protected area where the boundaries change based on salinity, temperature, or current, and that would be valuable for all kinds of different things. I mean, beyond just navigation. So, yeah, for certain, I think that's a possibility, and things are developing quickly, and I hope they develop quicker. So, thank you for the question.
Any other? Forgot your name. Miss Tani. Yeah.
Thank you. I would have a question for each presenter. So I would start with the first presenter. It is very interesting what you discussed about this new product specification for marine protected areas. There are many kinds of protected areas, legally speaking, and that is a milestone document because lawyers have been trying to list marine protected areas for a very long time, and it's very difficult to locate them, to know the names of them, to identify them. And most of them are located in internal waters, so the regime also of navigation would not be too complex because there is the full territorial sovereignty of the coastal state. So I wonder if you analyzed kinds of protected areas going through the main legal instruments that address the topic of marine protected areas, meaning the resolution of the IMO for PSSAs and the associated protective measures, or other kinds of protected areas that are envisioned by international instruments. So if in the paper there will be a list also of the instruments that provide for marine protected areas and the legal regime applicable to the relevant waters. And then for the second speaker, it is very interesting that states are beginning to claim baselines, fixed baselines, in order to cope with the challenge of climate change. And I recovered some important statements also made by other states supporting this view. For instance, Germany, in a written statement on the 71st and 72nd report of the International Law Commission that addressed the topic of sea level rise and its consequences for international law, stated that the contemporary reading of the UNCLOS allows for freezing the baselines. And also the United States, in a statement before the 6th Committee of the General Assembly, said the same. So this is very important. And there are cases of provisional boundaries you mentioned, and we saw them on the map. So I wonder what is your view with regard to the possibility that marine protected areas could be used also for cases where a boundary is not yet established, but maybe a peace park or a marine protected area with a joint regime for the management of natural resources can be used in cases where a boundary is not yet negotiated and maybe it's difficult to be negotiated. That could be an idea. And then for Theo, thank you very much for the presentation. You said that there should be a way for technical experts to participate in the decision-making process. And I wonder if you foresee some ways to escalate the issue to the General Assembly, because geospatial information is so important. Geography is so important for the United Nations. The territorial integrity of states is based on geography. Geospatial information is necessary to measure also the achievement of sustainable development goals. How do you foresee the possibility to escalate the importance of Un-Ggim even higher? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. And I think the quick, short answer for me is, fortunately for me, my job is to make sure the standard is ready, not to populate them with the data. So I feel lucky about that. However, I think the standard must accommodate the various instruments for both discussion and use in navigational systems and beyond. So I think at our last IHO Council, we agreed to start by, once the standard is ready, we're working with a nonprofit who manages marine protected areas. I think we'll hear from them later in the week. But we'll start on the high seas. So it'll be, I don't want to dream that those will be easy, but I think less complicated. And there will really must be a discussion when populating the standards with data in national jurisdictions. I mean, both between countries and within countries. I'm sure that that there's not complete agreement even within countries on who manages marine protected areas. So it's going to be a very complicated process. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to reflect on on the statements by Germany and by US as well. Thank you very much. And I think it's been noted by our organization as well and by the region too, that it has been recognized globally, and it has been said in the international conferences and meetings as well. Again, we do have colleagues who are representing at the missions in New York as well, who has been, advocating on this statement by the leaders of the Pacific too as well, such as representative from the Micronesian embassy too as well. So they are advocating in terms of this statement and preservation and having our maritime boundaries fixed. Yeah. So just to reflect the question which was asked about provincial boundaries, again, these boundaries have been calculated, but it is still in negotiations, where we have shared boundaries of the high seas boundaries, which needs to be reflected in their national legislation. So the countries are working towards that, and that is the purpose of what we do during the working session, is bringing the countries together to work further and advance into the maritime boundaries work as well. So defining the territorial sea, which is the 12 nautical mile zone and the 24 nautical mile zone, and putting them into national legislation. But our challenge is getting them into national legislation. We have to go through some of the national approval process as well. So that takes some time. And again, having all the different parties to come to the working session, from such as Department of Foreign Affairs, the Attorney General's office, the technical experts as well, geospatial people, they come together and they realize how much they have done and what to do to be done as well, and how they're gonna do it back when they go into the country. Because some of these people, they actually are not working full-time on this project. So they realize that, and they take further actions around these boundaries to be finalized. And again, that working session gives avenues to bring countries like United States, France, and New Zealand to negotiate on the boundaries which is still pending. And as you could see that we have 12 provincial boundaries, and that has to be, it's still in negotiations, but very soon it's going to be signed off and agreed upon. But that doesn't stop there. It has to be reflected and rectified too as well, through UN dollars, and deposited too as well. So there's a two process where we have in the pathway how to go around it too as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Hilaria. It is possible, provided there is at least one member state, preferably a lot more, coming together to sponsor a resolution. We already have one, General Assembly Resolution 69266, a global geodetic reference frame for sustainable development. So that is had a lot of traction, and the General Assembly passed that resolution. And today we are seeing it being implemented through a dedicated Center of Excellence hosted by the government of Germany. So yes, the question that we should be asking is there a willingness among member states to sponsor such a resolution? Because you will go through a process of negotiations among all member states. All member states must agree before it is then brought to the General Assembly for adoption. It's not a bad idea, just that countries need to work.
Okay, Patil. I think we have 10 minutes left. It's better to conclude, or is it okay to have another question? One more? Prefer another question or prefer coffee? Anyone? One more? From academia? From a researcher? we have many people here from different backgrounds. So it's okay then. The conclusion is always collaboration, communication, engagement, and always people-centered. What we are doing here is for us as a human being. Well, I'm going to talk about summarize what everybody is here, all gentlemen here is reading today or presenting today. John Nyberg. Well, the IHO is an organization that deals with marine around the world, where sea zonation is categorized as international water, country zones, and local or community sea. Each country has its own regulation, but for international purpose, there must be standardized regulation, including marine protected area. That's why he likes to be called Mr. Standard, right? Second, Asia-Pacific regions consist of archipelagic nations, where each of them is neighbored by other countries. So it's very showing you how complex Pacific countries, right? Number three, there is a necessity for a framework. This is where UN-Ggim Hydro can be implemented to build data partnership, increase the use of international standards, increase capacity development opportunities, ensure data interoperabilities, improve data accessibilities and availability, provide guidance for emerging marine geospatial programs. Protected marine zonation is also related to the international navigation system, where geospatial information are taking place to conserve and protect marine lives from extinction and keep sustainability. Last but not least, each of the United Nations UN-Ggim frameworks is also related to achieving SDGs, where SDGs target 2.14 for marine sustainability, 8 for economy, ocean economy, and 7 for sustainable energy. Now, second, from Hendrik, it is also the implementation of UN-Ggim to the maritime boundary. These boundaries are critical to all nations, where the UNCLOS has already stated. In the UNCLOS Convention that defines sea baseline as the maritime zone, as also declared into territorial sea baseline. This practice shows that policy and legal pathways are implemented into legislation, policies, norms or guides, also governance and data protection and licensing. It is the fact that calculation of terrestrial maritime zones are common among nations, but with the UN-Ggim pathway, they all are structured and can be standardized globally, or sharing common experiences to develop agreements between nations. The speakers also shows the impact of maritime boundaries on the climate and security. At last, agreement and data publication are among the important geospatial information to be agreed upon and shared globally. And the last speakers, Mr. Chihai Teo. One is the implementation of UN-Ggim can be implemented in any geospatial information action or production, where the real goal is for humans and sustainability for the future. Mr. Teo has shown us how we put out each element pathways on UN-Ggim to be implemented as institutional collaboration and communication engagement toward balancing between social, environmental, and economy. The agenda of 2030 has set us up to accelerate action and our attention to global issues, climate, resilience, and SDGs. Lastly, UN-Ggim has been developed since 2017, right? Yeah, yes, I think you asked that before. Therefore, the UN has continuously developed the document encouraged member states, all member states, to be introduced and to be well informed and implement for their own country level action plan. I think the key here is, again, as I said earlier, collaboration, communication, and focal people center, our people focus for the future. Thank you very much, everybody, and give us applause to the all speakers here in front. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause once again for moderator and all the speakers. We are going to continue for token of appreciation. May we invite the moderator and all the speakers, please join us on stage. Please rise. And a token of appreciation, I'd like to invite Mr. Ahmad Yulianto Basuki, the head of Bureau of Planning, Human Resources and Legal. May we take a photo together? 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Please give applause once again, ladies and gentlemen, for insightful discussion. The moderator and all the speakers may come back to your seat. All the guests, ladies and gentlemen, who would like to express our sincere gratitude for your active participation in the international seminar on Un-Ggim. As we strive to continuously improve and enhance future seminar, we highly value your feedback and insight on your seminar experience. We kindly request that you take a few moments to fill out the evaluation. So we have evaluation form showing on the screen. You may scan the barcode. Well, all guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue for the third panel session, we're going to have a break, around 25 minutes for coffee break. Refreshment is available at the pre-function area, and please note that all delegates shall return to this Palma Ballroom around 3:30 p.m. 3:30 p.m. to continue the third and last plenary session for today's agenda. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please enjoy the refreshment. So this is the barcode. You may also scan the barcode and then fill the form you experience for the first, second, and the third plenary session, ladies and gentlemen, while you are enjoying the coffee break or refreshment. Please enjoy. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may we invite everyone, please kindly join us at Palma Ballroom because we are going to continue for the third plenary session. Once again, we'd like to invite all the guests, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly join us at Palma Ballroom because we are going to continue for the next session. Thank you. All distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Palma Ballroom. We are going to continue for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to our next agenda, the third plenary session, Partnership and Innovation for Integrated Marine Geospatial Information Management, which will be moderated by Ms. Helen Phillips, the Data Governance and Production Engineering Group Manager, United Kingdom Hydrographic Office. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Helen Phillips.
Apparently my mic wasn't switched on, but you could probably hear me anyway. So good afternoon, everybody. It's my honour to introduce Session 3, Partnerships and Innovation for Integrated Marine Geospatial Information Management. Partnerships and innovation are instrumental in creating and sustaining the value of marine geospatial information. This session emphasises the need to foster a culture of inclusion, trust, and strategic alliances that recognise shared needs, aspirations and goals, all of them with the aim of achieving national developmental priorities and outcomes. The benefits of partnerships and innovations must be continually advocated and demonstrated, including through collaborative initiatives and projects. These partnerships and innovative approaches are essential to advance the integration of terrestrial, marine, maritime and cadastral domains and to address the technical complexities of the land-sea interface, which is very complex to say apparently. This session discusses partnerships and innovations in enhancing integrated marine geospatial information management for sustainable marine governance. Please could I now take this time to introduce our presenters for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are extremely fortunate for us today to receive presentations from Captain Agus Sutrianto from the Indonesian Navy's Hydrographic Oceanographic Center. Captain Agus, please welcome to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, some applause for Captain Agus. And Pariwi, the Advisor Hydrography in the Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore. And Keen Hat Sun, Principal Geomatics Manager, Survey and Geomatics, Singapore Land Authority. I now have the honour of introducing our presenters and providing you with some background, which is extremely impressive, and it's been a privilege for mine to learn more about their careers and histories. So start with Captain Agus Suantrio. He's educated as a graduate of geological engineering with a distinguished career starting as a young officer in the marine vessel Western Fleet. Then, as a military seaborne command officer, working with the survey unit at Pussy Patrol officer, he then went on to the position of commander of the Office Hydrography School. Working as the head of Pussy Patrol Operations Control Center, he then progressed into his current position of head of the charting division. And Pariwi is our advisor of hydrography in the Marine and Port Authority of Singapore. Parry was the former Chief Hydrographer of Singapore and Director of Port Services. At the international and regional level, he was the former chair of the IHO's Inter-Regional Coordination Committee and the East Asia Hydrographic Commission. In 2021, he was appointed the General Manager of the IHO Singapore Innovation and Technology Laboratory, located in Singapore and under the co-chair of the Marine Geospatial Information Working Group under the Un-Ggim. He holds a postgraduate diploma in hydrographic surveying from Plymouth University, United Kingdom, and a master's degree in maritime policy from the University of Wollongong, Australia, and received his honorary doctorate from the Science from Plymouth University. Kin Hat Soon is a Principal Geomatics Manager, leading the technology team at Survey and Geomatics Division of Singapore Land Authority. He has been working on several projects, including digital underground cadastral survey management systems, Singapore National Positioning Framework called SIRENT, and vertical land motion monitoring. He earned an MSc in Geography from Pennsylvania State University, an MSc in Geoinformatics, and Bachelor of Surveying from the University of Technology, Malaysia. He was appointed as Vice Chair representing Singapore in Working Group 2, Cadastre and Land Management, under Regional Committee of the United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management for Asia and the Pacific. Kin Hat's research interests include seismic interoperability, data modeling, cadastral information systems, and ontology. So very privileged to have the presentations from our presenters today, and we're going to start with a presentation from Captain Agus, who will provide us with some information regarding the integration of marine geospatial data between Pussy Destroy and other institutions. Welcome to the stage, Captain Agus.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This afternoon we will presentation. Our title is Integration of Marine Spatial Data between Pussy Drosal and other institutions. As we know, the economic activities in Indonesia require transportation through the sea. Almost 45% of all transportation for national development purposes require sea access. All vessels navigate using nautical chart. Therefore, Pussy Drosal must be able to assure user that the nautical chart used are really safe to navigate. In fact, seafarers not only need paper chart or ENC, but also need the other information such as climate and weather, navigational, warning information, tides, and port information, and any information to support the user for safety navigations. As we know, this data is only owned by Hydrographic Office, but is owned by the other stakeholders. However, to overlay this information is not easy. The IHO, International Hydrographic Organization, has started thinking about developing the S100. In the future, the ECDIS equipment used for navigation will not only use the ENC in S57 format, but already use the other data such as S101 and S102, bathymetric surface, water level, surface current, something like that, navigational warning, under keel clearance information, also marine protected area. Pussy Drosal has several products that are very useful for seafarer or user to navigate, such as paper chart, ENC, and nautical publication. In accordance with the capacity building publication program from IHO, Pussy Drosal must follow guidance C17. So Pussy Drosal must play a role in developing MSDI together with other ministries and institutions in building MSDI together. Pusresal strives to develop. Pusresal has built an IHDC, Indonesian Hydrographic Data Center, based on web map service. By providing ENC data, contains 610 cells, which are always updated every week. The ENCRS base map overlaid with the other marine spatial data. To support, Pusresal collaborate with the several ministries to share data with other ministries can use the ENC in IHDC base map, as one of the layer is in their WMS or their portal. Pusresal also use ministry spatial data information, the data come from the other institution. So the user can understand that Pusresal collaborate with the other ministries. Next, please. This year, all IHO members will celebrate World Hydrographic Day with the theme Hydrographic Information Enhance Safety, Efficiency, and Sustainability in Marine Activities. As we know, hydrographic information can be used among other things. The first is primary for navigation, maritime trade, environment protection, sustainable fishing, natural resources, infrastructure construction, defense, sea and rescue, and scientific rescue. Next, please. Yep. No. Okay. Yes. Okay. This is the process in our office. The process is come from a survey data flow to produce data used in the data is used in IHDC. From the left side on the toward right side, the field data collection use our survey team and vessel survey. After that, the data survey processing by the Hydro-Oceanographic Service, and after that, the data will be processing and assessment. In charting division, we produce two products, that is paper chart and ENC. The charting division will upload all ENC into IHDC portal. This is our Indonesian Hydrographic Data Center. Is a procedural web map service in order to provide hydrographic information which overlaid with other data from other ministries and agencies that can be used by user. This portal is free and can be accessed by all users. The type of the data that can be accessed are conservation area, real-time tide, port information, sediment distribution, mining areas, maritime boundaries, toponymy, Indonesian island, outer Indonesian island, archipelagic sea lane, VTS, sailing direction, coast radio station, and meteorological data. We hope that IHDC can be useful for every ministry, agency, and users that will be bathymetry data in planning on developing maritime infrastructure. This is our IHDC. It contains navigation and 3D bathymetry. The bathymetry data produced by single beam and multi-beam survey. 3D data show the actual morphology of seabed can be known. This service is very useful for stakeholders who will deploy pipes and cables so that they know the length of pipes and cables they need. And the interactive sailing chart is a service used to obtain information on the desired paper chart requirement based on route planning, but based on route planning created by users. And the hydrographic information will give us information regarding our education at Pusresal, which is useful for users. The student come from Pusresal or other ministries. So we prepare a hydrographic survey in CATB IHO. And Pusresal eShop is an e-commerce service that user can obtain Pusresal product such as paper chart, ENC, and nautical publication. And Jala Citra expedition is expedition Pusresal using a survey ship involve the several marine experts from ministry, agency, and university to conduct research in certain water. and under the feature name of Indonesia Gazetteer, naming all island in Indonesia, as well as naming object on the seabed such as trench and submarine volcano. This is provide ENC data throughout Indonesian water. There are 610 ENC which have been uploaded into IHDC and are always updated every week, like we update paper chart. Each point and each area, this portal has data information. This is data source from BIG. Information contains in tidal station total almost 237 stations. Type of information obtained like wind, temperature, humidity, and rainfall. This is all Indonesian ENC in the other portal, from big portal, BIG portal. We can share the data between Pusirosal and BIG. The ENC base map from Pusirosal has appeared on the Sipulo big portal. This is the data sharing between Pusirosal and Basarnas. Yes, Basarnas, SAR agency, but still under developed because our ENC cannot appear this portal, still developed by Basarnas. This is the data source information from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Republic Indonesia, ESDM, in IHDC portal. The information obtained includes active fault, coastal characteristic, sedimentary basins, seismic and gravity and minerals. This is information in IHDC. Three-dimensional seabed profile information can be used to see the seabed profile, which show the morphology of seabed, which is very useful for planning the deployment of pipes and cable, so that you can know the real length of submarine pipes and submarine cable needed. This is the display several nation teams of our gazetteers and the information regarding all submarine pipe and submarine cable in Indonesian waters. Pusirosal tried to collaborate with the several ministries and institutions in order to provide a lot of information on IHDC portal, which is very useful for user. This is the agency, all the agency we had collaborate with them. The information of seafarer needed is navigation is not only bathymetry data, but seafarers need other data that can be used to support navigation safety such as weather data, tide, etc. Therefore, in the future, International Hydrographic Organization will develop S100, which contains several product specifications like S101 and S102, which will later to be displayed on the ECDIS S100. The ISO and IMO have agreed on development of the S100 will be realized according to the timeline. The S57, the electronic chart format, has been converted to S101. And by 2026, all ships under SOLAS must have ECDIS S100 and include the S101 electronic chart. And in the future, it will be followed by another S100 series. This is the timeline from the ISO. We must follow this timeline to produce our S100 series. If we look at the timeline regarding the development of S100, then IHDC is like we call a bridge, preparation toward S100. Push result cannot work alone because it only has bathymetry data push result have. Other data information is other ministries and agencies with development with this IDC WMS. Push result has started to collaborate with other ministries and agencies. Push result will collaborate and discuss with the other institution regarding S100 product specification. That must be prepared in relation to S100. It's hoped that all layers used in S100 can be complete by Indonesia in accordance with the ISO timeline. We will use the Mr. Theo word, we can strong together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Captain Agus. That was a very interesting presentation. So now we're going to move on to our second presenter, Parry Wee, who is here to give us a presentation today on the joint IHO Singapore Innovation and Technology Laboratory. Thank you, Parry.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Partnership, innovation. I've been married almost 40 years. Google Maps saved our marriage. Why? Because if you had partners before, when you're traveling in the 80s and the 90s, you know, using paper maps, and your co-driver, who is also the navigator, always gives you hell, and you always make the wrong turn. The beauty of the Google Map is that you have voice as well, so you can change to a nice, sweet-looking voice. And that was once I changed to Arnold Schwarzenegger. And my daughters would say, whose voice is that? But can you imagine if you have your wife's voice in your Google Map? I think that would be real. Sorry, my wife is not here, so I can say this. That would be a real nightmare. Anyway, the reason why I'm doing all this is because I only have 6 real slides to show you. Okay? And let me explain to you how we got into this IHO lab. And John Nyberg was there in our discussion. And fortunately for him and a lot of all the more well-informed hydrographers, that they were able to push this project of the IHO Singapore Innovation and Technology Lab. And this was discussed actually in Genoa. We started this when I had some consultations or informal consultation. And like Helen had said, you know, being in the IRCC, attending HSSC, and I saw that there were a lot of problems in terms of resources. 1, funding, 2, expertise you can't get. And there were so many duplication of work, and that's why we went to this. So with that, we came up with the objectives of the IHO lab, which is to facilitate innovative or investigative projects. Later, I'll show you one of the slides, what we have done so far and where we are moving towards. Second, it enables us knowledge creation, collaboration, because we have specifications. And we learned from the S57 many years ago. And it took so long, even after we implemented, we still had to tweak the standards. But yet, it's been a long, long road. When I was young, my hair was black, I was slimmer, more attractive. Unfortunately, that is all gone. This is what you get now. But importantly, we need to foster multidisciplinary. It's not an area where hydrographers have dominance anymore, or computer analysts, marine biologists, interdisciplinary. And I remember Shep Smith, after he retired and he joined this company, and he said, you know what, we have got it all wrong. In the private sector, there's no hydrographer that's leading it. It was a team of different experts that makes things happen. And this is why we are here today. Theo was saying collaboration. We have heard a lot about collaboration and cooperation. We are in a crisis. If we don't embrace the other specialists into our realm of the hydrography or oceanography, our days are numbered. And I'm quite serious about that. Okay? So I apologize for John Nyberg's photo. I try to make him look slimmer. I don't think it's of great success. I've sent many requests for him to give me the latest, but he refused. I think this is the best looking photo of him around. Okay, this was when he was about 5 years younger. Okay, this is the composition of the governing board. So in 2020, unfortunately, we had a COVID, so it was the IHO assembly that it got approved, and with the support of all the member states, thank you, I think we had quite good support to get the proposal through. So anyway, it took us a while. We finally launched in August 2021. It was also online. COVID was still in existence. So far, we have undertaken 5 projects, and there's still some more which we are thinking about, and I'll share with you more later. So what is the IHO lab and where we are moving? When we started, we focused on the IHO specifications. If you look at it, and my good friend from Norway, we were at a IHO ILA workshop in Norway, and the issue of 1S20, 124, 125 came up, and we seized the opportunity with Edwin Wong and Dr. O from CRISO. He says, can we do this? Within 6 months, we got the test bed going in Singapore. 124, 125 with wireless update. And our ILA database resided in Korea. Okay, we tested on 4G, 5G, and it was really fantastic, and we shared with the ILA workshop then. Second, we are working on a 131, which is sponsored by the Canadian Hydrographic Service. It's almost there. We are now in the final stages of the project, and hopefully we can get the information between the hydrographic officers as well as the port authorities and harbor masters together, the information that there's no discrepancy between what is chartered and what the port authorities are issuing. Third, we are looking now at, more interestingly, the S57 and S101, because IHO had made a commitment to the IMO for January 2026. And with the blessings of our chairman, Dr. John Nyberg. Anyway, John, what's your E? Is it Elliot or Edward? Edward, okay. Yeah. So with his blessings, we got that project going. So it's in 2 phases. One already has been approved, which is for the covering the Malacca-Singapore Straits. And we are at this discussion with Pak Agus and the Malaysian team here as well, to try to look at the details for implementation. Okay, then we hopefully will test, there will be sea trials that's running on it. But more importantly, let me just touch on, we are moving away, not say moving away, we are expanding our wings to include other than hydrographic S100 products. And we are looking at cross-domain industry. We are working with all my partners, Kin Huat there, to work on the land sea interface. You saw a lot of presentations this morning as well this afternoon. It's something which is of concern to us. Climate change, resilience, and in Singapore's case, we are quite concerned because we have very low-lying area on the southeastern part of our coastline. So that's where we are moving, and I'm hoping that the next 3-4 days that we have opportunity to develop this further. And in this area, we are also working on the project to get use cases into a guidance document. And that's why Theo has been pushing us in this area. So what are we looking for in terms of the outcomes? of course, improve efficiency, accessibility, availability, because one of the issues, I think, in the marine domain, 70% of the world covered water, but I don't think only, even for charting, it's only 20% covered by the Seabed 2030 project. So we have a long way, and that's only on bathymetry. But if you get into the realms of other areas of marine environment protection areas, marine science, you're talking about water column, which we don't share, and we don't know who have what. And there's no metadata standards, and we need to address those issues. We have spoken to OGC on this, and they have already some standards which we want to adopt in terms of metadata, but we are exploring other options as well. Second, in terms of sustainability, it's always nice that we are all embarking on this, but rest assured, in the next 5-10 years, if we don't deliver anything, your management, your ministries will come down to you and say, why are you spending millions on the software and on the cybersecurity, which is double the cost sometimes of the software? Where is the payback time? So if we don't develop use cases to support what we are doing, the issue of sustainability becomes even more critical for us. Technology advancements, Theo touched on it, on AI, and which is fascinating. Okay, ChatGPT, although I am a bit cautious about using ChatGPT, and I've given guidance to my officers, you do not go to ChatGPT until you have got the concept right. You need to think. They cannot think for you. They can scrutinize, they can package it, answer your questions, but they will not tell you the direction. You have to decide where the vision is. Use technology to your advantage. Collaborative initiatives, yes. Partnership, knowledge sharing, this is something we need to work on, work in progress. Last but not least, awareness engagement, and I think that's where we're weak in. We are preaching to the converted. We need to go beyond our community. We need an outreach program. Spread the word. I'm not saying spread the word and multiply, but it's almost analogous to that. But we need to embrace other people in other community. Okay, so my last slide, takeaways. Okay. We need to serve as a conduit for pool resources. We need to get stakeholders in, other than the hydrographic community, the research institutes, industry. Second, there is flexibility, I think, with the guidance of the IHO governing board in terms of trying new ideas, new technology. And I'm quite glad that John is on board now, because we started all this. And he's always, although sometimes he's not approachable, but most of the time he's actually quite attentive, and he would attend to your ideas, and no matter how radical it is, he gives you the listening ear. Anyway, that's what we pay him for. Okay, and so, like I said, beyond traditional navigation use, that's an area we must focus. It's not about navigation anymore, because that is already almost a done deal. Last but not least, encourage active engagement. We need you to tell us what we can do. Share with us, the IHO Singapore Lab, what we can do for you, what we can do together. Use us, like I said, the objectives of the IHO Lab. Enable, facilitate, and we get the collaboration going. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Parry. That was a brilliant presentation. And now we're going to hand over to our final but not least presenter, Kian Hut-Sun, who's going to be giving us a presentation today on the framework for effective land administration, work plan and implementation. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. I promise I will not be too long. So I will not stop you from having your happy hour early. So by the way, up Kaba small, I hope that everyone Kaba bye. Yeah. First of all, I would like to thanks for the opportunity that given to the land people to talk about some of the current developments from the expert group on land administration and domain, land administration and management. So first of all, I think I will, for those that may have not know about LME in short, expert group on land administration and management. So I thought that this is to give you a brief background about what it actually is. So it started endorsed by the Un-Ggim Committee of Experts in 2015. So currently, there are two co-chairs, one from Chile, the other one from Singapore. So today I'm representing the expert group to give you the updates on this. Okay. So mainly as like other functional groups as well in the Un-Ggim, we look at the policy level, especially from the perspective of how the geospatial information can be used when it comes to land administration and management. So we also will encourage people, the member states, the citizens to use geospatial information tools and systems to manage their lands and to achieve effective land administration eventually. So we provide some forum of global experts to discuss, to share knowledge about topics related to land administration and management. So we also propose some work plan, which I will be talking about, the work plans that we have put up. So we also will, like other functional groups as well, we will undertake, we have objective to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. So in the expert group, we have developed a framework called Framework for Effective Land Administrations. I know that ISO, you also have developed your I-Give hydros. Actually one of the questions that I'm very interested to ask John as well is how we can integrate all this. We have a lot of frameworks here and there. So I think it's important how we can talk together, how to integrate them, especially from the land administration perspective as well. So this framework was endorsed in August 2020. It's not really old, but it's relatively new. So it's also follow the 9 strategic pathways, how the 9 strategic pathway can be used to address some of the issues in land administration in particular. So this is the work plans. We got the blessings from the Un-Ggim. We have put up this and endorsed by the expert group in early last year. So this is the work plan that we have put up. Basically, there are 5 focus areas here. The first focus area mainly looking at the effectiveness and the leaderships of how to achieve effective land administration. We have to emphasize the concept of land administration for developing country as well as for the developed country as well. So the concept of effective land management is crucial. We have a document, FALA. So by approaching by great evidence about how to achieve effective land administration, the member state can use the FALA as a reference document to guide them to achieve the effective land administration at the end. So the third one is mainly looking at the integration aspect. In the next few days, we will keep talking about integrations. So this event is one of the examples how we talk. We need to talk, we need to collaborate, and we have to have a strong partnership in order to achieve what we try to achieve. I totally agree with what Perry mentioned just now. We need to have an interdisciplinary work together to understand, to exchange views as well. Nowadays, we are not able to achieve certain objectives by alone, by silo. We have to collaborate, we have to work together. So the integration, the focus area 3 integrations mainly look at the, not only from the land and sea aspects, but we are also looking at the land, the built environments and the cadasters. I come from Singapore Land Authority. I mean, one of the key areas that we are looking at is about land titles. I mean, how to ensure that the land titles can be issued, can be certified, give to the public owner, for example. So the integration between the built environments, for example, how to use the building information model is something that is our concern as well, how this building model can be used in cadastre purposes, in terms of how to, especially when you come to the 3D cadastre, how we can make use of the BIM model to develop our 3D cadastre models that can be used. Because in Singapore, we do have quite a numbers of cadastre lots. So 3D cadastre is something that in our pipelines, we want to develop that as well. So integration between built environments and cadastre is something that is important for us. The fourth focus area is on the innovation. We have to keep continuously innovate the land administration processes that we have. We understand that there are many countries, even from their property transition, they're still based on paper plans. So we have to continuously digitalize all this information so that the people on the grounds, the citizens, are able to access the information more effectively. Okay. So the last, which is the topic of this, this session, we have to continuously engage, collaborate, and talk. Regardless whether you come from the marine, you come from the land, we have to continuously talk because we share the common goals. Okay? To address some of the global issues like climate change, for example. So I just want to give you a brief, some of the progress that we have been developing, so far, regarding to the 5 focus areas here. From here you can see that actually we have been working quite closely with different parties as well. We haven't worked very closely with IHO, but we have been worked very closely with OGC as well. Travels is here. OGC and also with FIG as well, the International Federation of Surveyors. So we also, I hope that from these meetings, tomorrow or day after, we would like to get more feedbacks and, about how we can put up the paper on integration. Okay. So what the next I will going to share with you is from the partnership perspective, how the EGIM has been working closely with different parties globally. So one of the functional groups that we have been working very closely is the working groups on policies and legal framework for geospatial management. This working group mainly look at the legal perspective, legal framework, for example, how to ensure that the data, especially the geospatial data, can be authoritative. So they have put up finalized documents on authoritativeness of the spatial data that we have been using. So in the document as well, we have also added in the importance of having a spatial data to manage, to achieve effective land administration eventually. So authoritativeness is important. Okay. We also have, as part of the engagements, collaborations, partnership, we have constantly organized some international events like the international seminars on geo-enables effective land administration. It's similar like what we are having now, effective land, marine geospatial information. We also have some seminars on, particularly on effective land administration. So we held these seminars in Singapore early last year. So basically we also invited some, not only from the government agency, we also want to hear from the private sectors, from the academia as well, to understand actually what's the issue, the happenings on the ground, especially from the perspective of land administration. The other one that we want to also emphasize that, you know that EGM is at a very global level. Most of the information is still, if we don't want to cascade down to the national or regional levels, the information will just stay at the global level. So oftentimes we have to communicate with the regional levels as well and the national level as well. One of the approaches that we are working on, we work very closely with the regional committees of Un-Ggim for Asia Pacific. If you may know that, in the Un-Ggim AP, there are 4 working groups here. One of the working groups is called Working Group 2, mainly focusing on cadastre and land management. So we want to ensure that from the strategic plans of EGIM, we want to make sure that the alignments between the regional communities are quite aligned with the global levels strategy plan. The other one is not only we are focused on the Asia Pacifics, but we also work very closely with the European regions as well. I mean, we are continuously emphasizing, great awareness in terms of how to achieve effective land administration through some of the collaborative efforts that we have doing, especially with Euro SDR. So, if you are interested, this is some of the documents you can access online. We also have involved 21 countries that participate into the survey that we have conducted. The other one is, in the next few, in the OGC, DWG working group, we will touch more on details about the OGC pilots that we have completed last year, end of last year. So this is one of the examples that why we think that collaboration is important. So basically, this collaboration involves not only Singapore agency like MPA and SLA, we also involve global national mapping and cadastral agency as well. For example, like Natural Resources of Canada's UK Hydrographic Survey, UK Hydrographic Office, and also NOAA as well. So we have this project basically composed of 3 trips. Looking at different regions globally. So from there, we are able to learn about some of the problems or some of the issues that are encountered by a specific region is quite similar in other regions as well. So from there, maybe the data sets are different, maybe the format that they use are different, but the issue they are facing more or less is quite similar. So from there, you are able to learn the experience that maybe has been resolved by a specific region, by a country, but can be used by another country as well. So the other one, we also continuously advocate FALA frameworks in other regions, especially in Latin America region as well. In mid last year, FIG have conducted working groups in Orlando, Florida, in the US. We also have organized a session on promoting FALA as well. We have invited some of the speakers from different countries as well to tell us the story about FALA, how they make use of FALA in their own country. The other one that we work very closely is the working group of FIG, working group 7.1. The working group has established recently, is termed as framework for effective land administration. The purpose for having this working group is that the objective is we want to develop a FIG guide so that, through the land surveying profession or surveying professions, the countries that they want to learn more about FALA, effective land administration, can learn more about the documents that we are trying to put together. So this document, mainly we are collecting some of use cases or success stories from different countries that have implemented effective land administration or have in the process of implementing it. The other thing is we are not only looking at the communication with the different international organizations, but from the technical aspect as well, we think that it's important for us to be involved. One of the community that we involve very closely is from the ISO community through the OGC as well as through the FIG. So this is the domain models that we are very concerned about. It's called ISO Land Administration Domain Model 19152. Some of you may have heard about that. So this is relatively a new standard. The version 1 has been published. Now we are looking into a version 2 where it composes of 6 parts. 6 parts includes marine as well as cadasters and built environments. So this is a data structure that is important for countries that haven't implemented land administration effectively. So currently there are 40 countries has looked at the LADM as part of their country profile for them to develop in their cadastral database. So the other thing that I would like to just give a very overview about what the paper is about, the integration paper that we are looking at, which we will share a little bit more in the coming few days. So this is a paper that we want to look at the terrestrial domains, maritime, built, and cadastre. So what this paper will gather some feedbacks and use a case or success story as well. But what we think that we are looking at is we apply the 9 strategic pathways. Then from there we will talk about challenges, success story, and propose some of the solutions that we can learn from different countries and member states. Okay. So now we are in the process of getting the feedbacks and ideas about how to go with it. I mean, in the last year, I mean, we just started our first technical discussion. I mean, in Singapore, that time, I mean, we have invited some of the key academia from the university research centers, and together with some of the privates from land surveying profession as well, and together with the government agency staff as well. So what we want to learn from this technical discussion is to understand a little bit more what's the real world problems that are facing in terms of integrating different data sources. So tomorrow, I mean, we will have our first kickoff of the 6 expert meetings. So one of the key items that we want to discuss is on this integration of land and sea. So we will have some slides. I mean, we will work with Perry, and we'll share with you more on how we approach this in more detail. As I mentioned, I mean, we are, from a Singapore land authority perspective, we are not focusing on land and sea as only, but we also look at the built environments and cadastre. So this is one of the focus that we are looking at, how to make use of the building information model for our cadastre submission, for example. So we have been making use of domain models like LADM for our integration. The other one, we hope that we also want to work very closely with is the Un-Ggim Center of Excellence. I mean, as you know that in the current there are 2 Center of Excellence that are in Un-Ggim. One is the Geodetic Center of Excellence. The other one is from this global knowledge, global geospatial knowledge and innovation centers in Deqing, China. One is mainly focusing on the geodetic aspect. The other one focuses more on the digital twins from innovation and knowledge perspective. So we hope that we will, from the Un-Ggim perspective, I mean, we want to work more closely with these 2 center of excellence from different aspects. One, you would like to explore more on in terms of general supports, how to have a technical guidance, especially from the establishment of integrated geodetic system, because we want to ensure that the geodetic systems infrastructure that established in the country can be used effectively for not only for normal survey and mappings purposes, but it can be used to address some other global issues such as climate change. The other thing that we are also looking at is about working with these 2 center of excellence to co-develop some of the business cases, because I believe that some of the country may need certain funding to develop their infrastructure, to develop certain initiative. So I think it's a good approach that if we can work very closely with the Center of Excellence to co-develop some use cases where the countries that may need that can be used to get their funding from their respective governments. Last but not least, I mean, just a little bit of advertisement. The Un-Ggim will be hosting the 5th meetings in Mexico. I know it's next month. It's quite short from now. It's quite not far. I mean, it's from 8 to 11. It's the same thing as well. I mean, we will have our international seminar for the first 2 days, from 8 to 9. From 10 to 11, we will have our 5th Un-Ggim meetings in Mexico. So if you are interested, I mean, you can feel free to talk to me, or you can talk to Theo as well. I mean, we hope that we can see some faces from marine community as well. So that's like what we are having now. Okay. I think that's all for me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. That was a very interesting presentation. So now we've got some time for some questions from the floor. Has anybody got any questions for our panel of presenters? Raphael? Could we get a microphone for Raphael, please?
Thank you. Excellent presentations. And I would like to ask a question to the three of you. You can answer in the order you want. So far, we have seen very good presentations, excellent presentations on how to effectively and efficiently manage geospatial data and collaborate between organizations, between agencies, etc. But what I think we are leaving out of the discussion so far is the end user. So in your view, do you think the user of your data should use fit-for-purpose products or enable them the data and services, the massive amount of data that you produce, to be used according to each and every one of them freely to create whatever output they want, they need for their own purposes? That's my question. Fit for purpose against free data so they can build their own products and services.
Rafael, you always ask difficult questions at this time of day. But anyway, it is, I don't know whether you remember our discussion at even at ISO level. More than 10 years ago, MSDI was a 4-letter word. Right? Nobody wanted to touch MSDI because nobody knew what MSDI would do for us. What I find interesting is that, yeah, the users, but in order to probe the users, I feel that we need to provide some tools for them, especially visualization. And it's not cheap. Coming from S3 is not cheap. But it's important. That has to be done to create the demand. And that's what we're not doing enough. We have the data, but we can't see what the data can do for us. So it's like a chicken and egg question. But I think we have a role to play to make sure that the community is enlightened to what we have and to make that data available to the public. And that will hopefully stir an interest.
Thank you for your question, Rafael. That's a very interesting question.
Thanks, Rafael, for a very interesting question. I mean, I will try to speak from the perspective of 3D mapping, maybe. I mean, we have, hello, hear me? I mean, we have, since 2014, we have carried out a national exercise we call 3D national mapping, meaning that we have carried out data capturing, point clouds, photogrammetry techniques. Then we have produced 3D model for entire Singapore. So this year, I mean, recently we just awarded a new tender as well for the maintenance. I mean, this is the second maintenance exercise that we are doing. Now, because many agencies and also public are able to see 3D models in Singapore. So first question they will come and ask us, all those data are free. So there's one saying in Singapore, there's no free lunch in Singapore. So I mean, we treat this in different ways of how, because we understand the values of using the 3D data. So using the 3D data. One way is that we can work on this. I mean, some of the data, we try to generalize them. I mean, generalize them meaning that some of the data may not be high accuracy. Now we are talking about centimeter or millimeter accuracy, but we generalize it to maybe a 10 meter. For example, for the terrain models, we try to generalize as much as possible into 5 meters. Then you can just share it to the public and to the people that know it. Then for research centers who may need high accurate data, so we will separately, we have an agreement with them where they are able to work with a more high accurate data set. The last result is that if they really want to go until very, very high level of data set that we have, so usually they will come to our office, our own premise, then they can just process the data in the premise. So there are different ways we can deal with the data, how to use the data. For public, we can just generalize the data, then we just make it variables. And then for the high accurate data, I mean, there are many ways we can work with the industry, we can work with the academic center as well.
Thank you. In our website, when our IHDC WMS is error or cannot comes up in our website, all users call us. So we can assume that our website used by the user and by agency. So that's why we will try to provide all data in our website, so the user can see our ENC directly. So they can meeting with the other meeting. They want to see our bathymetry data. They can see directly in our website. If our website is error or cannot comes up in internet, they always call us. Why your ENC cannot comes up in our internet? Something like that. So I think that our data is still used by the user. Thank you.
Thank you, presenters, for those answers. Any further questions from the floor? Hi, Andrik.
Thank you very much for your presentations. It's directed to Keen, actually, because I was very much interested with, I think, S122, which was reflected in the presentation, but not mentioned during the standards, because we know that it's still in draft format. S122 is for the maritime boundaries and limits. And the Pacific Island countries are working towards it for the deposit to UN dollars in geospatial format. So we are very much interested of how you are working towards this deposit from Singapore, and what actions are you are taking towards that?
You mentioned about S122.
Yes, S122. Sorry, S121. Sorry, not S122, not marine park areas. No.
No, we have. I mean, from the EGM perspective, I mean, we have not really looked at the one-to-one yet. I mean, we are still at the very land areas. I mean, we are hope that we can work with closely after that. I mean, in terms of how to integrate with the FELA and the one-to-one. I'm not sure if I have addressed your question.
Yeah, because we are working closely with Geoscience Australia on the definitions of S121, and that's the deposit to UN dollars for maritime boundaries. And I think we have our colleague here, Jonah, as well. That's what we would like to see, that, you know, if any of the countries in the Asia region are much interested, because with the deposit in the Pacific, we are actually working closely with Geoscience Australia to digitally deposit all the maritime boundaries and limits. So that is actually digital deposit, yeah.
I'm not sure if John is I'm not sure if John is able to address this. I mean, from the one-to-one perspective.
One-to-one, as far as I understand, was a request from the UN to the IHO to establish what I call a unified way of submission as part of UNCLOS. So IHO involvement is just setting the standards. That's about it. Yeah. We are not involved in direct boundary delineation or anything like that. It's just only a format for submission. All right, John.
Thank you.
Hi, John. A question for John Nyberg. Can we get? Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, Perry, thank you for making me younger, thinner, and giving me a better middle name. Next time, a little more hair, if you could. I was thinking that maybe your comments about expanding outside our community and at the same time gathering ideas for the lab, it might be a good opportunity in August next year in New York to have an open meeting sponsored by several different, we could have lands involved, the marine working group, maybe legal and policy and legal, to do just a 1-hour session to gather ideas for the lab. Maybe it would be an interesting discussion and a way also to do a little bit of outreach where we have, an audience that is beyond our traditional community. So if you might be interested. Yeah. Thank you.
I think happy hour is calling us, isn't it? Ah, we've got a question from Trevor. Thank you, Trevor. It's Trevor from the Open Geospatial Consortium.
Yes.
Thank you.
Test. I'll keep this short. This is more just an informational addition. 3 or 4 years ago, the OGC and the global community ran a pilot on S121 on standardized ways about how to actually submit the results to under the obligations. It was highly successful. It's in use operational by a number of countries, and it's also been implemented in a number of vendor products. So that transfer mechanism is a really good example of how OGC works together with IHO and UN-GGIM, because the OGC community provides ways and means and methods to help that. So, so all I'm saying is that the process is being done for that. So beyond that, no questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I'm going to attempt to summarize our 3 fantastic presentations. So please do bear with me. So starting with Captain Auguste Sarantio, you talked about how Hydrographic Office should develop, support, and promote marine spatial data infrastructures, using and demonstrated how they are using data within their web map services. He highlighted many uses for hydrographic data beyond the navigational domain, including environmental protection and disaster response. He described and gave a diagram for their impressive data architecture, demonstrating how they have created connections between their product production processes and MSDI. They have also then linked that to their Indonesian hydrographic data center, which could be used for marine spatial planning and maritime infrastructures and a variety of services. He demonstrated many services, including 3D bathymetry portal, which was relevant to today's earlier presentations. He highlighted the importance of interoperability and therefore the importance of standards and the timeline of S100 from the IHO, and therefore the collaboration that is needed between other agencies in order for us to obtain and produce the data required for S100. Harry gave a presentation on the Singapore Innovation and Technology Laboratory, and how that has facilitated innovative projects to enable knowledge creation and foster collaboration and multidisciplinary technical experts to cooperate with international organizations. He highlighted the strength of partnerships and what can be achieved when you pool resources. Time is of the essence. We're in a crisis. We must now deliver. And we really need to focus on our standards and specifications. And to achieve this, we must work both internationally as well as regionally. The Singapore lab was launched in 2021, and within 6 months, they'd managed to create an S124 and S125 database. And they're now looking at S57 and S101, working with the Indonesian and Malaysia hydrographic offices, testing that data in sea trials, but also across domains and other industries. The outcomes they're looking for are efficiency, accessibility, and availability of data, but also working with the OGC on which standards to be adopting. Sustainability is important, and we really do need to create demonstrate that we are able to deliver. We're spending money, and that outcome needs to be present. Technology advancements was also covered by Parry, and how artificial intelligence is becoming increasingly important, but we must remember to utilize technology to our advantage and be cautious of being driven by technology. We need to go beyond our community and actively engage. Keane talked through the expert group on land administration and management, which was endorsed in 2015. He talked about their framework for effective land administration, which was endorsed in August 2020, and they are now in their implementation phase. He demonstrated an impressive work plan for the years of 2023 to 2025, focusing on 5 areas: leadership and advocacy, promote and encourage, integration of domains, innovation, engagement and collaboration, and also gave us an overview of the fantastic progress that they have been making. He talked through many different working groups and international seminars that the land administration and management domain are involved with, and also the extensive collaboration with European unions through the Euro SDR, also working with the OGC and the national mapping and cadastral agencies. Keane highlighted the importance of integration and collaboration between the marine and the land domain, and working with the OGC Federated Marine Spatial Data Infrastructure Project, where the main objective was demonstrating interoperability between those 2 domains, and that it is necessary to understand the coastal environments and the land-sea integrations. He signposted us all to a meeting taking place on the 8th of April in Mexico, which was the 5th meeting of experts on the land administration and management. So across all 3 presentations, I noticed a common issue, that common issues and challenges are experienced by multiple data domains. The theme of this presentation and this session was partnerships and innovation. And the presentations given to us today really highlighted to me the importance of partnerships and how the power of collective groups who are thinking outside the box, open up potential blind spots, and providing the ability to be able to deliver more quickly. Working collaboratively with partners really facilitates innovation and innovative thinking, never assuming it is just us trying to solve these problems and challenges. We really need to work quickly, we need to act. So let's work together to succeed. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much to our moderator and the speakers for an insightful session. May we invite, please remain on stage, because after this we are going to have the next session, a token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite the Deputy Chairman of Thematic Geospatial Information of the Geospatial Information Agency, Mr. Antonius Wijanarto, to deliver the token of appreciation. Let's have a photo session together and share the token of appreciation. Please give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. The third plenary session, ladies and gentlemen. The moderator and the speakers, you may come back to your seat. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we end the session, we'll have the closing session. And we'd like to invite Mr. Perry Oy, Ms. Kathleen Jensen, and Mr. Rafael Ponce to join us on stage and have a seat on the sofa, because I'm going to invite one by one for giving a closing session. The first, we'd like to invite the Hydrographic Advisor of the Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore for deliver a closing speech. Please welcome Mr. Perry Oy.
Okay, I think it was the most interesting, enlightening one day from morning to the afternoon, and I didn't see anybody nodding off throughout the session, so I think it was a good sign. But my key takeaways, basically 4 points. One, I saw evidence of use cases being developed, slow, but there are use cases and their potential for follow-up. For example, from the asterisks, from the Southwest Pacific, where do you go from maritime boundary, and what else can you get out of this collaboration? Capitalize on the collaboration, the coordination, and invest in capacity building. I think that's something which Anton has also mentioned with regards to capacity building. It's something which we need to look at. The other thing which Theo touched on, prepare for crisis. Prepare for crisis, not only in preparing for natural disaster, but crisis for the future, our future. How do we enhance or embrace technology intelligently to capitalize on what we already have? Don't try to duplicate and reinvent the wheel, which we are trying not to. But how do we share that information? And it is important that we have a program in which we able to share this, whether through the IHO or through the UNGGIM. Last but not least is what I've said earlier, outreach program. We have said this many times, and one of the reasons why we need a good outreach program is we are not tapping the funds. Funding of projects is not easy. Let me assure you, running the IHO lab, I'm literally a licensed beggar to get funds for all the projects. John IHO is very tight in terms of how they can expand their budget, and their organizations. But the problem is that the larger organizations like the World Bank, they need big projects. So we need to leverage on that in terms of getting rather regional commissions together, getting all, whether in the UN or whether in the IHO, and able to coordinate our efforts and push for once and a big push in terms of outreach and getting the funding to do what we want. But can we agree on how do we leave no man behind? Writing guidance document is not enough. We need action. We need people with idea. We need leaders. We need people to able to get through and push through in what we want, what we visualize the future to be. So those are my key takeaways, and I hope with that, next few days we can use what has been presented today as the basis for us to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. You can return to your seat. Next closing remarks will be delivered by Ms. Kathleen Johnson from the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, USA.
Today has been an extraordinary day of presentations, discussions, and hospitality. Thank you again to our gracious hosts, the Navy's Hydro-Oceanographic Center Indonesia and the Geospatial Information Agency Indonesia. We've heard from many organizations with varying interests and marine objectives. However, one shared key mission emerges: the value of effective and integrated marine geospatial information. I've heard another common thread run through many of the presentations, which we've talked about a lot, but it's collaboration and integration across boundaries of all kinds. I truly believe that the partnerships we've built and continue to nurture today are the keys to our mutual success. I'm so thankful for the presentations today, as they will serve as the perfect backdrop and provide the important real-world context for our continued discussions at the 15th meeting of the IHO Marine Spatial Data Infrastructures Working Group and our joint sessions with the Un-Ggim Working Group on Marine Geospatial Information and OGC Marine Domain Working Group the remainder of the week. I'm so grateful to have been here and look forward to the days ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kathleen Johnson. Ladies and gentlemen, last closing remarks will be delivered by Mr. Rafael Ponce, the Professional Services Principal Executive Consultant Maritime Practice Lead, Environmental System Research Institute.
Thank you, and here as a co-chair of OGC Marine Domain Working Group. So thank you to our host for an excellent organization of this seminar today, Procedure-Sal and BIG. I think I'm honored to be here today and to learn from many of you, many of the colleagues in the geospatial world. I would like to start my final remarks by saying that the term digital twin was barely mentioned. And it was a kind of a surprise for me. I thought that would be kind of central to the discussions, and that was partially the reason why I asked the question about the user. Because many organizations are creating their digital twins, and they are using our technologies and standards and guidelines to do so. And I can attest that in the ports industry. Their buzzword in the ports industry is digital twins. So I think from the producer agency's perspective, geospatial data should be provided either for free or some for free, and some other data could be provided for a fee in a subscription base or in any other business model to users, and to enable the users with the data, with that information products and tools, so they can build their digital twins. They can use it in their own way. So when I pose a question about fit-for-purpose products against data-enabled authoritative data for users to do their own thing, I don't mean that there's either or one or the other. They can be complementary. And an example of that for me is the ENC. The ENC product, either S57 or S101, is a fit-for-purpose product. But there are other data sets. Bathymetry, for instance, is the base map of anything that we want to plot in the water. And not necessarily has to be an S102 bathymetric surface, which is another fit-for-purpose product. Just bathymetry in general could be a raster database, a raster surface, or a vector data set. But the things that we learned this morning and this afternoon, I think, and some of the takeaway messages for me is that geospatial information is critical for sustainable development. And anything that occupies a place in space and time is geospatial. And pretty much everything is geospatial, except perhaps for abstract concepts. But geospatial data is not easy to access and sometimes requires joint efforts among nations, among institutions and people to facilitate its accessibility. And that's, I think, was central today in the discussions, and we learned different ways of doing that. There are reference documents that help in establishing geospatial strategies. We have seen the IGIF Hydro. We established governance, action plans. It tells us how to enable the access and use of geospatial data. We also have seen that standards play a key role to make this data understandable for everybody. And what I mean by understandable is to speak a common language. Standards allow the speaking the common language so we can exchange data, geospatial data and information around the world. But the standards are as good as the data and the people using it. So we need to encourage more use of our data using those standards. The presentations that we saw today of Pusit Rosal and the joint IHO Singapore Innovation Laboratory are excellent examples of putting all these concepts in practice in the maritime domain. And in the land domain, we saw a very good presentation of doing the same thing with the Singapore Land Authority. And another good example that you will hear more about during the week is the OGC Federated Marine SDI project. And due to that comment, I want to say what role the OGC plays in all this. I mean, we have talked about standards, technologies, data, etc. But what role OGC plays in all of this? Well, one of the missions of, the main mission I would say of OGC is to improve the access of geospatial information, to connect people, communities, and technology to solve global challenges and address everyday needs. For that, and to understand each other in the geospatial world, we need innovation, collaboration, and the standards. And you will hear more about this in the OGC sessions, about the Federated Marine Spatial Data Infrastructure Project that has been implemented and is being implemented around the world in 3 main zones around the world. And hopefully you will learn also something about that. So with that, and without more remarks, I would like to thank you for your time. And let's have a drink. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rafael Poncha. May we invite Mr. Rafael, Ms. Kathleen, and Mr. Breon for having photo session together. Yes, please. Let's capture the beautiful moment. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Please give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the closing remarks. You may return to your seat. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our international seminar on United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management today. But before that, I'd like to give some information, especially for those of you who haven't filled the evaluation form. You may scan the barcode, because this is to improve and enhance return seminars. We highly value your feedback, ladies and gentlemen. And the next announcement, this evening, would like to invite the guests having dinner at Crescent Ballroom. So Crescent Ballroom is in front of this ballroom area. Once again, this evening at 6 p.m., we are going to have dinner together at Crescent Ballroom. And we still have like an hour. You may have free time, free session, and after that continue for having dinner together. And the invited participants are the 6th expert meeting of Un-Ggim, the 15th meeting of the International Hydrographic Organization, MSDI Working Group, and the 2024 meeting of the OGC, Consortium Marine Domain Working Group. And this event also will continue to the series of events tomorrow until 8th of March 2024 in this Palma Ballroom, ladies and gentlemen. The invited participant also will visit the cultural site on Wednesday, 6th of March 2024. Once again, thank you so much for your active participation. Please give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the committees, we'd like to say thank you for joining us, your passionate energy. And at last, I'm Dwi Farah signing out. Stay safe and well. Enjoy your evening, enjoy Bali, and enjoy your dinner. Thank you and have a nice day.